It's another day of Blast Slam 3. My usual suspects joining me at the table. We'll go closest to me first, actually. Misery, I always feel like I put you last. How are you today?
I'm doing good.
Yeah?
Excited to see some great, another day of great Dota, pretty much. And especially this series with Spirit. Can they do it again, or is Tidebound gonna upset?
Yeah, that's true. They're on a bit of a blinder, but how are you, Effie?
I'm really good. Also excited. Some really good gauntlet action has been going on, and I think it'll continue today. Probably more really long games.
And yourself, T.
Just fast forward to the game, please. That's it.
Whoa,
if we had an ability, no offense, I would fire myself now if the game could start. I just want the game straight away, please. I just want to see Spirit, Tidebound. Again, Tidebound just beat Spirit in the last tournament. Spirit right now is like OP. I don't know, just please.
So you feel like we haven't peaked yet? You don't feel like the series yesterday was peak at all? You think there's still so much more to come?
I hope so.
Okay.
Like if yesterday was a peak, it still was incredible, right? The Dota we saw, it had everything. Like Aegis steals, big comebacks, like had everything. But we still have what, 5 more series? So surely one of them also has to be able to match it, if not beat it.
He's right. There's got to be something even better than that, and that was really good. Like, especially Spirit versus TerraVision. Like, 3 games, really long. First one could have gone either way. Third one towards the end, like, was also anyone's game.
I think also when the games are so good, it makes you look forward to today as well, right?
Exactly.
If the games yesterday were 2-0s and kind of like short, it'd be like, oh, okay, what are we gonna have today? But that's high expectations for these games today, I think.
Yeah, yesterday was just, it felt like a whole nother beast where everyone was on this similar level. We weren't really sure what to expect coming out of these 2 teams, or even 4 teams, right? Out of the 2 series we had, both of them went to 3 games. It was all 6 games, a lot of action. And so for you guys, maybe you didn't catch it all, but you will be able to catch all of our highlights.
He drops the ultimate, trying to save himself an RP on the 2. Skewer back in. Yatoro turns back around the Wukong's man, and they got the black hole. The Enigma doesn't die. Toro, who hit by the ice blast, has to get up to the high ground. Ogre Seal Totem, force tap. Satanic Totem goes right up. Yatoro has to stand his ground. And he's the end of this fight. A dieback on both carries. No one. A dieback on him as well.
The Spirit stand tall. This collapse, Magnus.
He's got the skewer.
And he's going to be able to skewer across, get the RP onto the 2 of them. Ice Blast to follow up into the swashbuckle. There's the Power Strike. Comes in from Toronto, Tokyo, frees him from the shackles. So Nightfall can block the BKB. The fortification now. XM's in with the jump of the epicenter, but he's kind of dying in the Wukong's command. Have to use the Stampede to help him get out of there.
Jesus, ending this game.
BKBing, ending the game. The throne is...
A lot of action, high impact from those teams there as well. We got to see some new heroes. That was the joy of yesterday. Not only how close all of those games were, obviously the highly anticipated Roche fights too that we saw in the highlight reels, but Naga Siren coming out there as well. That was a big one for me, where she had recently been in the bans list every now and then, but no one actually was picking her up at ulti.
No, I mean, I feel like there was some good logic behind it, right? With Darkseid being in the meta, when you place that wall, if you run away from the wall and take a fight elsewhere, it's going to be really good. And even though they lost the game, it was so obnoxious. Like in the interview, they were talking about, oh, we had to play against Naga and Prophet, and they're just pushing everything. So again, maybe it wasn't the easy result to follow. Oh, let's go copy it. It won, but I think just the fact that it was so annoying, other teams, maybe not instantly at Blast, but in the future, will consider this hero.
Yeah, I think the Naga didn't look bad. I think it was more perhaps the lack of damage in the combination with the other heroes that made them lose in the end.
The Marana.
The Naga maybe, itself, paired with the right heroes, can still definitely work.
Yesterday, it felt like the more stuns that you had, the more likely you were to win the game. Like, the teams that lacked stuns lost the game because they ran out of plays that they would make. And like, even Collapse, when he won at the end, he was like, yeah, we just didn't have stuns, did we? When he was talking about
that game number 2.
So that is something we've noticed. And you've been talking about it, Misery. Like, you need to be able to make a play at any stage of the game. And for that, you need heroes that do have stuns and provide damage. And I think that's probably what we're going to see today. Like, lots of Jakiros, lots of Wind Rangers, things like that.
Yeah, stuns, big team fights as well. A lot of things that maybe enable you to be able to take Roche, I would say, maybe even take a couple of Aegis snatches. We have those so far in Blast Slam quite a lot. And in fact, our play of the day was one that happened yesterday.
They kill Roshan fast enough. It's very fast. I think the Roshan roars, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Instant Manta. They need to do this as quick as possible before Collapse gets here. He smokes up. He's about to get into the pin.
I'm in the spirit.
And Lados right in the middle. We got tapped by damage. Johnson uses the arm. He gets inside, and they stab away the Aegis. Satanic Monkey King getting run down. That's going to be the Aegis. Meanwhile, Satanic, they got to bodyguard Satanic. They got to get him out of this fight. Ducalis, he gets caught, run down by Yatoro, who hit by the Ice Blast, has to get up to the high ground. Ogre Seal Totem, force tap. Satanic teleports right up. Yatoro has to stand his ground. So much damage. This fight, a dieback on both carries. No one, a dieback on him as well. The mid is gone. Team Spirit, they have the advantage. That's going to be 3 dead, 4 dead. Yatoro gives up his life to take down his nemesis. He says, sit down, young man. You're not number 1. You're just another one.
That was our game ender, the series closer for Spirit up against Parivision. It all came down to that Roche fight, and what a beautiful play of the day. If you guys want, don't forget, you can head on over to Blast TV, have your say, and give a vote as well as to which potential play that could happen today you want to be turned into such a beautiful moment to last forever. Did you like that one, T?
Yeah, it was a banger. I mean, the fact that, Dota is all about the small little plays, right? But even in the SFM, like showing like the Magnus and then hit the shockwave to then show the, I don't know, Demuro is just OP, like one of the best.
I think I like the illustration of these two hands like moving towards this Aegis, right? And then the RP like kind of pulling him away from the Aegis. Also shows how important it is to click that item on the ground first, right? Because it's literally game breaking. Just like you said during the clip, like if Ember doesn't pick up the Aegis, he dies and he just bought back. So it's probably over right there. So.
Yeah, and they wouldn't have had enough damage to clean it up. But also the casting from Cap just made it all the more hype. Like that was so epic. It's like, you're not the one, you're just another one. Like that's the play of the day and the cast of the day.
Yeah, I feel like it just kind of keeps elevating each other. It was a real treat for us. And of course, we can have a look at our bracket too, because whilst that series was all the way to game number 3. It wasn't the only series for the day. It wasn't the only series that delivered. Spirit right now on a bit of a run for themselves. 2 days ago, they knocked out Liquid 2-1 fashion. And then yesterday, it was the knockout of Parivision for themselves, leading them to come up against Tidebound. On that other side of our single elimination bracket, Aurora taking out BetBoom team. And then also again, Extreme Gaming yesterday. So right now, we have 2 round 1 teams. All right, I want to remind everyone that this is their 3rd round in Blast Slam. This is the longest run any team has done in a Blast Slam. This current one, Blast Slam 2, Blast Slam 1. Normally, this is the stage where we'll see a team get knocked out. We've actually not seen anyone make it onto a round 4 in the gauntlet just yet.
That's pretty impressive.
No.
But I mean, if you look at the players on this team, like from Aurora and Spirit, who are known for resilience, Aurora has 2 players from the Spirit that won TI10. Like, they love to climb their way from the bottom.
We actually have so many TI winners in today's games, all across the board, right? Every team has.
Yeah, we actually really do.
That's pretty high.
It's a nice little storyline to run with there. And of course, you saw the schedule. What is going to be coming up first for ourselves is Spirit up against Tidebound. Do you feel like this is going to be something that could potentially be one-sided?
No. Well, maybe. If you're watching only Blast, then I think it's very easy to go, yeah, Spirit's going to crush them, right? Because the way that Spirit's playing against Liquid, against Parivision, really big teams, like 2-1 results, but showing that adaptation. But when you look at Tidebound, at the most recent event they played, they did beat Spirit. They had really good ideas. They lost 2-1 to Tundra in the lower bracket. Like, that could have been their tournament to make the run. And I feel like when you get that close to finally breaking away from just being another top 8 Chinese team and making it to like a potential finals, I have high expectations for them, and I want that to be, competitive today. So I hope it's closer than what we think.
Well, for anyone out there who has only been tuning into Blast Slam 1, or maybe Blast Slam 3, or this is your first day tuning in, let's see exactly what Tidebound Journeys has been like.
That's a kind of similar place. If you also caught, might just end up dying here.
Army, he found the silencer. That's your big jump. That's your Abyssal Blade. The item you need to kill the Prophet.
China is becoming more and more of a threat to the European dominance, and that is largely due to Tidebound. Having been to several international events recently, the results are becoming progressively better.
Oh, but the bash! Oh, the bash! Oh, no! Oh, triple kill. Beautiful game, though, from Buck.
Nisha trying to fight back, defend your last barracks. Saberlight and Nisha on their heads, but the damage output from the Shiro gyrocopter.
Having recently achieved their first top 4 of the season, Tidebound looks for another here in Copenhagen.
Yeah, top 4, second in their group there. That's why it has been a couple of days since we last saw them. But Misery, we had the casting from UNT there. You got to watch a lot of their games on that group stage day all the way back on Tuesday.
Yeah, I think that day we felt a little bit.
Let's be honest here, Misery. We were deflated. Group B was a little underwhelming for us.
It was a little underwhelming. I felt
But
like
not
that
Tidebound, right?
any team. But we have high expectations of these guys. As for Tidebound, I felt like it was a bit, they had good moments, but also some not so good moments. And maybe that also reflects their score. But I think, I heard a bird yesterday sing to me.
Oh yeah,
and say
an
that,
old bird, right? An old friendly bird.
And an old friendly bird. Tell me that.
Where did this bird come from?
It's not important. No. I don't reveal my sources.
Exactly.
But he said that the Aurora, Tidebound has been looking really strong the last few days in scrims. And playing some different heroes than what we've seen so far. So I hope that's...
so in scrims, they're trying new heroes and they're actually winning with these new heroes.
Yeah, they have their own identity and their own kind of take.
Yeah.
So that's going to be interesting to see if they're going to pull through with that.
Unfortunately, we can't take, the scrim data and what they've been drafting for themselves, but we can take their drafts from group stages, all right? And we can have a look at maybe some trends that have occurred with what Tidebound have been drafting for themselves.
Yeah, so I quickly just wanted to examine Tidebound's draft and show you the common pattern, which is that this is the 24th overall last pick for Tidebound, and it is a Timbersaw for Mr. Bach himself. It seems like they're placing very heavy emphasis on the offlane, and if we could pull up the next draft, we'll see a very similar thing here. This is a first pick draft, so the 18th pick is the strongest pick in the round, and it usually goes to the carry or the mid, but nope. It is prioritized again for Mr. Bach on that Darkseer, which really makes me think a lot of their gameplay and a lot of their entry points into the game are through Faithian or Bach. If we pull up the next one, it's a little bit different. We do see a Pango here for Nothing to Say and a Centaur in the overall end, but it gets counterpicked by Ursa on lane. Not as strong as the 18 pick, but sometimes they will give that pick to Nothing to Say if they feel like it's more important or that hero is going to get banned out in the second. And the last draft, overall, yep, you guessed it, overall last pick for Mr. Bach on the Timbersaw. So it really does seem like he is their draft priority, and I wonder if they're going to continue with that pattern today.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at the moment it is working out for them. It has been a slight problem for them at the previous event because they did the same draft order, and that last pick offlane, Bach was actually counterpicking himself. He was picking like Brewmasters into bad lanes, like he was making it hard mode when he had all the information, but it does seem like coming into Blast Slam, he's found like the correct hero pool for him, and also I think just the rest of the team is playing just more consistent. But I like the fact that they are kind of the outlier. All the other teams, they like picking their offlaners in like the first phase, use a Sand King or a Bristle, right, or a Doom. Even the second phase, we can see it here, right? It's the fact that, that is not the stat, but yes it is. There you go, sorry. So
which one are you looking for?
It was gonna be compared to the other players. So the average for all the other players is like second pick, right? Here we go. Oh, it's a brand new Ooh, I'm surprised by new graphics. This is exciting. But no, the point is, it's like that he is always in the last pick position for the team, like Effie was mentioning. But compared to all the other rosters, the average offlane is picked in second or third. So the fact that Tidebound put the priority of offlane to fifth pick compared to a second or third, the average. Liquid, by the way, was picking Sableye first, by the way, on average.
Yeah.
It's like the fact that as an offlane you get priority, it is so rare to all the other teams. So that alone is putting them in a completely different field in regards to draft than all the other teams.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think he's also very flexible in terms of what he can play. So he probably doesn't even mind if people start target banning him, right? Because he's been playing for so many years on the offlane and is a very versatile player. I think another point about that is that what we saw with Aurora picking their carry first is also something that perhaps Tidebound is looking to do as well, leaving the offlane for later, right? And Aurora has been having a lot of success with first picking their carry, making their draft more well-rounded. And I think it's not a bad approach in this game, in this patch, because the carry pool is quite limited. The best carries are super strong, much stronger than all the other ones. But yeah, you might as well just pick it early and leave room for the better picks later on for the offlane or the mid.
So this carry pool, very limited, offlane a little bit better. Yeah. Is there different ways to play through the offlane as well compared to carry, or do you think there's still quite a little bit of freedom there?
I think it depends a lot on which hero you end up choosing. Okay. I think there's a big difference between perhaps Darkseer and Timbersaw maybe, right? Sand King, like each of them have kind of their own, what you need to provide for them, right? Like Sand King we've seen a lot of stacking going on. With Darkseer, we've seen a lot of melee force running with the Darkseer, playing around the shells, whereas Timbersaw maybe is a hero you can get a couple of waves and then you leave him alone, right? So there's a different type of approaches depending on the hero you pick.
And outside of just the drafts that we're talking about and how they're able to maybe change up for themselves, what about in the game, T? Are there specific things that you're seeing Tidebound doing that no one else is looking at, or are this flawless gameplay?
Ooh. I mean, I feel like there's just one game from the group stage that just made me excited to see how high they can go, right? Because looking at here, 21 minutes, they're getting a pick off onto Nature's Prophet. And this is not about, okay, they get the pick. It's what you do after getting the kill. And it's the speed in which they make the play, right? So the Timbersaw, he goes from bottom, he's instantly timber chaining all the way to top lane, shoving in the camp here, looking at the wave. But you know what? Tiny, if you come near me, I will push you away. And if you look at the minimap, everyone is slowly connecting to the top tower. So it's kind of the fact that they're kind of orchestrating the map as one. Kill bottom, move top. TB, Shaman already set up, you put the Serpent Wards, and now less than a minute later, guess who's now back bottom? You're getting kill on Enigma. So we're speaking in the matter of 2 minutes, it's kill Nature's bottom, take top tier 2, kill Enigma bottom, and now 6 minutes later, they've got Aegis. They're going into the tier 3s, they're going high ground. The fact that we can talk about a 21 to 29 minute mark in the game, and they're killing in every part of the lane, progressing the map cleanly, getting Roshan, diving base, surviving a black hole. Like, this is the momentum and the aggression that I want to see that can break Team Spirit. When Team Spirit, they have a couple more, greedy aspects of scaling. If you make mistakes, they punish you. But that was flawless gameplay. They didn't make mistakes, and they just choked out BB in the group stage.
Yeah, that was really cool to see because they played so quickly during that group stage versus Liquid. They did the same thing. They dominated the map, they dominated the early game, and they made Liquid play on the back foot. And it's funny when you think about a team like Liquid, who that's their style of play, and Tidebound seemed to have replicated it and done it better during the group stage. The question is, T, will the curse continue where they pop off in group stage and do well during playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, it is a curse, unfortunately, for them. But, again, top 4 last time, maybe we get a top 2 here. It will be a massive upset, I think, for the audience to see Spirit get eliminated in a single limb against Tidebound, I think. You never know. But that aside, we've talked about offlane priority and this and that, but it really boils down, in my opinion, to nothing to say. If he can get his hands on the correct heroes, then you see the creativity of Faith Beyond with the last pick on the offlane come to light. And it is unfortunate that the stats are pretty gruesome for him, right? So when you look at him, when he plays Ember or Pango in the last 14 days of competitive Dota 2, his KDA, 14.2. When he plays any other hero, averaged 2.7. So if he gets his hands on the playmakers, on the Ember, the Pangolier, expect them to run wild on the map. If he's playing a Puck, a Mag, a Kunkka, anything else, it might be a hard game. So I really hope for their sake, they find ways to get those 2 heroes in, because it just feels like it's the simplest form of Dota, and they look so good on it.
It might actually be the clip we just saw before with them playing super fast around the map, killing everywhere and stuff like that. It's also, you got the Bark Timbersaw, you got the Pangolier on nothing to say, right? You got 2 strong support backing them up. This is kind of what they rely on, I think. And if Team Spirit looks into that and bans out some of those key heroes, it could be problematic for Tidebound. But I mean, we'll see if they have anything up their sleeve,
It's always the question, are we going to see a team that's had those couple of days off to study come in and be the stronger one? Or is the momentum of Team Spirit, having already knocked out 2 teams, going to be their key here? Either way, let's see what their journey in Blast Slam 3 has been.
A spotlight to give him a little bit of opportunity here. The Wheel of Wonder is going to be put to use. Caught the taunt on 2 cores. A beautiful setup. Rue hops himself away from a Fissure. Radon goes back in, gets a support kill, but not Cloud.
No matter how many years go by, Spirit remained the clutchest team in Dota. The TI winners prove it again in their insane win against Parivision.
Toro, who hit by the Ice Blast, has to get up to the high ground. Ogre sealed totem, force staff, Satanic teleports right up. Yatoro has to stand his ground and keep the image. This fight, a dieback on both carries. No one, a dieback on him.
While Spirit is returning to TI form, they're matched now against another force on the rise. Tidebound have led the Chinese scene back to relevance, and beating Spirit would cement that status.
This is not an easy team to come up against in an elimination match. We've spoken to them a couple of times now about the pressure of being in this single bracket. And Collapse, he said, no, we love it, Misery. We like the potential to take revenge on teams that might have beaten us in the past.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely look better than they've looked in a long time, I would say. And seems like we're just going to come here every day and keep talking about Spirit and praising them the same way. And yeah, I don't mind it.
Do you feel like they are elevating T in their play style? Not their play style, but their level of execution? Because they're going to 3 games. Is that oh, it's up to draft, or is it they've had a couple of hit and misses in their execution too?
I mean, I feel like in the tournaments leading up to this, they've always had this moment of like a certain hero makes things harder. Like even in here, they've had low stun drafts, which means it's complicated. But I think the way in which they presented this themselves in this tournament is they always seem to have the correct draft to make sure that they can create the magical moments of comebacks, etc.
Yeah. Well, yesterday's one, the highlights, it was in our play of the day. It feels like the one that everyone is talking about is how they're able to come back into a game from a massive deficit. Game 3 was really big in terms of team fighting, but game number 1, that one dragged out Effie. It was a lot, and they were actually down in gold for majority of that game.
Yeah, also the day before, they had that really big troll comeback with a massive net worth deficit
against Liquid
as well. Yeah, this team is just like, when you think about them, they are the comeback team in Dota. No other team has pulled off as many successful comebacks, and I actually was pretty curious about this. So this graphic right here is for more than a 7K net worth deficit before minute 20. So anytime before minute 20, they've been down 7K net worth. How many times have they actually managed to win the game? And they are the leading team historically by far with 26 wins in that situation. Execration come close at 14, and then it's Liquid, and then it's Tundra, who you'd think that, wow, like, you'd imagine other teams that have been in that situation, but no, Spirit have this number beat by far. And it's really a testament to how they won their first TI and how they've been playing ever since. They're very resilient, and they just level up in these situations.
Yeah, and it's like the aura of the team as well. Like when you see them playing, that there isn't this kind of like frustration. It feels like they're always kind of calculating the next move. When they're behind, it's like this one item will give a chance. It's just calm to watch, and that's why it's so much fun when they do start making these runs, because any game you see them in, you know that there's going to be a moment where a fight that another team will just lose. Even if they are to lose it, they're gonna really go to that, like, the final minute to try and find like that extra little edge.
I would go so far as to say that I think they even thrive a bit, having a bit better late game, having a bit pressure on the enemy to end the game, right? Playing from behind, playing your own side of the map. I think that's really where Team Spirit are the best, and that also shows in the stat here.
There's a lot of different things that add into it. It's very easy to look at your Toro and be like, he's a carry player. He's always able to find space for himself and farm. But the other side, the person who loves to be a showmaker, a playmaker, a showy sort of player, is Collapse, right? In that game number 3, he was back for the Magnus to be able to have a lot of good plays for himself. But I do love to watch a good Collapse off lane here. It feels like no matter what hero he is picking up, he is being able to have a statement in every game.
Yeah, bro entered the flow state yesterday. Like, that was pretty cool. Watching him on that Slardar game, he was like weaving in and out, living on 10 HP, making these crazy plays, these initiations into disengages. And this is what this player is famous for. Like, he became famous for his insane initiations and his ability to turn a losing fight into a winning fight. And it's been a while since we've seen him play like this. And it's just really exciting.
His Liquid series, he kind of got sacked in the lane a lot.
He was a Batten. Was he a Batten in that one?
In the Liquid series? No, it was yesterday that he...
Oh, yeah.
It was like the Sang team.
Oh, yeah, the one a couple of days ago.
Yes,
Well, yesterday he was back to top form, and it's been really exciting watching Spirit like enter that mindset throughout this tournament.
Yeah, it's nice. It feels like we're seeing Collapse at his full potential. And Collapse sat down in our confessional chair with us to give us all of the hot, juicy secrets of his team.
I'm also noob. I don't even... I can't even win the lane, so... but team just don't like notice me even. I'm just like a creep. Staying on lane for 10 minutes and they just don't even notice if like enemy morph has 5k net worth on the 10 minutes and I'm only like 2k. So just, what the fuck, what is happening? Why we can't win? Why is it so hard to win the game?
I thought he was gonna add his teammates. He was just adding himself instead, being like, yeah, this is my secret superpower, you know? Everyone just thinks that I'm another melee creep, no one has to worry about me, and then all of a sudden, in team fights, making those plays too.
Yeah, I mean, he is probably just referencing that game to a Paravision was probably the worst one. No, he didn't want to praise himself for his Magnus, but it's fine. Again, like, he's had exceptional games, and then the other games, I think the draft has been, again, kind of in workshopping, and that's where I think to Spirit, now we're hitting like kind of the final couple days, I'm expecting them to think about the Magnus, the Slardar. Like, again, they're classics, but they're doing so well. Why would they veer away back to some of the kind of more difficult lineups they've been trying to do?
How does Collapse on Spirit kind of compare to Bach for Tidebound, either in draft priority or the playstyles and the things that have enabled their teams to victory?
I mean, I think the collapse hero pool is quite, known. I think Bax is maybe developing a bit more, reinventing himself a little bit. We've seen him play a lot of Timbersaw and Darkseer this event so far, and I think that's not something we see Collapse play that much, so they are kind of different players, I would say.
Yeah, and it's just a different style of play entirely, right? Because like if you look at the KDA and damage done and things like that, it feels like Bach is more of a damage dealer for his team, right? He's on these like really high damage output, team fighty type heroes, things that you can play behind and kill. Whereas Collapse, he's content to play like a secondary backline role in terms of I'm gonna skewer someone back to you, I'm going to stun for you, like I'm going to cause chaos and set up for kills. Whereas Bach is like I'm the guy getting the kills.
Yeah, that's why it's more difficult, because when Faith Beyond or Bach has a bad game, you know that it's going to be an issue for them, because they play through him. After the good lane, nothing to say, they'll connect with him, show a twin gate. It's like he is the center of like the early game. Whilst again with the stats and how you're looking at Collapse play, even if he has a bad lane, he's going to initiate at some point. He's going to turn around the game at some point. He doesn't need to have the perfect lane, the perfect early game. So that need of consistency for Tidebound will be a massive thing in draft and the laning phase if they want to keep this series competitive.
It feels like the utility aspect is what I like to, I don't know, is that like the way that you would describe Collapse, where it's just like, as long as you have a stun, something to initiate, it's like that blink timing is his biggest.
Yeah, I think that's an okay way of putting it. Just like playing a bit more for the team, perhaps, doing whatever the team is needed, buying different items depending on how the game goes, just adapts to the situation. I think that's something that Collapse excels at.
Yeah. I want to ask you guys how you've been enjoying Blast Slam there. I guess mainly you, Effie, right? This is your first Blast Slam in Copenhagen?
Yeah, super fun.
Okay.
It's super fun. I didn't think I'd enjoy the gauntlet so much, but it's been ridiculous. Like, on day 2, people were already getting eliminated, which was bad for my fantasy, but...
Yeah, that's right. I don't know if
fun.
anyone else is in fantasy. You can have it at Blast TV. You can be a part of it as well. T is normally like the person always winning the talent fantasy.
So far, so good. We're holding true.
All right, we don't want to jinx it.
No, don't want to jinx it. Not yet.
All right, well, there's a lot of different things that Blast likes to do differently. It isn't just, the fantasy, the plays of the days, and the formats, but also treating you guys to something a little special.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Earthshaker here. Slap!
That's right, Blast Slam 4 is going to be in front of a live audience in Singapore, 7th to 9th of November at the Singapore Indoor Stadium. You guys can head on over Blast TV, get your tickets, have a sneak peek at what is going to be happening there, because T's got a format change, right? There might be a little bit of change up.
Yeah, sorry, this is not for me, but yeah, I'm just excited. I was like, oh my God, what's happening here? No. I'm just really excited. I think just the way that, Blast is approaching it, they've got the gauntlet here, they're cooking stuff up for the future ones. Yeah. It's just like, when you look at formats normally, it's just like, all right, it's another format, whatever. But I had kind of like goosebumps, and I was so excited when I heard these formats. And again, I don't think I'm privileged enough to say anything now, but...
No.
It's pretty good. So back to you now.
And also in Singapore, all right? The last time you guys were in Singapore, was it TI 11?
Yeah, that was good. Good times.
Good times.
It's a good place for
I
land.
love TI 11 in Singapore.
Yeah, you really loved it. Well, look, Singapore this time around, it's going to be a lot of fun. Like I said, live audience. I think that's what's going to be the best thing, is getting this level of Dota in front of a live audience, potentially having that run back of what the Spirit and Parivision games were yesterday, but with a crowd cheering with us. It's not just us and all the teams and all of the workers in the Blast studio. There's going to be a lot more cheering and roar from them.
It's also really cool that Blast is doing this, where other teams are kind of going back from the live audiences. Blast is going back into it, right? And creating these old school, nice big tournaments and stadiums that we're used to and that we love. So that's amazing.
If we were in a live audience right now, do you think they would be cheering harder for Spirit or for Tidebound?
Ooh.
I mean, that one's kind of an obvious answer.
Tidebound.
Duh.
I think the Toro does have global reach, in which that alone is a big enough pool, but I would argue it's maybe 60-40 to Spirit.
If we're in Singapore, perhaps there's a lot more Chinese audience, so
yeah, but their 40 would be louder though than the 60% though.
Ooh, that could potentially be true as well. How would you go the split is on predicting for this series here on the desk?
Like the prediction for this
Yeah,
outcome?
yeah.
55-45 for Spirit.
Oh, only a little bit.
Yeah.
Quickly, do you guys want to say?
I think it'll be 2-1 for Spirit.
Okay, and T?
I expect Spirit to win, but I kind of want Tidebound. I just kind of want that storyline to like all this hype of Spirit. Imagine just come up to Tidebound, Chinese Dota, boom, eliminated. I don't know.
That'd be
That
pretty
sounds kind of
awesome.
cool.
Yeah. Oh, there's a potential. Either way, I don't want to keep you guys waiting any longer. We can talk about it all we want, but right now, I just want to see a draft for game number 1, Tidebound and Spirit.
Game 1 draft is ready for us, Evie.
Yet another Spirit Gauntlet game.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I'm just excited to see Collapse pull off more of what he did yesterday. Like that Magnus in game 3 was really something special.
Do you think they're gonna get their hands on Magnus or Slaughter this time? I think Tidebound should look to make it a bit harder for Collapse's hero pool.
I think that Collapse has shown us that. So a lot of the times his Sand King has either been stolen or banned. But if he's not getting his hands on Slardar, like they're eyeballing that Sand King. I remember a couple of months ago at Dream League, they just picked it when it wasn't that popular from the offlane at the time. And we asked him why, and he just said, you know, Miposhka wants me to stun heroes. He said, play this hero, and I don't care about your lane. And that's been the theme ever since. They seem to not care that much about his lane, but so long as he has some kind of stun or initiation, like the Slardar, like the Magnus, like the Sand King, they're content to play it.
I mean, it seems like they're not going to ban any of them, so it's all in the pool. So interesting that they just maybe that's also an easier approach, right? give them what they want and then counter it, right? You have seen them play with it, so maybe there's some weaknesses that Tidebound feel like they can abuse there, and a lot of time being wasted here for Team Spirit. They ban out the morph, which means they're going to pick up the TA here. This is a scenario they were in yesterday against Paravision, and they adapted from yesterday where Paravision would pick up the Morphling right here in the spot, now banning it out instead.
Yeah, I mean, I can see a scenario where that trade worked had they like secured a bit more like team fight or stun within their draft.
Yeah.
But for the most part, like Shiro is a great Morphling player, and it's best to just not run it back that way.
Sure. I mean, they might know that the TA Morphling matchup is not necessarily that one-sided for Morphling, and it was partly about the draft in its entirety. But I still think it's a good choice to just let it go and get the TA without dealing with the Morphling.
Yeah, you want to set yourself up for success here, but I wonder if Tidebound are going to stick to their recipe of like the big team fighting support, like Jakiro or Silencer, that they take here, or like a Nature's Prophet flex core. That's basically what they've been doing.
I feel like the Tidebound should be expecting this, right? It can't be a big surprise that the TA is being first picked here. It's something that has been banned against Team Spirit, you know, for the last many weeks. And they actually kind of break their drafting pattern a little bit, going for the Darkseer first for Bak. But I mean, Darkseer against T is a mixed bag, I think, because you can break refraction with Shell, and the illusion is okay, but it's not necessarily the biggest counter to TA that Darkseer is against other carries. What do you think about this pick?
I think that they just like Darkseer versus TA. If they're going to pick another like melee hero to Ion Shell, and they're going to play that tempo that they did, then the dynamic that you talk about doesn't come into play until
Fast
later.
Crimson Guard and things like that, yeah.
But I think that it also would have just been banned out in the second phase almost instantly, the way that Jakiro was, right? They probably expected the Tidebound to take the Jakiro, but they go for the Darkseer instead.
Maybe they also feel like that Timbersaw is not going to be that good against TA this game. You're playing against carry TA. I think he's gonna destroy the Timbersaw offlane. So I think the Darkseer, just a solid pick, I think. Usually we see the Zero being paired up with a hero like Tusk, for example. Could be also like a Tiny 4. Some people have been experimenting with again.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can also break the mold here and not have to pair a melee hero if you want to pick up like the Ringmaster, for example, because TA, she doesn't play well into Escape Act, and that's a very heavily contested hero.
Yeah, oh, you definitely could. I think for the most part, you just want Darkseer through the laning phase and get some good levels and access to his early auras. And then you can also get the melee hero somewhere else in your draft, right? Out of mid or safe lane. But one hero that I think is very key right now is potentially the Ember Spirit. I think that could be that's something we saw yesterday for Team Spirit, but it's also a Tidebound hero, right? We talked about the Nothing to Say being specialty in Ember and Pangolier. So I think these heroes are both in the pool, and I expect one of the team that leads to pick these up.
Yeah, I think if they're going to continue the pattern, then the 18 pick for this round for Tidebound will probably be the NTS hero, and they're just going to like pick up Shiro's Nature's Prophet or something, most likely.
Yeah.
But they haven't run Ringmaster yet, like we've talked about it on Tidebound. They've kind of been playing like the Chinese staple in Shadow Shaman that we saw a lot of yesterday. But I don't really want to see Shaman versus TA.
They also play Coddle, unlike a lot of other teams. But Coddle into TA does also not sound that great. Let's see what they have been thinking about here. I think one thing about the Ember is that against Paravision, they perhaps feel really good about the Ember because no one is not really too famous for his Huskars, and he does play Sniper, but maybe they're not worried about it so much. I think against Gaming Gladiators, for example, you're not gonna perhaps first pick Ember the same way. And I don't know the read from Team Spirit's point of view against Tidebound. If they feel like picking Ember early is a bit risky here. We'll see.
I think it's really hard to say because while NTS has only played a couple of heroes, like if they do steal the Ember for themselves on Spirit, like he does have a wider hero pool that he hasn't shown in this tournament where he could easily counterpick that Ember on 18. So they might want to hold out a little bit and just like maybe draft, they just go for it from the very start, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
I do think they need some kind of ground damage for the Ringmaster that we talked about, because whoever gets escape acted versus Ember or TA, like that's a proper save, and TA isn't going to buy a nullifier very early on. So you either need an early nullifier hero or some form of pure damage to play into Ringmaster.
One hero that could be interesting here for Spirit is the Elder Titan. It's a hero that I've been playing a lot. I think it's very good against these two heroes in the lane. You also give a free lane to TA, and I think it's good with Ember. They should go with the Riki. This is a hero we saw yesterday, so counter the Ringmaster, supposedly. At least you can't target you can't box the guy who's in the smoke screen, right? With the shard, so.
Yeah. We saw it go not that well yesterday, but it is a pretty big counter, and like they did need to address the Ringmaster because the two cores that they showed can't kill into that. But I think Riki is very easy to punish if you have any kind of like track hero, like something like a bounty hunter. Like I really wouldn't mind seeing that come out here, just something that you can scout and kill this hero over and over.
Yeah, bounty would be interesting for Tidebound.
I'm saying, okay, see, this is what I'm saying. Oh, they didn't have 18, I'm sorry, but I'm saying that NTS, he does have a big hero pool. Like, I was saying, if you pick, so Spirit, when they pick Ember early, they're kind of calling the enemy's bluff that they're not going to counterpick it. That's what they were doing yesterday with Paravision. They were like, you don't play Huskar, and if you're going to play Sniper, we have an idea versus your Sniper. Versus Tidebound, just because NTS has only been playing Pango and Ember, it doesn't mean that he doesn't play Huskar.
Yeah, I mean, there's two things here, right? There's now they have the awful Huskar vs Ember matchup mid, but there's also breaking the pattern that T was talking about. How Nothing to Say, it usually goes ham on Pangolin and Ember, and everything else he looks not as good, right? And now you actually have him playing the Huskar, so it's going to be interesting to see if he can make that work. It's also very kind of early to pick the Huskar, but again, that is the weakness of showing the Ember so early on.
What if you just put your TA mid and don't give it to Laurel? Like let Yatoro play it mid and just let.
But I don't think the Huskar. Doesn't Huskar also just destroy the TA?
But it's better for TA. Or do you just take the L
you just
on
jungle.
that lane?
You just get level 3 and go jungle on TA, or what?
Yeah, pretty much.
You could try to do something like that.
I mean, maybe that's just
Maybe
that's too cute.
I don't think they're gonna do that. But I mean, you could also do some weird Ember support, shenanigans. But now you also have a Riki, so it looks like they're just locked with this Ember, and they're gonna have to find a way to kill this Huskar later on. What would that be?
I mean, they don't have any natural vessel dyers, and I was thinking maybe they could have some kind of support that goes mid early and helps out the Ember Spirit, but Warlock does not fit that bill. Like, Warlock is not a hero who's going to come.
I don't think you can help this matchup unless you come mid and kill him, You have to go mid and kill Huskar. Like, multiple times. I think it's very difficult because the lane is unlaneable at level 3, you know, or even earlier than that sometimes. So I'm worried for Spirit here. I don't think Warlock is particularly good against Huskar. You throw the rock down, you fatal bonds him and all that stuff, and he just out heals all that. He kills the golem in a few hits. I think he doesn't care at all about this. I still think they need an answer. Of course, TA, if he gets farmed, he can kill the Huskar, but there's a long way to go to get there.
Also, I want to talk about this concept on Tidebound of their supports that we didn't mention because the Willow comes out, and that's a cool hero that we haven't been seeing a lot of. But if you look at Ringmaster with his escape act, either for himself or someone else, he's quite hard to kill in that sense, or he'll buy himself a few seconds. Willow as well, like if she gets gone on, she Shadow Realms. So she buys herself precious seconds against the TA burst. She's like a very bursty carry. So if you're a Spirit and your idea is like with your high damage heroes, you're gonna take out one target, it's not looking so good for them in that regard.
I agree. I think that's a cool idea that you have heroes that are hard to kill. We talked a lot about you need to have heroes in your draft that can kill the enemy heroes, but you can also pick heroes that are notoriously hard to take down, right? I really like. I think Tidebound's supports are a lot stronger right now than Team Spirit's. At least the first 6-7 minutes. Once Golem comes out, then of course Warlock does trump that, but before that, and that's a very important phase of the game. Now, I do think that, I mean, we need a Shiro hero for Tidebound, and I heard something yesterday that he has been cooking some heroes. So that, and I'm thinking, I'm not gonna say it now, but I think it could be that this is what they're looking at.
That's pretty exciting. I want to see him play something different. But the side lane format, doesn't that look? So go on, what were you going to say, Misery?
I'm just curious about how Collapse can play a hero here that can upset this deficit there in terms of the draft right now, because I do think that they're in trouble. The Huskar looks very scary here, especially backed up by the save, by the Darkseer auras, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I just think that maybe they kind of misstepped a little thinking that Tidebound wouldn't pick a Huskar, because I don't think the Riki plus Warlock is a great Huskar solution. But honestly, maybe you just do a couple of cute smokes. You try to kill a Huskar at first few levels and you can play off of that. But I wanted to talk about the side lane situation. Like this Willow plus Darkseer lane is definitely enough to kill a carry TA. Like with the Shadow Realm facet, throwing Shade and an Ion Shell, she's like amping the damage from Ion Shell. You can just dive towers with a Shadow Realm, Dark Willow.
Underlord carry.
That's what you heard about? Your little bird had the talk about it.
If he was not gonna pick it, I'm not gonna say it here on stream, right? But since this is it, this is it. He's been owning with this guy. And we saw it played from Crystallis where it looked absolutely broken, in my opinion. He looks like a Sven that's on steroids, and then he's also a Nature's Prophet with his ultimate, and he's also some kind of the Underlord himself with all the AoE lockdown and things like that, damage reduction. I think the hero just looks completely OP.
And he's also very hard to kill, right? It goes into the theme of Tidebound that their heroes are hard to kill, and they have a really strong counterpick from the mid lane. I mean, Spirit, they've really drafted themselves into a bit of a corner here. We know that they can make the magic happen sometimes and come back, but this one's looking tough.
The thinking pick also just says like, okay, we're gonna deal with the lane deficit of Huskar, and then we're gonna farm and play the map, and then eventually we're gonna win with the team fights with the Sand King and the Warlock, and then come back, and the Yatoro is gonna kill the Huskar, and you know, we're gonna win that way, right?
Yeah, one good thing about the Sand King is that he can kill the unkillable supports that we talked about. With his Aghanim, Willow and Ringmaster should go down, but enough from us. I want to hear what Cap and Avery have to think about this draft.
Oh, I know we've got a lot of thoughts about it because the Underlord carry, we're going to see it again a la Crystallis, and I'm a big fan of it. I was toying around with it. It's a lot of fun. I saw some other pro players toying around with it, practicing a bit in pubs and stuff. Avery, do you believe in it? Do you think it's legit?
Yeah, 100%. I don't think it's a question, actually. I think anytime you have a carry with global ability that is even remotely viable, it's broken.
Okay, so just Fury on Underlord, Spectre. 100%. They're just always going to be viable because they have global capacity. Well, like, what is so important about global capabilities that makes you viable as a carry?
I think it's just because generally most teams are going to play around the archetype of that carry is the last guy to connect to a fight. So if he can farm as greedily as possible wherever he wants and then instantly connect to whatever fight happens, it makes playing the map super easy.
Tidebound throwing us a curveball into game one. We go. And it's not just the Underlord. We have a Huskar mid for nothing to say as well. I feel like Tidebound, you know, I feel like they're bucking some of the stereotypes that comes with Chinese drafting.
They've definitely upped their game, and it shows in the improvement of the results at LAN and just the ferocity of this team in scrims. I feel like everybody I talk to says they think Tidebound are a lot stronger than the recent results have showed. They're a very strong scrim team. They know what they're doing. They have a lot of synergy. You got to remember, this is a very interesting matchup in some ways because this Tidebound remnants of the LGD squad, right? 3 of the 5.
Yep.
And Spirit, 3 of the 5 from the Spirit squad where these two teams met in that TI-10.
That's
so
right.
It's even footing. You also have 3 out of 5 of those Wings players that won that TI. So it's kind of a legendary group of Chinese players here. Maybe one of the last left outside of the other parts of those rosters. And they're making some waves. I like that they're willing to be more creative, willing to flex a lot of heroes, willing to pick stuff that we have not seen a lot of the more strict Chinese teams over time be willing to do. And I think that is a big reason they are finding the success they are. When I was talking to Jack at Raleigh, who had some insider info on this team.
Of course, he always does.
I'm not gonna leak stuff, but his perspective was that this individual Tidebound squad is very open-minded compared to some of the Chinese teams of the past. They're very forward-looking. They're very humble. They're willing to take ideas from anywhere, listen to anything, incorporate new stuff. And
so they're not a Zhao 8 squad. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, maybe that's a good way of putting it. I mean, there's no hard dictator on this team. It's a collaborative effort. They're all very humble. They're all willing to learn and grow. And that's a good spot to be in. Like, that is something that can revitalize a team and revitalize a scene.
It's hard to find from people who have achieved the ultimate success to still be willing to learn. And the fact that Tidebound are willing to do so. Though, how much of that is them being open and willing? In some ways, don't you have to be if you keep on going into these international events and you keep on running to these European teams? And you keep on getting smashed by some of them?
Yeah, you have to change something. You can't just keep doing the same thing over and over and expect a different result here.
Yeah. Nothing to say. No more Ember, please. He doesn't want to see Laurel's Ember anymore. And I would fully disagree with him because Laurel has been popping off on this hero, man. He is destroying. We talked about that in the matchup yesterday against Parivision. Who would you rather have? We don't really have that for this game, that's for sure. Would you rather have Shiro Underlord? Who knows? Who knows?
There's a lot of unknowns here.
Yeah.
At the same time, Ember gets picked up into the Huskar for a reason. Like, they knew this was a possibility. Hero's just damn strong. He's the best support enabler in the meta right now. As long as you can get him some recovery at some point, you're going to be happy with what this hero can do for you in the game. He can stall out the game. He can scale. He can frontline, which is a huge deal out of that mid lane. There's not a lot of super popular mid laners that give you all of these tools in one hero. But yeah, the lane, that's a big question mark here. How much is Laurel just going to get destroyed in this one-on-one vacuum? Because you're likely not giving him a lot of help. Warlock Ricky, I mean...
Yeah, it's not
Need
great.
I say anything? Like, there's almost no roam potential, very little early damage, lack of disable and early nukes to fight runes or help him recover. Not supports that set up side lane ganks that well either. There's not a lot of synergy here with the Ember. If anything, it's kind of a weird Ember game in the end because he doesn't enable the supports because these supports don't really need someone to enable them. They're just kind of independent. Very awkward situation for Laurel. It will be a big question mark on him in terms of where he finds his impact or if he just never finds it because this Huskar pick just completely destroys him and they get run over with the sustain, the auras, the early tempo from this Darkseer Underlord, just pushing objectives and pushing the pace.
I have noticed this trend. I don't know how much to read into this, but later and later ward placements. I guess some of these D wards, people with using the tower trick at night and getting in range of the outer edge of the tower to see if there's a ward planted or anything like that. If teams just gotten too proficient at D warding at the start that everyone wants to hold on to their wards now.
Well, there you go. Maposhka just killed their ward mid, so.
Yeah, there it goes.
I almost always felt delay smoking or delay warding was the better way to go. In fact, they're going to meld Radon mid. This is their plan.
Oh my God.
This is extremely sneaky.
Okay, it's going to get good damage. There's no way to kill him, though. Right?
Double meld?
They're going to try for it. Blood Grenade. They go all in to get the kill, and they got it. What a move from Spirit.
That is so creative. That is not a move you expect. Also enabled by the fact that you killed the sentry with your sentry on the D-ward.
Yeah.
That was barely in range. Otherwise, that does not work at all.
That's a great point. If they don't D-ward that, then they have to assume there's some sort of vision mid, and they can't make that play.
Man,
wow.
A very creative way to try and skew this mid lane. They gave it to Laurel as well, who gets the last hit, so that's huge for him.
This is why people love watching this team, man. The late game that they bring, it's awesome, but also there's an element of creativity and problem solving that they have that I think few teams match.
It's also the fact they delayed that smoke, right? They let that smoke on the ground. They didn't even show it. They let him pick it up later, and then you smoke in. If you meld there initially, you get found. The only way that works is you get the D-ward, you kill the sentry, you delay smoke, and then you get the double meld hit. Ultimately, it's not going to change the course of this lane for NTS.
Yeah, he should still lose the lane, but what a great way to be able to start things.
It's a morale boost, right, if anything. Yeah. Like, it's going to keep your focus longer in this game. Even if Laurel gets destroyed, he says, ha, I still got you first.
Yeah, I mean, he almost has 1,500 net worth. I've seen Ember Spirits walk out of this lane with less than that at the end of it, so...
This might be what he has 3 or 3 minutes for now, but yeah. He can pull the waves too.
Yep.
If he really has trouble on this lane. Fast boots, though, will maybe let him aggro or pull more aggressively. Yeah, I think he's just going to go do some cutting.
Soaks the experience what he can and then goes for the pull.
There's a courier there.
He does not stick around for it. And let's see what Nothing to Say does in response.
I mean, you either pull and meet it, but it's really hard when this happens that fast. Or you just hold the wave there and then you just double it in front of your tower.
Sure.
He will try and pull and meet it. So what's happening right now is we're watching this bottom.
Well, are we pulling and meeting it or are we not? Okay. He decides better of it.
Well, I mean, the downside of this pull for Laurel is you're going to get something, but you are in theory going to miss something else on the wave. Which is why NTS, you just sit here, you double this up, you sit in front of your tower.
Oh, dude, he pulled it back behind the tier 1, so he's going to kill a wave from the safe lane. He's like, yeah, my lane sucks and everything, but I will screw over another lane to make this as best as possible.
Really efficient with the pull. Again, you're still losing out overall on the map.
No doubt.
Because it's going to cost Laurel more than what NTS gets mid, but yeah, you are making the most of this.
Especially since this bottom lane isn't a terribly strong one, right? It's a Riki Sand King.
Yeah, very true.
Against this safe lane Underlord. Like, you don't really want to be taking this lane right in front of their tower anyway. So,
I mean, Shiro is mega confused right now.
He's like, where the hell? What is happening?
Guys, did they just do an ancient pull that got taken out 4 patches ago? Like,
making the best of a bad situation, Laurel returns to lane a level down, and now he will start falling behind in net worth against Nothing to Say. Them's the breaks.
I love these creative lane strategies. I think we should see more of them in the highest level of Dota. I still think we should see tri-lanes occasionally or pseudo tri-lanes. We should see some of these early roaming, these early first bloods, because they do make a huge difference in a lot of these games.
Did you ever put effort into coming up with those kind of strategies?
Well, yeah. I mean, we scrimmed DG for 5 years, so
okay.
That's all that team ever thought about. And it was good training. I mean, they made you think about all these little things.
What was your claim to fame? Was there anything that your team did?
No, I will not. Like? I will not make any claim.
Okay.
I will say at some point we scrimmed some CIS team and they had a tri-lane of Visage Undying techies, and that was
my God.
That was probably the most unlaneable lane I've ever seen in my life. You got Decay, Soul Assumption, Mind. Like, okay,
that sounds.
Why are we even in this scrim? Like, I don't. So as long as you're not against that, everything else looks better by comparison.
Did you lose that scrim?
Yeah, we did.
Well, they got some good information against you guys, I guess.
But you know, that's the mentality you have to have. If you're Laurel here, you're like, hey, at least I'm not playing against mid Undying Visage.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm having a great time here.
You think Laurel played Dota back in the dual lane mid era?
I think all these guys have played for 10 years, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, Collapse getting low. Not low enough.
I don't know if Ruse played for 10 years. That would put him at like 7.
I think you'd be surprised.
Looking like Dendy out there.
Lanes are going well for Tidebound overall, which is what you would expect with the draft on paper.
Sure.
Like, this Warlock can even out a little bit of top, so you are having a free farm TA. But the Darkseer's had some efficient jungling. You're getting the solo XP on NTS because there isn't a roam threat onto him, though. He's getting harassed a little. I mean, he has Wand Fairy. He's not going down here.
He's just baiting it out, and he'll be level 6 soon. On the topic of this Huskar, lanes, they suck. But does Spirit have answers to this hero later on?
That's another question mark where I just don't think they really picked to ruin NTS's game. Like, this is a pretty good Huskar game. You're into a lot of magic damage. There's no real good break mechanics. There's no long-range artillery that you have to jump into.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you get caught in an upheaval, but that's not anything to write home about.
Yeah, the most I could see is why he is baiting in Rue, blood grenaded to death, but they'll trade out 1 for 1.
Something for Rue. I mean, getting anything early game with the Riki feels pretty good, especially against a powerhouse early game hero like the Ringmaster here. You'll take that. Yeah. Amp damage from Miposhka, just putting the dual lane mid action. So this is kind of the response to the later portion of this lane is heal him up, help push the lane in with the bonds. Don't give the Huskar an isolated one-on-one.
So from what you were saying, it sounds like to me that Spirit's best answer is just going to be Yatoro getting farmed enough that he can kill the Huskar pretty much solo.
Yeah, I think you have to just bank on a crazy TA game, which we've seen from them. They've had some really good games on this hero. It's just not a free TA game either. The Huskar Darkseer Underlord seem pretty good here. You have a Willow that can cause you problems if you don't have BKB. You really need BKBs this game if you're Spirit to engage into the AoE control. And Tidebound, they are not trying to run at Spirit here. They're not trying to play some ultra-fast game. They're just farming up, abusing the fact they have really fast early game farmers. And they're just going to get fat. They're going to buy auras. You're likely going to have a pipe Crimson at some point in this game.
Yeah.
Potentially even Greaves. Some extra utility from these two supports. You have the Atrophy Aura. I mean, this is a lot of AoE aura sustain to fight into for a lineup that has a lot of split damage. Like, what's your single target focus burst? It's the TA. That's it. You do have bonds to play out of.
Yeah.
Which kind of brings, you know, this Sand King Ember damage a little more up to par.
Yeah, you combine that with, say, the timing of Aghanim Sand King coming in from behind Planet.
Oh, nice dodge.
He misses the Bramble Maze, but there's just too much being thrown here by Tidebound at the mid lane. They'll still get the kill on Miposhka.
This is why the carry Underlord is just so efficient. It's not only a global hero, it's a global hero that globals back to where he came from.
They're going to try and punish him from coming back through the gate using the Epicenter chained up right next to it, and they easily have him. Enough burst damage comes out. Shiro, all he could do is turn and try and finish off the creep wave.
Nice kill for them. I mean, that is exactly what you want here if you're Spirit. Get Ember Spirit something on this map, and they get the biggest prize of all, this tanky Underlord in the early game. Value Epicenter. Best you're going to get. Gotta slow Tidebound down so that you have enough of a window going in the mid game where you can do these Roshans with the TA or get Yatoro to his itemization before NTS starts to control the pace. This could be a race to that first Roshan.
Yeah.
Whoa, okay, well, that was...
What just happened?
I don't know.
Okay.
We'll ignore it.
Okay.
Hallucinations, Austin.
All right. Mask of Madness is almost done for Shiro. That's where you're going to see the Underlord's farm really start picking up, and maybe we'll see him catch back up to Yatoro. Collapse farming up some triangle stacks. Both teams are going to be heavily farming up triangle stacks because Spirit are probably not going to be able to invade considering it's a Huskar mid. You kind of want to avoid that area. So there's going to be plenty of stacks on the Tidebound side. It might be that Tidebound might be able to get into Spirit's jungle at some point, utilizing the strength of this Huskar, but...
Gotta take that mid tower first. Yeah, this mid tower's been defended, man. This is a full HP tier 1 against an empty lane Huskar. I feel like NTS has not been as aggressive as he could have been. At the same time, Spirit did put this Warlock there for a lot of that time. And that Warlock dual lane has paid off in terms of defending your tower. The Huskar's ahead in XP, but you have this objective to play around to get that fight around, and that is what the Warlock Sand King want here, as the rune will get taken away.
You know, it's funny, it says a lot.
Dead.
Yeah, he is. Oh. Yeah, he's going to Shadow Realm. Oh, he had a healing salve, actually. He's going to be okay. Silence over on the Ember Spirit, and he can't stick around. After all, the heal Planet comes out of the Shadow Realm with plenty of HP.
Halberd already done for Faith Beyond, by the way. This Darkseer has found a lot of early CS. 86 already by the 10-minute mark. The stacks all went to him.
Yeah. Isn't it kind of crazy how good TA is in the meta when Heaven's Halberd is such a value item right now?
He's getting gated on.
Trying to catch up to him. Too many heroes. He is surrounded. Yatoro will try and kill his own illusion here, but they just bring the numbers, man. They ran 4 heroes at mid, now 4 heroes at top.
Looking for
mid lane,
NTS.
nothing to say. Almost dying. The golem might be able to finish off. Good armlet toggle. Nothing to say. Right between the hits. Will manage to stay alive.
Even against the immolation and everything, does not get Golem down, and instead you lose your Ember on that aggressive play, losing both cores on both lanes as both moves for Tidebound succeed. Now they're starting to really pull ahead in this game.
And what are you going to do as Rue in this game?
I don't know,
Riki against what is kind of like this 5-man ball lineup that's going to be running at you.
Not fun. Not fun for this hero. He's just dead.
And, oh, Yotoro's actually going to TP back in because they've called for Collapse to make a move to defend this tower. He's come through the gate and trying to join Yotoro and holding this area.
But no blink yet. I mean, how much can he do? You have to go into the Sand King right now, and they're not going to bite the bait. I would agree. I think the one hero you can trade this TA out for in that first phase, to me, is Darkseer and feel good about it.
Yeah.
Because this matchup is still really good. You're going to get farm off the lane or the stacks, and then you buy the early halberd, you buy armor items. Everything you buy on Darkseer just makes that TA's life hell, and Blink likes what he sees here.
That's right. The third
man. That's my draft.
The third man from that Wings roster. That is a part of Tidebound. Shiro, 12 seconds left for the Fiend's Gate.
Look at this smoke.
And almost on the Echo Saber.
Oh, it's straight into Yatoro on the low ground.
Oh,
he does not see this coming at all.
Nope. He is going to be surrounded by brambles here. Got him in the taunts. Can't stay melded forever. Not with the Wheel of Wonder. They don't quite finish him off right away. They'll get him eventually, though. And I think that, like, as you said, so efficient. When you play this Underlord, you join in for a kill. It's not just you join in part of a kill. You also get all the bonus damage from this Atrophy Aura. So you go back in. It's even more efficient when you go to farm. Laurel, is he going to die here? No! Tick, tick, tick.
Yeah,
he tries to jump to his remnant. He will end up falling. But the fact that he gets nothing to say is so worth it.
Yeah, you absolutely take that. That's a massive kill. So much XP going to that Ember, who needs something in this game to recover because it's starting to get a little out of control. And that 5-man ball is going to be strong for Tidebound. Blink is available for Collapse. You have Golem coming back online.
Yeah. Again, Tidebound reading the emphasis from Spirit to hold this safe lane tower. Why do you think they are trying to hold their safe lane so badly? Are they going to do this with every tower?
You definitely try and hold this safe lane in mid. It's just going to be the best place to fight for this Warlock Sand King. You're trying to bait Tidebound into an overextension on one of these cores and get that huge turnaround Bond's Epicenter. That's a way back into this game. Your aggressive potential is a lot harder because the Ember is so gimped. Things like contesting these stacks, you can leech it a little bit. Getting the fight here is going to be tough, especially when Underlord can gate in. That gate is on cooldown for 25. So they're smoked here looking for something.
Nothing to say. He is going to come over here, but scouted both by the high ground ward and Rue himself. Sitting very deep behind. Collapse is going to have to burrow strike away.
Rue
gives the illusion.
He's not in time for this.
He's going to see the channeling going off. Why? Or maybe he didn't see the channeling. Doesn't pop the dust.
Not worth it there. You don't have the catch.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, he went under the tower. I mean, they ping him, but I don't think this is worth chasing. Better to just progress your game plan here.
Okay, well, to progress your game plan, you got to push the tower top, but you're pushing into the Sand King.
Both teams know this is the play. Spirit are trying to bait it, and Tidebound are trying to do it in a way where you don't clump too much. You can always gate in here.
They commit the epicenter, they go for the support, but he got the escape back. That's going to dodge a lot of damage with the help of the 1P cushion. He gets a little distance still, though. The Burrow Strike follows it up, but that bit of mobility, nothing to say. Can he catch up to the Sand King? Meanwhile, Golem's going to be dropped on the 2 up here. Planet gets off the fear just in the nick of time. Doesn't really hit anything, though. Only the Golem. Nothing to say. Does manage to run down Collapse, and he'll come back to join the rest of the team now. Shiro and Bach. 3 cores of Tidebound, still willing to take the fight. Got the pit, on to 3, pushing forward on the Darkseer, and Shiro, who's got plenty of damage, 93 bonus right now in the Atrophy Aura. Nothing to say, jumping on the Templar Assassin, trying to armor the toggle, it doesn't work this time. He gets cut down nice and quick. Yatoro is still alive somehow. He finally gets one more melt strike before he falls. That was absolute value from Yatoro.
So much damage coming out from this TA who survives, gets another refraction off. And Tidebound, they overextend. That Spirit trying to bait you in. Don't have that extra halberd at the end there, and gets the right clicks down. I don't even think that was the greatest setup for Spirit in a way, right? Like, you epied this Ringmaster, you take him down, but that's your big AoE spell, and then you have to fight that out. Collapse ended up dying to burn from the spears after he TP'd out. Just could not handle the DPS. This looked pretty good for Tidebound. Can't blame him going in here. You get this pit on 3. You're all-inning on the TA.
Yeah, maybe if Nothing to Say was like a bit closer and could get that get his ult while they're under the pit.
I think that the fact that Toggle did not go through there, though, really hurt them. If he just keeps that armlet up and fights that out, they probably win that.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Why did he try and Toggle in that situation?
Force of habit, thought he'd get it off.
Nothing to Say, trying to get the silence on him. He's dead. Oh, Nothing to Say is bungling this one now. Had such a great move earlier with the armlet toggle, has now got caught out 3 different times.
Yeah, that's a Mage Slayer Ember. With a Pavis behind him, I mean, he has some sustainability now. You can't just all in him like that.
Good read of the situation, though. Tidebound see the rotation coming in from behind. Will get a quick kill onto Maposhka. That'll help them for the fight to come because they are definitely in trouble. Collapse. He hits another epicenter, goes straight for the Ringmaster every time. Planet surged up, trying to run away. They have the Fatal Bonds on him still. Between the 2 tanky cores, pulled back in underneath the pit. Laurel's going to take a lot of damage here and still rooted. The power of the Underlord is very dangerous. Pit into Harpoon, into the pitted again. Don't want to mess around with this hero. Wall goes out. Now, the Underlord to follow that wall goes straight at him. Yotaro, he's out of his refraction. He's dead as well.
So much damage from this atrophy right now. Plus 250. Shiro just chunking fools out here.
You could probably just go straight to Tormentor if you want,
100%.
but Spirit are lingering around.
No epicenter, you have Golem.
Oh, please tell me you're going to drop some sort of sentries. Nothing to Say is going to get a little low. Rue, not low enough for him to get a cheeky kill.
If you had Epi, you take that, but
yeah. Maybe they could still find a kill on the way out, though, as the Underlord is going to try and go through the gate. That was a greedy move. Shiro, he's going to be piped up, but there's no way out.
Spirit finding openings in this game. They have a defusal on this Ricky, by the way. Rue has found a lot here, 4, 2, and 6.
Wow.
And this smoke screen is going to be a problem with that shard later on for the Ringmaster.
That's true, yeah.
He's having a pretty damn good game here for what we thought was going to be a struggle.
Oh, they just saw the TP out from the Darks here, and they're still chasing after Nothing to Say. Again, Nothing to Say, not respecting the moves from Spirits. Does not play safe enough.
This game is not going how Tidebound wanted to. They could be up 10 or 15K right now, and they have just lost heroes repeatedly to the map movement from Spirit. Way too on point. You look at this net worth chart, it doesn't even look bad, but imagine where they would be right now without bleeding out those last 2 Huskar kills, without losing Shiro on that Tormentor.
Yeah.
You could be doing Roshan right now. I mean, they have lost a lot of momentum in this game just off of very good time moves from Spirit.
And the question at the start of the game is whether or not Nothing to Say is a Huskar player. He's played it only 10 times, so doesn't have the most prolific number of matches on this hero, but he did have a decent win rate. He was 7-3.
I mean, the irony will be if he loses this game, then was Xiao 8 right? When he made NTS play into Huskar with Ember all those games ago.
Right.
He made him do it like 8 times in a row. I mean, he knew.
Collapse. He will get picked off again. The overwhelming power that Tidebound has, thanks to the Underlord capabilities. The 3-man gank squad becomes 4.
I think that's more of what Tidebound want to be looking for in this game. Let the Darkseer push waves out, and then you get this gank squad going. Connect the Underlord to that play. You should be able to have
with the numbers advantage. They look for Radaveto's build. Got him on the route, and now the fall of silence. Huskar gets on top of him, but they can't finish off Laurel. Again, Mage Slayer helps keep this Ember Spirit healthy.
He's just tanky, man.
Back away.
He's deceptively tanky. And in fact, I mean, he's ahead of you in net worth.
And he's soon going to have BKB, making him even tankier, even more impossible for this Huskar to deal with.
It's just one of those games where that lane matchup did nothing for you here. You're just going to have to play the game straight up and try and scale. which this lineup for Tidebound can't do. They're not out of answers by any means.
For sure.
They have a lot of late game. They have a lot of ores they can build. Roshan has still yet to be claimed in this game. Faith Beyond, he has Halberd, he has Pipe, and he has another 2,500 gold. So this Darkseer is still pretty damn fat. See if he goes for an early Shivas here, or if he wants more aggression. You know, like some sort of Blink Ags build. But I think Shivas looks pretty nice versus TA.
Yeah, I could dig it.
Also, just more magic amp in this lineup. When you have Underlord Darkseer, there's a lot of just random AoE magic damage in a fight.
How much does he need to contribute to the damage, though? Do you don't think a Greaves would be better for them? Just preventing damage?
We just don't see Greaves unless there's a really strong reason to have the Dispel, which there isn't this game.
The item's just not good enough
It's
anymore.
expensive. It's really expensive.
Yeah.
It is super nice with Huskar. That synergy is still incredibly good.
Yeah, that's
with
what
the
I
low
was thinking,
threshold.
right?
It is an item I think you should always consider in a Huskar lineup. And he might end up getting it eventually. It's just not that strong of a timing item anymore.
Okay.
So if you can't fight with Halberd Pipe, getting a Greaves isn't suddenly going to make that fight that much better.
Sure.
It's a luxury item in this day and age. It's more about the BKB. You want the Huskar BKB right here. You'll have the Underlord BKB. It's basically done. That'll be the signal to try and force more objectives or aggressive fights for Tidebound. But right now, they're kind of in this chill mode because the BKBs have arrived for Spirit first. Ag's done for the Sand King, BKB for the other two cores. I mean, they are ready to go. And this is way ahead of where they should be in this game based on that laning phase.
Planet. A number of heroes here in close distance to Team Spirit and their smoke. Got a dagger on to collapse. That'll stop his blink in. But I think Planet is done for. Nice vacuum wall. They don't try and follow it up, though. There was perhaps an opportunity here. Larl, he'll take the easy extra kill, chasing after Ringmaster. Drop the golem on him. He does get a surge, though, and yeah, he is so damn tanky. That Ringmaster, man.
Very tough hero to kill. That said, the fact Rue is basically solo killing Planet there is pretty nice for Spirit.
Yeah.
This early Diffusal Ricky is putting a lot of pressure on the support duo.
And they go straight to Roshan.
Yeah, why not? You have the BKB timing. Take this away from that Huskar lineup. NTS licking his wounds right now. Still a precarious position for Spirit in a way, because you get this Aegis. It's a question of what you can do with it. I don't think this is a game where you're just charging head first into Tidebound. That fight can still go very wrong for you. But I think it is time to get aggressive around the map. If you can get some deep traps up, look for some pickoffs. You find these isolated cores trying to farm a random jungle stack, you're jumping them for sure.
Yeah, I mean, just find the Huskar. He doesn't have his BKB
100%.
yet. He's dead.
And once you get that pickoff, then you're taking a tower. You're pushing high ground. Something of this nature. You get even deeper TA traps.
Top tower is under attack.
So Tidebound need to try and dodge fights where they can and set up for defensive ones where they can't. 14-14, 24 minutes in, a relatively even game, though Spirit do have a bit of a net worth lead and expect that to grow with an Aegis for 4 minutes. Utoro is getting very, very large.
I'm still surprised at how much their support's found in this game. They really played it well with all those small things. You have a Solar Crest on the Warlock with another 2k gold. This Ricky's continuing to scale. They're just pulling ahead on all fronts right now. Saving grace for Tidebound might be if you can...
Sentries on both sides. Rue saw Planet, but Planet also saw Rue. And he'll try and make it as annoying as possible, but eventually his dominating streak will be given away to Planet.
200 atrophy damage on the Underlord once again. Back to farming. Can't stop this hero getting gold on the map. It's just not possible.
No, it's not.
This timing with AC plus Shivas between Underlord and Darkseer looks pretty strong. If you can get that at around the time this Aegis expires and Spirit don't get anything off of this window.
Yeah, they're still looking at Bach right now. A good jump, Burrow Strike melds, and a chains to follow it up. He gets a really nice vacuum wall,
He's
and
really
he's not going to go down easy. Got a good Heaven's Halberd out there in the middle of it all that as well, and pulled back in the Ember Spirit. So Ember Spirit now has to use his BKB, otherwise he was going to be stuck in that pit. That is a pretty big win for Tidebound, despite not getting a kill out of it. They do neuter a bit of Team Spirit in this Aegis timing. At the same time, Team Spirit never wants to let lie
nice
for too
burrow.
long. A beautiful burrow strike from Collapse takes out 2.
That is way too aggressive on that D-Ward. Spirit have one play right now, and it's to look on their vision, look for these pickoffs. You just gave them 2 supports on that. Now you can look for these objectives. Start taking these towers. Deso charge for Radon. A lot of extra gold for Collapse. Get something paid off on this Ags. Should be a tier 2 up top. All you can do is just keep farming to your next set of items here. If you're Tidebound, try and get to this BKB on the Huskar so you can actually enter the fight.
Oh no, this move, it walks over a TA trap.
Gets scouted.
Ember Spirit sees it coming. They were trying to gank him while his BKB was still on cooldown.
Yeah, really good idea. Heavy committal though, 3 cores down here. Look for the next Tormentor, I guess. Otherwise, you're not doing much in this part of the map.
Yeah, I mean, can you afford to stick around this long for that Tormentor?
Spirit looks like they want to smoke into it.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, they have everything up outside of Epicenter. So, kind of ready to go here.
If anything, I feel like this position should be you go through the gate. Go to the other side of the map. Yeah, they're going to vacate the area. Good call from Tidebound. Team Spirit swarm in and should have control of the next Tormentor.
Just got to keep trading farm. Get to those big armor items. BKB is now done on the Huskar, so this triple core item timing for Tidebound is going to be strong. They didn't give up too much during this Aegis. Just a lot of gold for Yatoro. I mean, he is getting fat. Scotty for Laurel. That is an interesting idea. Really nice item versus the Huskar. Pretty annoying for this Tricore. Just getting slowed on this Underlord of Darkseer in the middle of the fight. You only have 1 surge.
Yeah, a bit of...
I could see it, man. You're really tanky with this, too.
Bit of healing reduction and all that, but you don't think he needs to contribute to the damage? I guess maybe if you have Warlock Sand King, damage is kind of covered.
The upside of it with that Warlock Sand King is if you just survive and you get rid of the BKB durations on your
Smoke
opponents.
breaks on Laurel. Laurel, slight change on 2. Nice meld hits from Radon. Already putting nothing to say on a quarter of HP. He's getting a lot of spears right now. Radon is in some trouble, though. Shiro is right on top of him, and they're chunking him down nice and quick. Now, they are going to drop the Golem. Second Life is going to be come through soon. Collapse, he drops his Epicenter, gets right up in Bach's face, and Bach, no way out. He cannot survive through all that. Nice blink back from Yatoro there.
Oh, the trap on Planet.
Oh, we got the kill off of it. And
so
maybe
low.
more. Another trap is going to activate here, slowing down Y. TP away from Shiro on the side. He's spotted, and he's burrow struck, and he's dead.
Did not get behind that tree line. Collapse makes him pay. Such a disjointed fight for Tidebound. Half the team is focusing that Ember. The other half with Shiro is going in on that TA. You get both, but one of them has an Aegis. And then you're just caught in such an awkward spot, especially with Darkseer going down super deep into that Epicenter.
Yeah.
I think if they all back up and just focus that Ember, that fight goes better for them. It's a hard call because he might just BKB reddening out.
Yeah, no, he died straight up from Laurel. He pops his BKB and he just got a billion spears on him.
He just stayed too long. Went in here, even looking for that Willow, and just got caught in the Terrorize. And then the problem is Shiro's all the way to the right. This committal on the TA just feels bad because he's coming back anyway, right?
Yep. Like, maybe if the Ember Spirit's already dead and your whole team can just, like, let's just all in on the TA 2 times in a row, then maybe, but...
The way your lineup fights is you just kind of want all your cores going in together, hitting some guy together, creating this impenetrable defense. You don't want to clump for this Epi, but outside of that...
Pulls him back into another one. He activates his Illusion Rune.
This is not an easy late game for December Spirit into the Dark Willow. It's an annoying matchup. You don't want to pop your BKB early, but you're also trying to think about not getting hit by this Terrorize, because if you ever get hit by this Terrorize, you're probably just dead.
Yeah, every slide is a setup for a Bramble or maybe a Terrorize, and you just never know when it's going to come.
You have to just be really clutch with this BKB timing and maximize the value. Maybe another reason he's thinking of just tanking up with something like Scotty later on. Just have more HP to work with.
Sure.
I could definitely see it. I mean, your job is the front line this game.
A deep ward just placed by Rue. Funny enough, why he had the right idea. Just didn't think that it would be placed so aggressively.
He's still looking for it.
Dropped 2 sentries, still missing the ward.
That's nice obs. Pay off big time later. As Tidebound still...
He bought out a gem. He's screw it. I know a ward's here. I'm just going to buy a gem.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do.
It.
I mean, this is about time you need that gem. You can't give free vision fights to Spirit anymore.
Yeah, I mean, between the Riki and the TA traps, I mean, the TA traps were pretty debilitating in the last one.
These traps are... One trap on you can win a fight.
Yeah.
Can't have that happen anymore. You need vision security right now, especially closing in on this AC for Shiro. That's your big ticket back in this game and contesting that next Roshan. This next fight is incredibly important to Tidebound's game plan.
Oh, nothing to say. Kills that trap, but if he had waited a second, Rue was about to head up to that high ground area. Get spooked by the fact they had some sort of vision.
Expect a move from Tidebound here in the next minute.
Moposhka, who has the gem, he's probably going to look at this high ground. Does he get caught there? No, he very wisely. He sees the sentry, figures it's coupled with a ward. So he just backs out. And he's going to try and make Collapse do his dirty work. And Collapse, maybe regretting some of this. He's going to have to use BKB. He's going to have to use BKB. He will not use his BKB.
That's the crux of the BKBs for Spirit this game. You have to kind of pop them even in situations where you don't want to. It's too much random control. I mean, you feel the pain. Popping BKB there feels ultra bad. But dying feels a lot worse.
Oh, yeah.
And especially during an interval when Roshan can spawn right now.
Spots the Riki. Slowed down by the Shivas. Fortunately, a creep wave was walking by. Unfortunately, there is too much catch.
Always have this spotlight, too, to randomly scout some heroes.
Yeah.
And again, checking Roshan with the dagger. Tidebound, praying it spawns right now.
Oh, they want it to spawn so badly, but it is a full minute away.
Unlucky for them.
Yeah, they were just completing AC as well. That component is flying out. Yeah.
You do get this really deep ward on the cliff. I mean, this ward is a risky one. It's a super high payoff, but it's very likely to get dewarded at the same time if you can't play around that area.
Yeah. And if you lose map control, a ward that deep doesn't do you any good, right?
Exactly. So I actually don't know if I like the ward this deep on that Rosha spawn. It might just be better in the river.
I mean, that's a ward you got to communicate with your team and be like, we need to play around this.
It's usually the game plan. You do have that gate. You know, someone goes up to deward it. They're thinking about, am I just getting gated on with a random Dark Willow lingering around?
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe that protects it a little bit more.
Now,
it seems...
we are going to get to an awkward point. If they don't see Roshan spawn right when it does, we're going to start trickling into that period of time where if they don't do it fast enough, they might switch over to the other side. And you could see Spirit, I mean, they're playing more so on the top side of the map right now. Maybe they're...
They just don't know if it's up or not. And they have almost no vision on this because the gem did its job. Killed the vision on the entirety of Tidebound's side of the map. So Spirit have to just smoke here if they want to contest.
No wards, no watchers, no TA traps.
Tough smoke for Spirit to find an angle here. You can just send the Ember in.
Bit of damage on nothing to say here.
That's quite a bit of damage.
Gets up to the high ground. The rest of the shots will not land. Now, he does have BKB Satanic. So him getting low, plus, you know, add in the fact that he's a Huskar.
He should not die except to big hits from the Templar Assassin. That's your goal here. And with this AC Shiva's timing, a lot more armor for Yatoro to get through in the middle of the fight. You're going to have to focus down this nullifier target as well. Laurel going out for the nullifier. Big item purchase. He's just short of buyback. He was trying to farm it up here.
All right, well, I mean, we're guaranteed at this point for Roche to switch over to the other side.
Yeah, it's going top.
So
absolutely going top. And they're smoked on Tidebound, looking for some straggler on the south side of the pit. I just don't think that was ever going to be there. Buyback now available for Laurel. That's the big one, because he can just run them back in. So you can bait him out a little bit.
Look at Planet. He separates from his team to go take the Wisdom Shrine while both teams are posturing for Roshan. That's so greedy. This window of time where Roshan is crossing across the river, you could see Spirit. They're trying to make haste. They're trying to do something with this window. Nothing to say. He doesn't. He had the window. He could have gotten it off, and now he activates it far too late. He did not respect Team Spirit showing themselves. Both teams so greedy and trying to hold on to their BKBs, pay the price time and time again.
To be fair, I don't even know if he lives there.
It's possible he doesn't.
The amount of damage Yatoro is doing right now with this Swift Blink buildup, the first hits are just so painful. Gauntlet on top of this now completed Daedalus, the burst damage. I mean, you can see the itemization here. Spirit out to kill and Tidebound out to survive.
Tidebound not even giving themselves an opportunity to contest. Roshan's second one of the game will go to Team Spirit.
This is a massive deal. This is a Roche that could potentially win this game for either team if you secure it. It's going to go into the hands of Radon. Slot that in over the BKB, and now he can play really aggressive in the fight. With this Swift Blink, you go in, you're going to get hits off before you get stunned. It's guaranteed. Just a question of how much damage does it do. Need answers here if you're Tidebound. Need more sustainability, more...
I mean, you still have escape
the fight.
Like, when he jumps in, he throws so many shots, and especially at quite the range.
It's just so fast. If he just blinks on somebody, Meld hits them, they're getting bashed. He's level 25 already. You have very little time to react to the damage here, especially if he crits.
Yeah. And you're also in danger of getting side-bladed yourself.
Yeah, 100%. Tidebound stuck in the base right now, other than Y, and he will pay the price.
He certainly will.
The Ringmaster goes down.
Take it.
The lane's all getting shoved in right now. Full disperser for that Riki, by the way.
Yeah.
Rue's item of choice.
That's going to be really interesting because I assume his biggest use of it is going to be vacuum wall, right? You guys get vacuumed up.
Yeah, disperser the whole team.
Disperser, wall, run away.
Feels super good in those scenarios.
Jump in, there's vacuum wall. Placed out, but Yatoro, with the refraction already up, quickly blinks away and deals with the illusions. In turn, though, Team Spirit deal with the banner.
Trade wall for the banner. This feels like a wall just to stall the push, though.
It's not that bad, though, because he hit level 20 before it, so he got the cooldown reduction, so...
Up again in 40 here.
Yeah.
We got another Sand King illusion. Take that. Gets the shard, too, right?
Yeah.
3 minutes on this Aegis. If you want to force it, now's the time. As the patented Yatoro Silver Edge coming out.
I was going to say, are they going to force it, or are they just going to hold the map and with this Shadow Blade hunt down?
He always goes Silver Edge on every hero.
Yeah.
I think he just likes to play Clinks, honestly. That's all I'm learning. He just really likes Clinks. He just wants to roleplay Clinks on every hero.
Yeah. It's the Wolverine meme, sitting in bed, looking at a picture of Clinks.
Yeah, it really is, man. Scotty done for the Ember here. Oh, he also got the Pyrrhic Cloak. Whew. That is a nice roll with this itemization. You have so much HP.
Yeah.
You can reflect so much damage here.
Do you think he can kill the Huskar with that?
Yeah, absolutely. If NTS doesn't have BKB, I think he just dies in the fight. Yeah, there's no question about it. They find Shiro.
Now, this is not a kill. They can just give away. Pull back into the pit. The Riki getting torn apart, but Yatoro's hitting the back line at the same time, and they didn't actually get Rue. Gotta terrorize, but he's got a shield rune. Laurel's not an easy kill. Meanwhile, Yatoro's assaulting them with melt hits from a distance. Now the rock is going to be dropped through the Burrow Strike to follow it up. The BKB goes off from nothing to say. He turns and fights Collapse, who TPs in front of his face, while the rest of Tidebound got demolished.
Dude, Shiro is just a punching bag. Connect him to the rest of the team. Push the damage into him. And you regret this hero having 4K HP.
Yep.
They have had very little answers for this Ember Spirit on the front line this game. Another big vacuum into the whip.
Oh, that is quite the vacuum whip. Sure, it looks really cool, but Bach still dies. There's no damage to follow this up. They try and run in with Planet. Nothing to say, sitting at distance. He still has his Satanic, but He doesn't really know how to use it, and there's still a minute left on the Aegis. He gets another kill onto Y. They're fighting so hard to stall out this one push on one lane of Barracks.
Oh, he's meld bashes.
They've just given away the game at this point in time. They could have given up one lane, but instead, it's going to be two.
Didn't even get a real high ground defense.
No.
It all starts with Shiro getting caught on this bottom camp. The dream for Spirit. You get an Aegis high ground push, and you didn't even have to push the high ground. You just killed them.
Again and again.
Oh, yeah, Toro, this meld bash has decimated Tidebound.
Well, you said you needed to go high ground with the Aegis. Spirit found a way to do so.
Tidebound just missed their window to win that game. They did not get a single Roshan. They did not push the tempo with the Huskar. They barely came out ahead in that mid lane thanks to the cheeky meld play and then that rotation bottom with the Ember that combined with the Sand King to get that Underlord kill. Laurel was just back in that game. And then you're in a situation where he's split pushing. You can't catch him as often as you like. And he's scaling, man. He's becoming a frontline threat. You don't have a lot of easy damage to pump into him. Your damage is predominantly based on the fact that you should be pushing objectives with auras and forcing Spirit into you. That game just... There was no momentum for Tidebound past that like 10, 12 minute mark.
Yeah, very concerning for Tidebound. The lack of momentum that should have been there with this sort of lineup, and the source of it, a lot of misplays.
I mean, they're not the first team to run into this Team Spirit squad and ask themselves what the hell happened.
Yeah.
And they probably will not be the last.
Team Spirit continue their rampage through the gauntlet. Another win for them, one win away from taking down Tidebound.
It was still an impressive beginning here from Tidebound because, yeah, well, Avery mentioned there a little bit that cheeky mid play there to try and shut down the Husker. The TA, your carry player, sitting mid that early on FE. People would not normally expect something like that.
Yeah, that's just team spirit, you know? They run into a wall and they'll just find a way around it or over it or dig a tunnel and be underneath it or maybe just melt their way through. But that is one of the coolest things about watching this team. But yeah, they just really hit all the beats. They dealt with Husker the way that they should have. Rue on his Ricky was getting so many like good rotations and early game kills. And eventually the scaling of TA, we saw why she's been such a threat to so many teams too.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for Spirit is it's just cohesion, right? When you look at their play, it doesn't matter what they're drafting against. You know that there's going to be this overlap of the correct heroes at the right time to deal with the problems that the draft of Tidebound will present. And there's so many question marks for Tidebound. Like coming into this, I was worried for them that Spirit, they're gaining momentum through the gauntlet, and Tidebound have been waiting, and it really came to light in that first game. There's so many different little points that you can talk about where I think they're just struggling. Just individually, we'll save it. I'm going to talk about nothing to say later on, but yeah, it just, at the moment, that first game, it just looked like a mismatch.
I do think there was something going for them with utilizing the ult from the Underlord, though. He was able to bring a lot of presence. It felt like, I want to say up to about the 12 to 13 minute mark, there was a lot of good plays coming out from Tidebound. And then Spirit were like, wait, we could just 5-man them as well and actually win from it. And that's where it really felt like it crumbled for Tidebound.
Yeah, their Underlord rotations early on with Shiro, like I can see why he's been practicing that hero. It looked really good when he would just TP and show up to these fights and just slice people down. But for Tidebound to continue with that momentum, they really needed to like hit every single beat. And one of the beats that they missed that was really important that would have also enabled Shiro to keep doing that was if their Huskar was getting Aegises. Like when you look at Huskar lineups, you have to play for Roche at some point where you just want to run into the enemies and make sure your Underlord's able to hit them. Your Darkseer timing is into play. Your Huskar is just standing there. But they didn't get the first Aegis. They didn't get the second Aegis. And this is the kind of draft that they brought upon themselves that they're meant to be doing these things. They're meant to be the ones stomping and taking control of the game.
The thing that he doesn't like, a draft that doesn't allow for any misplays, the perfect execution. And I feel like Ricky is very good at breaking that up. Ricky can scout a lot. Ricky's able to shut a lot of things down with his smoke cloud as well.
Yeah, I mean, Rue played this Ricky in a beautiful way, right? Like he's going towards the twin gate. Again, you could say Tidebound. Where was the sentry? Where's the respect towards the Ricky? There wasn't any respect. He buys his time. He lets them leave the area. Then they get the quick pick onto the Underlord and they provide a kill. So there, props to the Ricky, but also Tidebound, you're kind of not respecting the hero of the tournament, invisibility scouting, right? And then there's going to be a later clip as well where Rue, he's investigating, having a little look. And the key thing here, by the way, is Ricky in 7.38, his smoke screen, it used to buff allies So therefore, if you buy a BKB and you're hitting someone inside smoke screen, you'd have the evasion. But that got removed, which means BKB is super high value against a smoke screen. And here you see with the rookie, again, he scouts out, he gets a kill. So that's why my biggest question of the entire game, why does the mid Huskar have a second item SMY? The entire game, I'm watching him run around the map, get picked off by a Riki. Again, he needs to use Burning Spears. Inside a smoke screen, you can't do it. So Riki, MVP, looking beautiful, but nothing to say. He buys an SMY second item. If he buys a BKB, completely different game. If you put Quinn in that seat playing Huskar, they probably win the game. I think literally that one item lost them the game. And I'm normally not that passionate about item choice and stuff.
I was like, normally you're not flamey about it,
I'm not flamey about it, but when I look at that game, if nothing to say, just bought a BKB second item.
Yeah.
So different. He like single-handedly made this game like impossible for his team. Like the worst item I've seen.
You think the momentum could have just kept
100%.
going?
Like I've not been so passionate about it, but like watching a Huskar player not buy BKB in a critical BKB game where he can control the game.
Yeah.
I've never been so tilted watching a game before. But it's like, it was egregiously bad.
I think that's a very fair criticism that he is levying because Tidebound had the outdraft. Like they really did have the outdraft and Spirit just played around it so beautifully. And I want to take a couple of steps back and look at the early game because there was this giant issue, this hurdle that they were facing in the Huskar counterpick. So I wanted to show you the ways that Team Spirit were able to deal with this difficult lane. They brought Radon to the mid lane. He was just hiding in that meld. Laurel gets chains level 1 and they leave the kill for him. He's able to secure first blood. Around minute 2, because of the first blood, he has boots. So because he has these boots, he can go and drag the wave, which he does here, but he drags it all the way to the top lane. And this is actually pretty cool to see because he's delaying like his lane's wave too, which helps their lane. He gets a little bit of extra gold. And then minute 4, he goes back, he gets the help of Miposhka. He starts just walking mid. Every time Fatal Bonds is off cooldown, he'll come and press it on this Huskar. And I just think that the way they approached this really difficult matchup was really cool because a lot of teams will run into the Huskar hurdle and just take the L.
I just like how everyone in Spirit just went there to go, hi Huskar, you're really important. Like we had the TA in the first minute, we have Warlock later on, but again, like Effie's mentioning, Spirit just identified the key piece of the like kind of the draft for them. They punish it, and then from there, kind of the game does fall apart. And yes, itemization is a problem, but Spirit, like always, they always seem to have like an answer. Like the way that they draft, they're
So
picking...
both sides had an answer for the Huskar.
Yeah, true. Yes, exactly that. Yeah.
Nothing to say not buying the BKB.
Yeah. But one thing as well for this draft from Spirit is like this is now another draft where they pick a hero and they just don't care if the biggest counter in the game is available, right? Like they pick a TA, they don't care Darkseer. They pick an Ember, they don't care Huskar, right? Like that really is laying down the gauntlet to the other teams, going, you know what, guys, like. It doesn't matter if you have the outdraft, we will find the way to outplay you. So your execution has to be flawless, and that's why I'm so critical on Tidebound, is because Spirit is giving you like the counter picks, they're giving you the draft. If you took away the names of these teams, every person in a sane mind would go, Tidebound has the better draft. Like, you won the draft, your play has to be up there, and that's why I'm so hurt to see this game be so Spirit favored.
Do you want to talk about the Warlock as well? Things that you're passionate about?
Haha, I press bonds, haha. I'm level 8 at minute 6, I press Grimoire. No, I mean, Warlock is the hero where when you see some complications early on, it kind of fixes a lot of them. It's sustain in the lane. You can also set your safe lane up to success, so then you can go mid very early on. Other 5s take a little bit more time to kind of develop the lane to be able to understand what's happening, but Warlock, it's a bit too easy, right? You heal the carry, you push the wave, you get levels, you run mid, do the same thing. It's a very quick hero on the map, and in the right hands, like Miposhka, with the heroes that they have, it can just snowball a game very quickly.
It also gives you a means to play into like the Darkseer wall, right? Like you can play into that big team fight spell that comes really early with like a Fatal Bonds and a Rock of your own, and we saw so many counter initiations in that sense, and we saw golems to save Radon and like around that minute 15 when he had that first Aegis, so it played out really beautifully.
We've got some more words about this series that we want to hear from, and it's Player Rue.
So we want to kill Remaster first, of course, because it's good save. So then fight goes a little bit random. We starting to survive with our TP. Then they cage us here, but somebody say we should go back. And Laro say go fight till we die, make full damage. So we fight. It's a little bit lucky. Low HP fight. Everyone low HP, and we kill them all, yeah. Lucky.
And that was a good call from Lal, right? Go, fight until we die. I like that. It's liver testing. It's like, we go and fight until we die, and if we don't die, well, the game's surely in our favor now.
I actually really liked hearing that because we've mentioned it a few times on panel, right? But Laurel really is an important piece of Spirit's early game play, and specifically when he plays with Ruin, it seems like they have their communication down and the trust in each other down too. If your mid laner is just yelling, go into them, it doesn't matter, and you commit, that's a good
Blind
sign.
faith, you believe whatever he says.
Also, your carry play, you know, your mid laner tells you to go in and die, basically. It's like, you know, boss, I trust you, Lyle, I will commit. So it's like, that's where it's like, at any minute, here, Lyle's making the call, and in another fight, it'll be Mapushka making the call, or Collapse making the call, right? That's why this team is so good at making comebacks, winning fights, and skirmishing, because at any minute, a player will be able to read the fight, and when they make that, they trust them. It's not as if they're waiting for one person. Hello, Mapushka, please, captain of the team, tell us what to do, right? It's like, they just have that even trust across the board.
Yeah, the adaptability about this team. We've also talked about the momentum that they're bringing in. This is one of those things, T, that I think only a team with momentum is willing to allow all these counter picks to go in, to have a game one that might not always be in your favor or a clean execution.
Yeah, I mean, my simple answer could just be, hey, nothing to say. You want to play Ember or Pango in this game? Get a bit more of that skirmishing
What was
active.
that stat again that you said?
It was 14.2 KDA on Ember and Pango and 2.7 on any other hero combined on average.
Over how many games?
It was in the last 2 weeks. So it was like about 8 games for the first one, about 9 or 10 for the second one. So it's a healthy amount of games.
I feel like it's not a skewed stat. Like it's genuine.
It's got life to it, yeah. I got
so-
manufactured this in my, you know, my hatred for the player. I don't hate the guy. I'm just giving you the stats.
Does anything stand up against Ember in lane though? Because that's something we've said in this patch. Ember right now feels like he can recover from almost anything, even if you do win in lane.
I mean, Huskar like beats him up. Like it's,
except for Huskar, if you don't have the answers
Monkey
for him.
King. Just
Monkey King is tough. Sniper can be quite tough. He does have a lot of bad matchups, but it's just that hero's itemization is it's like such a nice pathway. And once you get that Mage Slayer, you have such a nice timing that you can play on, where you can just go for the skirmishes and get that added bit of gold and negate their damage. So he feels really strong in that regard. He's also just a hero that's about what kind of supports he's playing against. If there's no instant disable, he becomes 2 times stronger.
Okay. All right. Well, let's talk about this draft a little bit more when we come back from our break, because it'll be a game number 2.
messenger at your service.
Earth Shaker here. Slap!
Blast Slam for the next tournament that will be happening for Blast is going to be a live audience in Singapore, 7th to 9th of November at Singapore Indoor Stadium. And I would love to see a matchup like this in an SEA crowd, in a Singapore crowd, just to see who would be cheering for which team, who would be the fan favorites.
That would be so hype. I mean, SEA crowds are the loudest and the proudest.
They really are.
I would imagine the screams would be wild for both teams, really. Like, big Chinese fans there, and then also it's Spirit being the big name that they are.
Yeah. The other thing that, sorry.
I was saying, I'm just a simple man.
Yes.
When I get to arenas, I like heroes that have big spells and base.
I'm so glad you said that, because I was going to say the same thing.
Thank you. Because like right now, like, imagine in that game, right? Like you have like the burrow strikes, like the, and then you have the golem as well.
Yeah.
Like imagine if a post could just come fix it a couple times, the whole arena has to deal with it. Like
If we have a patch by then, big echo slams
Exactly,
and big AA dice
yep.
blasts.
I just want the big
RPs
big
as well?
spells. Sure. Just anything that's like really obnoxious for the fans to listen to is really good. Because the whole arena, you just feel the spell, right? I think it's so different when like every little play, you actually have that emotion. That's why arena events are obviously just way superior than, you know, any studio event. No offense, guys, sorry. But it is just, you cannot match it, right? So cannot wait.
You really can't. And do you think some of those more big ultimate heroes are going to be coming out for a Game 2 draft? Or if you're on the side of Spirit, what?
I thought you were going to say for them. And I was like, oh, we want to predict the patch for like November.
No.
Yeah, no worries. We can tell you what's going to happen.
No, still on this patch,
So
still this
7.39.
series, but
Okay.
the game yet to come. Game 2, mostly on the side of Spirit, right? Because yes, you had that the stun and the team fight when it did come to the offlane and Sand King. But like I said, we're normally down to see the big showy plays that come out for the offlaners.
Yeah, they're definitely coming out of Spirit. I want to see them come out of Tidebound. I mean, like, they're capable of great things, and this time around, maybe give Bach some bigger playmaking.
Do you feel like he was
potential.
lacking the oomph for Game 1?
I think that their draft just, like, they missed a few beats, and those were really vital beats, and, like, I mean, it's really hard to say because Darkseer is more of an enable everybody else kind of guy, but if he plays for himself in this game too, maybe he can be the factor that changes things.
Yeah, again, the first game, I guess I did look at the drafts and I just see a team that outdrafted Spirit. And that's why I'm so scared for the series and the future players or teams, that are to maybe go against Spirit if they are to 2-0 here. It's the fact that they're just giving away so many good draft options, right? Like to pick a TA, normally you would be banning out a Darkseer, then picking TA. That's what all the other teams are doing. But they go, we'll ban the Morphling, we'll pick the TA. They know they're gonna go for it. So it's like, you go against Spirit, you're drafting in a way where you feel like you're getting given all these like S-tier heroes and then you're losing. It's like, now you start to question, like if the drafts are good and we're still losing, like, that 10-minute break, they're gonna have to really kind of just find the correct solution because it's not draft. There's nothing about this game where you say the draft's bad, this piece needs to change. Like it really is just play.
And that's normally what players or even coaches, when we get them on and we ask them about it, they normally go, that is something we like to do when we're still in the middle of a series. We just go, okay, draft, put it aside, let's move on to the next one. But that doesn't work here.
Exactly, because also it's like you normally, as a coach, if you say, oh, it's the draft problem, no worries guys, I'll fix it next game, the players, blame the coach, right? But there, it's like, you can't really blame the coach, you can't blame the draft, and you cannot fix play in 10 minutes. You cannot go, 7-minute bad, 9-minute bad. You can't watch the whole replay. That's for tomorrow, the next day. So in that 10 minutes, it really is a perfect test of this team. Can they, between the 5 of them plus coach, can they really come to the correct conclusion to be able to go up against Spirit?
And the inverse is also Spirit. You win, and it feels like there might have been a few missed plays, but how does the 10 minutes play into your Game 2 prep?
Oh, they're so happy with that, though. Guys. That was a tough one, but look at the magic that we pulled off in those first 15 minutes. Like they're feeling really good, but they're probably the ones talking about draft now. Like, are we going to consider that Huskar might come out, for example? They haven't played Ringmaster in this tournament. Should we start looking to take it ourselves? It's going to be questions like that.
Okay, well, I like it, and I like to see the answers. Are Spirit willing to play in a couple more counters, or are they going to have a better draft for themselves and still come out with a victory? Either way, it's a game number 2 of Tidebound and Spirit.
hello. Team Spirit versus Tidebound. Oh, they're happy at least. Sorry, they got really loud behind us. I got distracted. But no, it's exciting game 2. I think for me at least, I've already been very critical on the panel about Tidebound. I had very high expectations, and I feel like I've just been let down a little bit.
Yeah, I feel exactly the same way. I also expected more. I thought their draft made a lot of sense. I thought they were kind of preparing something for the Ember, and then the execution just fell completely flat. And yeah, I don't know if there's just a little bit of class difference here, or if it is possible for Team Tidebound to bounce back here. First pick Morphling.
Okay, welcome to the series, I guess. That was the ban from last game, right? Spirit, they banned the Morphling, they picked the TA. They don't care about the Darks, but here it is, just straight away.
Don't mind it. And the reason is that I like the draft structure for them a lot more. AA is also banned out, so that's not going to be an option. Doom is also end up banning out. So this goes back to the draft structure where you first pick 0-0, and then down the line you can get the nice setup for Bark or Nothing to Say. Yeah. However, maybe the Pangolin and the Ember is going to be banned for Nothing to Say, and we're going to run into some issues here.
That's right, Spirit. They only got one ban.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, but they're going to snatch the Ember.
Again, don't forget, the stat that we had from the pre-show was the average draft position so far at this tournament, before the last game we just watched, was last pick for Faith Beyond. Pretty much, he at 75% picks last pick. You compare that to teams like Liquid, Saberlight, it's a first pick offlane.
Yeah.
Like, they really have priority. So going into that game 1, it was a change of their script. But again, I don't think the draft was a problem.
No, draft was not an issue, for sure not. This is a different kind of pace for Team Spirit. Not a hero we've seen them play yet in this tournament, I believe. But again, I guess it's a decent matchup against the Morphling, right? You can TB on his lane, you can take his tower early, you can like up the pace basically against the Morph, not allow him to get to that point where he gets really strong. But yeah, probably gonna be the Yatoro Morphling here. I mean, sorry, Yatoro Nature's Prophet.
I think, yeah, you've already mentioned the key point. I just like the pacing against Morphling. Like Morphling, even though you're an exceptional laner, to protect your tower, you're not the best hero at it. You like to join when a Tidehunter saves your tower and you kind of come in after. Like, that's the type of thing you want. Like a Centaur, you want to be the +1 to the fight. You don't want to be the one protecting it. So, yeah.
Two things. I think the Elder Titan ban is really good here. It's a Spirit classic. Miposhka is one of his signature heroes. Also classic, good against Morphling, right? Removing all of his armor. Second point I want to make is that yesterday we saw Collapse play the Abaddon.
Sure.
The day before yesterday, you saw him play against Morphling with Abaddon, right? To counter the, at least in theory, counter the Morphling. I wonder if they're going to come up with something else here. I would like to see something else in Abaddon for him.
But I think the Abaddon is fine if the picks around it also provide some lockdown, right?
True.
Like,
yeah.
The Abaddon had good farm. He took the early tower. You put a Prophet behind him, you take that tower, like it can be very snowbally.
You're right, for sure.
If you have good mid, good support. So I'm not opposed to it.
If you end up picking Abaddon, I would love to see something like Shadow Shaman, Unru, something like hard lockdown.
The Pango on the mid with the diffusal. Like there's so many options, I think, to fix the Abaddon strategy.
Like getting the hard lockdown, I think, is very crucial if you pick a hero like Abaddon. Same can be said for Tidebound. I also think they should consider some hard lockdown. Last game we saw them have Ringmaster and Dark Willow. Not exactly hard lockdown. They have a lot of root, a lot of slows, but no hard lockdown, which means Ember always gets his BKB off, which means TA always gets his refraction off, right? And that was kind of a problem in some of the fights we saw.
In Spirit, they're taking a long time, but they actually ban out a Silencer. So let's secure the team fight. They go for a Bane.
The classic Bane from Mivoshka.
It's a casual Bane for sure. Like the fact that you pick Bane this early, often it's nice to see at least something from the offlane that you're going against, but here, I don't think they care, right? Because the Nature's Prophet is so strong that if you want the map play from a Bane where you walk around, you nightmare, you just set heroes up, you feel like they're pressuring, then you can pick the Bane. I think if they had any other hero in that first slot, we're not seeing the Bane here.
I agree. I think the Fury enables you to be able to pick Bane like this because your safe lane, by the nature of Nature's Prophet's strength in lane, allows you to pick a hero like Bane.
I think a win with it. Okay. Little worried for Bane, just in regards to what he can truly do for like the lane. But sure, in the game, there is no cancel to the grip, realistically. Sure, there's a shackle shot, but you have value with your ultimate. Often when you pick Bane early, there's like a Ringmaster or an SD, or there's ways to complicate it. But so far, Tidebound aren't really going for the counterplay there. Just a really good lane duo.
Yeah, I think the Bristleback also has some flexibility, right? Could be nothing to say zero still.
Sure, he has dabbled
in
with
some
it, yeah.
worlds, right? That could happen. So I think it does leave it a little bit open. Again, they don't have this playmaker lockdown yet.
But that's where I think the 18 pick for Tidebound is the Ember, it's the Pango.
Yeah.
That's how they're going to conclude this phase of the draft, right?
Agree.
Like, and maybe that's where the Bane, preemptively, they're respecting the playmaker for nothing to say, right? If you put him on a Storm, an Ember, or a Pango, one grip, out of position, they're dead, they're gone, there's no save. So maybe that's where already Spirit are laying the foundation of respecting that potential comeback in a game 2 from Tidebound.
I think it also explains the silencer ban a little bit, right? A hero that kind of destroys Bane, at least the Fiend script ruins that. But Tidehunter, okay, so this used to be a really good counter to Morphling. I don't know if you remember that. I guess it was like a year ago or
Denies
something.
a lot, yeah.
Yeah, when I think it was 33, perhaps starting to play this Tidehunter again instead of Morphling, and you started, he doesn't really damage you, so you just sit there. You also have the kill potential early on with the early point in Gush if you pair him with the right 4.
Boom, and that's a
Which
deadly
is more
lane.
right there. It's such a strong lane that this is gonna, this is not gonna be a free lane for Morphling right now. It's a very strong lane.
I mean, it's very scary. As soon as Morphling steps up, you get hit by the cooling, get silenced, and then Deadshot back in. Like you can die. Same thing for Bristle, right? Deadshot to turn around. The Murta pick has just incredible value here.
I mean, even the Bane, right? Doesn't Nightmare also pull you back? You have setups for the turn around and kill the Bristle.
Surprise.
Yeah.
Are you shocked by the pick, Misery?
No, not really.
There
We saw it in the
stats,
in the stats. Talked about it many times now. This is looking better for Tidebound in terms of what we've seen them win with in the past.
One good thing for Tidebound here is Spirit has somewhat defaulted to an older style of draft where they have a lot of utility and defensive stuff, but no real damage in the early game, right? Like they can kill a Morphling in like a clutch spell lane, but after the lanes kind of develop and you're looking at the early skirmishes, Tide is a Ravage, Bane is a Nightmare, right? Like
I agree.
There's nothing special for them to make the map feel closed.
They definitely need a hero for Lal now that deals a lot of damage. Like, because we saw yesterday actually, the other Chinese team, Extreme Gaming, played the Furion in a hard carry position, but there was not really any other damage in their lineup, which meant that Furion always had to be there, and that's problematic when your only damage is coming from the Furion. So, yeah, we definitely need a Lal on a hero that deals a lot of damage. That being said, though, if Team Spirit ends up winning their lanes, Tide gets unkillable, you get high level and stuff like this, it's not necessarily a problem, but if the lanes are even and it's a close game, then it could be problematic later on.
Yeah, I'm looking more towards the Pango always killing off the Murta or Bane, so now it's kind of like Tide by himself, with 2 supports that die every fight, whilst Prophet's still farming. Like, there is a potential disconnect with Spirit's heroes if the lanes don't go well. And for Tidebound, for Lao, you're talking about active heroes. Monkey King is banned out, so that's not available. He's played Leshrac, which is relatively explosive damage, but the scaling into them doesn't feel too good.
They really just gonna leave Ember again?
Do you think Lars is gonna casual last pick Ember again? Mage Slayer Corrosion?
Why wouldn't he?
That's the point. It's still there. I was expecting Ember to be the bans,
that's
and we have to get
crazy.
kind of
If Lal gets the 24 Ember here, that's a little bit surprising to me, but maybe they feel like it's not that good against either Morphling nor Bristleback, perhaps, and I'm not really sure. Tidebound needs a +5 here, it feels like, right? I feel like they still don't have this like easy way to lock somebody down, right? It's roll Pangolier, it's Windrunner Shackle Shot, it's potentially Atos coming in later on, right? But it's not really obvious how you're gonna kill these supports, how you're gonna get to the back line without Blink Dagger on Pangolier.
I mean, the classics here is like old school. You go, let's go Disruptor against the Tidehunter, but we just don't see it anymore. And
I thought about it too, but it's
not
just
a thing.
Not a great hero.
Maybe just for better laning, maybe you take like a Tusk is banned out.
Okay, so they double down on the team fight.
Just a Warlock, does the job, pushes wave. Again, great combination with Morphling. It's not as good as PA, of course, but any heal with Morphling.
I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Also, I think it's pretty good against Tide Murta if you think about it, right? Coming there as a Warlock, you're just gonna Fatal Bonds them.
Sure.
You're gonna secure the lane for Morphling to some extent, right? And I think that's kind of what they needed. Not only did they need a little bit of stuns, sure, but they actually also need to be worried about Morphling getting a game and having not losing that lane too hard.
Are we still just gonna see the Ember? Is there any hero that we're missing here for Lao? Because
Primal?
Sure, Primal is pretty decent.
Yeah, I think it's something like that. Slardar could be an option as well. But I don't know if Lal plays the Slardar too. Oh yeah, of course. Earthshaker is also
of course.
a thing. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I wouldn't have really thought of Shaker too much. I think going for like the anti-morph and bristleback because they're kind of the same type of hero where
I think
what's it called, can counter them. But all right, they go Shaker.
I think the main reason for picking Shaker here is to get the instant stun into the Morphling and the burst damage into the Morphling as well. So you actually have a way of killing him. Right now, if you think about it, is Ravage going to be enough? Like we talked about the damage lacking, right? You don't have the burst damage from Mortar, from Bane, and from Tide, but Earthshaker gives you that exact thing.
But it is a thing that requires time a little bit, right? You need to have a blink and you need to farm the stacks, and Tide also needs to get his item. There is a, again, brief window, but there is a moment where Tidebound could maybe accelerate this game, get the Pango and Bristle sweeping through the map, but inevitably, Spirit will just be like OP in the team fights. You will not be able to break them in the 5-on-5. So Tidebound, it does feel like they're on like a team fight timer.
In a way. I'm happy that they pick Warlock though, because now at least they have that, and going for them that they have the Warlock and the Pangolin to match the team fight for Spirit. I think that reason why they didn't pick Ember here is because of Morphling. Not only does it not do anything to Morphling, the Sleight of Fist spam, but also Morphling can steal the Ember. Over to our casters, Avery and Cap.
Thank you, Misery. That's right. We are getting into game 2 of Spirit versus Tidebound. And Avery, you have already had your doubts. You really are enjoying the Morphling lately.
Oh, yeah. For sure. I mean, I was joking with the panel, you know, like they were saying this is not going to be a free lane for Morphling, and I'm saying those are famous last words this event. Because I feel like every lane ends up being a free lane for Morphling. That is the essence of the hero.
Well, in this situation, it will not be famous last words, because if they do utter those words and they are wrong, well, it means we're going to a game 3, which I think everybody would enjoy. Tidebound, though, they need to clean up their game in order to make that happen, right?
Oh yeah, the execution needs to go way up. That was a very slow game 1 for what that draft called for, and yeah, you can point to issues in it. You can point to NTS's Huskar. Is he really a Huskar player? But ultimately, that game is winnable for them if they just speed the tempo up and get those Roshans.
And Spirit's going to be the one bringing the tempo with the Nature's Prophet in this game, going into game 2. Well, on the upside for Nothing to Say, who had a very rough game 1, he does not have to play against Larl's Ember Spirits. Misery was listing a long list of mid heroes, and every single one he suggested, I went, ooh, that sounds like a good idea. So it seemed like Spirit had a wide array to choose from, and in the end, they ended on the Larl Earthshaker. Do you feel like that was the best option for them, given everything that was presented?
As we watch Yatoro sneak his way out of here. Yeah, I think it's a pretty good pick. I always wonder where this hero is in the meta, this Earthshaker, because I always think he's pretty strong. I feel like we should see him more than we do. It's just never the case. This is still a very good Morphling answer. You get the insta-stun. That's part of the problem with this hero. I think teams are trying to just fight him head-on. You can't fight this hero head-on. He beats everybody in a vacuum. You can't outstat him. You can't out-right-click him. You can't really outscale him that much anymore. You have to be able to control him in the fights and just burst him when the situation calls for it. Shaker gives you that. Bane is also the highest rated support matchup versus Morphling at the moment.
I am not too surprised by that.
Knoxville will back that up in a second here.
Well, we'll see what the professional matches have to say about that.
I do kind of like it though. A big change to this Bane is he got this level 10 talent that gives him extra cast range on grip.
Okay.
That is huge for this hero. Like, genuinely huge. The biggest issue with Bane in competitive Dota is just, can you position in the fights to make the best use of your spells? Because nobody is going to argue against how powerful this hero's spells are. They're incredibly good. It's just a lot of times you can't get them off because you get outranged by a lot of the, you know, I'm Ringmaster. I daggered you from 2,000 range away.
Yeah.
And now you're in a wheel. It's just, it's tough, man. It's tough. So anytime these heroes that didn't get a lot of cast range for a long time get upgrades in those areas, it is a big deal. And I think it's the reason we see Miposhka, the Bane god of the modern age, make this hero work a little bit more. If you can land that grip on the Morphling, it's huge. And if you can ever enfeeble him in a fight and you can't get rid of it, it is a big deal on the hero because you reduce a lot of his base damage.
Thinking about the cancels, how often do you think he's actually going to be gripping the Morphling? Because if he grips the Morphling, right, you're probably going to have a Rolling Thunder from Nothing to Say who stops it. Where he could just hold it, so Nothing to Say feels like he can never Rolling Thunder in, because then he's going to be the one getting Fiend's Grip.
Of course, you have this Pango Bane matchup as well, which used to be that de facto answer when he was super popular. Most pro Pango games.
A Cap Classic.
Yeah, but one of those isn't a real player, so.
I can't believe he has a 65% win rate. Quinn and his Pango. 9, actually, 65.5 and nothing to say at 71%. So the highest win rate of those players.
I'll learn this noob should stop playing it. So the thing is, you have really good grip targets, but at the same time, we had this later pick Warlock come out.
Come on, man.
He was underlining it. What am I supposed to do? I go with the show, man. As Y will go down to this very strong dueling. This is a very strong duel. Super good early lane nukes. They all combine really well. This Morta can output a lot of right-click damage, take advantage of the Gush. You're probably not killing Morphling on this lane unless you get caught in a random silence.
Oh, he tried. He tried there.
Yeah, it's going to scale well. Wonder if we'll see the Meteor Hammer Tide. That was the old school answer to Morphling on the lane. You just push him out of lane with the anchor smashes and take his tower. I doubt it, but that is how it used to go. And I think Y's job in this game is pretty important because he is their best answer to this grip that's deep in the fight.
Yep.
Like you drop this golem, you ruin Miposhka's day, you open up the fight for the Pango, open it up for the Morphling, even the Bristle. These are all great grip targets. So you have to think about the golem drop. You also have to think about the Wind Ranger shard pulling your backline in here if you're Spirit. A lot of small team fight interactions between these support duos that could make a huge difference in the full 5-on-5s. Ultimately, I still expect a bit more aggression and pace from Tidebound than that game one. This isn't a draft that calls for it as much, but I think when you have these fighting cores like Bristle, Pango, after the first 10 or 15 minutes, you get the farm they need. Just go, go, go. You're not dependent on a lot of cooldowns to just keep the skirmish power up.
Yeah. I guess I was more concerned that they were going to get run over by Team Spirit because they have a Nature's Prophet. That's like the first thing I think of when you have a Nature's Prophet is just like making sure that you don't get run over by this hero and they get a 10,000 net worth lead by 20 minutes.
It is a slower Nature's Prophet, though.
Why? Because it's Yatoro?
Because he's got like $20,000 of cosmetics on him, so the bling's weighing him down right now.
That is true.
We can't teleport as fast.
He's got some weird sparkle effect on him, and I have no idea where it's coming from.
He is really decked out.
Okay, shot down by Planets with the kill shot.
As Wind Ranger is so fun to play now. Really satisfying when you get that extra chunk in. You can send a message. Solo XP for Radon, though. He's happy.
That is true.
Lanes, once more, going pretty solidly for Tidebound here. Outside of that Y kill early, not a lot of mistakes. They're CSing pretty well across the cores. Should be happy with this start. And I mean, you get a free farm Morphling. You can't be too sad about it. I feel like your win chances got to be pretty dang high in the current meta when that happens.
I feel like the most important one is the mid matchup. The fact that Nothing to Say is doing, you know, pretty well against the Earthshaker matchup.
Yeah, he's cruising here. A much more comfortable hero for him as well, right?
Sure.
He is, as we saw, a really good Pango spammer, has a good win rate on this hero, can initiate fights, can play sacrificially and still scale. A lot more comfortable position for him to be in. Maybe something Tidebound went back to, right? Maybe that first game was just a little too out of the box for them. Rein it in a little, you know. They are not wings. Only 3/5 of wings.
Only 3/5 of wings. Nothing to Say being one of the notable exceptions. Blake's like, sorry, man, I forgot who you were. You ain't me.
Oh, Collapse getting low.
Tried to commit for him, activates the Kraken Gel, throws a blood grenade on him, and that'll help finish the job. That was in a large part because Rue wasn't there. What was Rue up to? What was he doing outside of the
scouting the pole? Some
got a courier kill.
Yeah.
Nice pickup on Nothing to Say. Good rotation by Miposhka, sneaking in from behind, nightmaring him into the tower.
This guy's Bane is just straight nasty. Like, he just finds these openings. And it's huge when you level 1 sleep, you get a mid kill. That's just ridiculous.
Weren't we talking about this earlier in this tournament? The Eastern European Banes?
Yeah, I mean, this guy's probably been playing Bane and Sleeping Fools for 20 years now.
Yeah.
He is the nightmare. Go against him in a game.
6-minute power rune, though.
You do have Echo.
Laurel has Echo to work with. Nothing to Say. He has to back down. Fortunately for him, it's top. Miposhka has to grab the illusion rune. So will not go to Laurel. Can they kill? Planet here is looking pretty good for it. Moposhka, the final hits. No, Wind Run goes off, and now Planet actually gives the Blood Grenade to help Nothing to Say. Finish him off, does manage to dodge back. Missing the kill shot, and in the end, Planet will die first, but Moposhka soon to follow.
Always trying to skirmish around this nighttime vision with the Bane. It is nice. You get something with the Echo Slam here, but you don't get that power rune. That's what Team Spirit were really looking for, and you did not commit the Fury on teleport for any of that. So Radon still just free farming up here, very close to 6, by the way. It's going to be a Wrath of Nature here, almost in time for these Wisdom Shrines.
Could be some interesting ideas. 2 supports behind Nothing to Say with the Rolling Thunder up. They apparently are not concerned about Wisdom Shrines whatsoever, instead much more concerned about pressuring this mid tower with the Siege Wagon. There goes the Rolling Thunder. Chasing after Laurel, bumps Moposhka, back to Laurel, good damage, hits the Fissure, and a 3rd hit will secure it.
Just getting out skirmish, 3-on-2 mid. Bane does kind of suffer when it comes to these head-on clashes because his spells are just not as strong in the ultra early game here. That's what this Warlock Wind Ranger are offering. Need Rue to come in and support that play.
Man, they are really trying to keep this Siege Wagon alive. They got another creep wave under tower.
That's a lot of damage. This tower's effectively gone.
Yeah, just one small push is all it takes. That could come at any time. 85th Bane game.
10 players have 100 plus?
How many of those players are active players?
What is wrong with
Because I feel
them?
like the era of Bane really being mass picked which is a much earlier decade of Dota. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I feel like that's the 2012s to 2015s, you know?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
8-minute power rune also elusive for Law, but he will claim it as Spirit secured both positions. Tidebound just getting stacks in return. This is a free farm solo XP Morphling though. As Radon, is he dead?
Oh, that final swing.
Faith Beyond almost had him with the solo kill.
It was gonna hit really hard
he
too.
was dead.
He had 8 Warpath stacks.
And one more hit, one more quill.
Moposhka might actually be in trouble here. He's gonna Nightmare, but that's gonna be woken up real nice and quick by the Warlock, and he will TP now, but with so much minus armor, Nothing to Say, Swashbuckle obliterates him.
There's some nice core synergy in this lineup. You play off this Snot Rocket Facet, you just lower the armor across the board. The Morphling and the Pango are gonna absolutely chunk you in the fight. Then you have a Bonds on top of all that. You need to get the survivability up if you're Spirit in this game as fast as possible.
Shiro is almost 1,000 net worth up on Yotoro. He is getting every single creep in the wave, and he's getting a bunch of neutrals.
It's the Morphling problem. People just have not found ways to pressure this hero. Once you get that Shaker Blink, you can look for the pickoff. But otherwise, there's no threat on him in this game. You're trading Tidehunter farm for a Morphling farm. The problem is your Furion's the one getting forced off the lane top, so Tidebound are just farming empty lanes right now. Spirit, are you making up for it in the jungle? Not really. I mean, you Echo Slam a stack. Kind of core shaker gameplay at this point. This will push Laurel towards the blink. I don't think this map feels amazing for Radon. There's no action to go to. You're not contesting enemy stacks. You can't stay on the lane. He's not taking towers. Pretty slow game for this Furion right now.
Yeah.
And a game that Morphling is happy to play, and he is just soaking it all up.
Yeah, he just goes from laned hard camp to ancient. Moposhka, still not level 6, does not have an answer to this Rolling Thunder or the Golem that is going to be dropped on him. He tries to heal himself up, but he will quickly fall. Shackle shot onto 2. It's going to be bailed out, though. Ravage from behind with Yotaro TPing in. Both supports are going to fall from that move from Spirit. Chase after Nothing to Say, but he should have plenty to work with. Swashbuckle plus 20 magic wand charges. Try and body block him, maybe. Missed the dead shot. That was a much needed hit if they wanted this kill. Another Swashbuckle is up, and he's back to Bach. They're still going to chase after it. They're trying hard for this kill, man.
Even popped the Wrath. I think Faith Beyond's like, hey, brother, man, don't bring him to me. I'm chilling up here. I took a tower.
And maybe Y can take mid, because they all vacated the area. They all went from mid to top to chase after this. With the Golem and the Siege Wagon, mid tower should fall.
Early 6 on that. Warlock with the Grimoire. Good team fight value right there. Doesn't get the last hit, but happy to take that tower down. Still have Echo Slam back up with this blink, though.
Oh, and there is a
Oh my, if he gets the echo
stab.
here.
Oh my god, he's gonna use it on the hard camp blow up Bach. It would have been all the sweeter if he went to the Ancients, but
Yeah,
you take what you can get.
I'm not gonna lie, that might have been best case scenario for Tidebound right there.
Oh, that had to feel so damn good. Just imagine his audio. He gets the Echo Slam, and then the gold of all the creeps dying, and he gets the kill.
I legit think this is in the upper half of outcomes.
Oh, yeah.
This could have been a 3 or 4-man wipe on the Ancient stack.
If there was any play in Dota that could be called orgasmic, I think that would be one of them.
Oh, yeah. Laurel's in heaven this series. He has had some solid comeback potential. And they're kind of converging on this mid tower. No Ravage, no Echo. They still feel strong with the early presence of the Tidehunter. Daring Shiro to join these early fights.
Is this worth your time?
Yeah, this is a little awkward now. This is not the guy you want to run into with this Tide.
The bristleback, and now the Rolling Thunder
That's
try and
amp
catch
damage.
him on the edge here. The Fisher tried to help him out. He bumped him back down into the bristleback. It couldn't go better for Nothing to Say.
This Tide Bristle matchup is not fun for most of the game. You just continually get gooed up. You don't have the armor. Doesn't care about your Kraken because he just runs you down forever.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
It's tough.
Fenrir, Pilot Eye, PPD, Always Want to Fly, Go Black, Fan Score, all names that are inactive now. I love quasi-active Seb. You never know. You never know. Is he playing? Is he not playing? Is he coaching?
Well, he's not on OG right now. So maybe next week we'll have to update this thing. Pretty even game across the board, all things considered. Feels like Spirit are still making the slightly more impactful moves around the map, but Tidebound are finding a lot of farm.
Yeah, I feel like passively Tidebound is winning.
And they do have that diffusal for the Pango and Blade Mail coming out for the Bristle. So this is where this 1-2 punch is really strong in this early game. You're not fighting this if you're Spirit without some very clutch spell casting on Grip, Ravage, Amortha calling on top of it. These are tanky boys that do a lot of early physical damage.
Good scan read by Tidebound. They read the fact that Miposhka is pushed up on the Lotus. They know there's perhaps some sort of play for the Wisdom Shrine. Planet's going to ensure nobody is going to go across that bridge.
Do not want to give Bane easy setups in this game where the Furion can TP on top of it.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower
I don't think about this Tormentor 2 down here. Miposhka already setting up in the area. Be happy to find an isolated target. Just sleep grip into the teleport, bring the other heroes in. You have to be a little careful this game how far you play up on that front line with this Bristle Pango lineup. If you have Golem behind you, sure. If you don't, pretty spooky pushing up into these blind areas.
Yeah.
15 minutes, fast approaching here.
It seems like Shiro and Planet were maybe considering, can we go through the gate? And Miposhka was beckoning them to do so. He wanted to get a Nightmare Grip on 2, but a corner ward there placed by Planet did see them coming through the gate.
Miposhka, I don't know if you want to go up that ramp. Maybe he does.
Maybe Shiro, yeah, it's a little too risky just because who knows, the Nature's Prophet is going to join him.
I mean, he can take the Bane and sleep the Bane.
Radiant's top tower.
Some kill threat there. Doesn't have Manta yet, though. Be worried about where the Shaker is, where the Tide lingering around.
Oh my god, he just did that!
What?
That man just sniped the Tormentor with a dead shot from across 2 screens. What a move from Rue. That is such a big net worth swing for one spell. No risk of being caught.
I mean, this team is just absurd. I don't know.
How did they do it, man?
You just can't gain ground against Spirit. It's impossible.
I mean, it's just a freest Tormentor. Nope, never mind. A shard goes to Miposhka as a result, so he's got the AoE Brain Sap. I mean, the game slows down. That shard is very helpful.
Oh, yeah, it's not a bad shard at all. It's a farming tool. It gets you a lot of extra net worth, and net worth on this hero is super valuable. Once more, Tidebound left wondering, like, what are we supposed to do to gain an advantage against this team? So damn difficult.
Seriously.
Nothing comes free. Blinks are now done. At least on this Pangolier. Could definitely still get aggressive here if you're Tidebound. Especially if you can start fights on the supports. You get this Rolling Thunder through, you kill the Bane early. Super happy about taking that fight. Blink is also done for Collapse, so a lot of counter initiation available for Spirit.
Yeah, and he's just been living in their triangle for the last 30 seconds. Took a hard camp stack.
Yeah, denying Morphling a decent amount of farm out here.
Now he's trying to play for this ward behind the mid tower. And they'll go for Planet. Planet. Rolling Thunder to intercept, though. Can he get out the wind run? No, not in time. The silence just lasts just long enough. The Golem's going to be dropped here. This is a lob throw that Collapse, and he doesn't die easy. They slow him down a little bit more. Bach is going to try and catch up, but Collapse is able to get the blink away. Oh, the power shot lands. Planet will return Rue's long distance shot. He says, you can make those, well, I can make them too.
That is such an important power shot to hit because you bought back for that and you're trying to contest this Roshan. Well worth it though.
Planet under the gun, a must-take shot, must land, and he gets it and gives his team Roshan as a result.
Spirit, they are just not contesting this with that smoke. Not on the Shaker, can't get into the pit. Now maybe you bleed another support here. You can't get out.
Trying to get to the other side of the calling is a mess. They'll get there eventually though. Shiro, sneaky little play using the dead shot against Rue.
I mean, there's some good Morphling spells to steal this game. As Maposhka, sneaky as ever, steals another power, and there are sentries here, but...
Yeah, he is going to be right underneath the sentry, so very sad for him. He's like, what the hell?
Yeah, he did not expect the triple...
How many sentries do they got?
Triple river sentry. I mean, it was mainly there for that Roche. So Tidebound finally gets some wins here. Can call their own. Still down net worth.
Yeah, in part because Yotaro, he has his Mjolnir, so he's going to be doing the Treant, run it down lane with a Mjolnir active on it. That static charge.
The thing is, if you... Oh, we're going to see this replay.
Ooh. Pretty as a picture.
If you trade out this Morphling for Furion...
Quick kill. Got him.
Oh, all right. Yeah, nice little find from Laurel. Can he get out? Hit by the goo.
Got him on the slow. They can get him here.
Oh.
Shiro especially.
Nice
man to dodge, and the Echo Slam put to use, but he got blade mailed big time.
Wow, what a clutch hairball from Faith Beyond. Right place, right time. Punish the Shaker for that solo pick off.
And maybe get Maposhka as well.
He's on a ward.
They spot each other. Waveform on top of him.
Go to sleep.
And Bach is a little bit too far away to wake him up quickly, so...
Gotta get something out of this Morphling Aegis. Push the map, take some tier 2s. He is invincible right now, uncontestable. This is not a hero Spirit want to run into. Take advantage of it. Let him play alone, take some towers, or smoke and set up some fights for him to join. One of the two would be ideal.
Takes the tier 2 at 20, and 1 minute away from the Wisdom Shrine spawning. So some questions about what he wants to do positioning-wise. Takes a quick trip back to base.
I mean, there's another power rune that's going to go to NTS here. Spirit are giving a lot of the map to this Morphling lineup, and what I was trying to say is if you make this Furion Morphling trade, and the heroes are even at that 20-minute mark, and your Furion's only been involved in 2 kills, you have to be happy with that exchange as the Morphling team. Sure. This matchup is not good for Furion. You get out-man-fought in that ultra late. I mean, of course you can do Furion things. You can outmaneuver the map. You can always get some clutch hexes in the late game, do damage your own. But in terms of a raw man fight, this Morphling is going to hit an incredibly strong timing, particularly with this Butterfly coming up fast. Looking at Faith Beyond down here with the sleep setup.
Teleport coming in, Fiend's Grip, and he's faced right into the entire team.
Yeah, Maposhka's been looking for that kind of kill for a long time. He'll finally get one.
It is pretty interesting. I guess I've never thought about the Sleepwalk this way. He's always going to be able to force the Bristleback to face the direction he wants him to face.
It's a very good matchup.
Yeah.
I mean, Bane has been good versus heroes since basically forever. Spirit finding another small opening here as this game continues to be completely even. In fact, I don't think we've had more than a 2K difference in this game ever.
Yeah, you're right. It's just been neck and neck the whole way.
Still a minute left on this Aegis for Shiro as he pushes towards Butterfly.
Nothing to say. He's got the shard. So you can't set up on him with the Rod of Atos.
Don't do any damage to this more than the ulti.
Yeah, it's all physicals, but you can hold him here for a while. And he stuns. Shackle shot. Oh, he wasn't there in time.
Well, that feels bad.
Oh, very bad.
You're losing a lot of farm on the side lanes right now. Furion's cleaning up your side of the map.
Yeah, you back up to a 2K lead for Spirit. Rapidly growing.
Got to get something done with this Butterfly timing on the Morphling. Very close now. It's going to have it in a couple more camps. And Tidebound just can't find the team fights. Spirit splitting the map. They're looking for pickoffs on one side with the Bane. They have Furion farming the other side. You just look at where these dots are on the minimap. It's Tidebound all in the middle.
Dude, if he had teleported straight into Shiro, what a massive win that could have been for Tidebound. But fortunately for Yatoro, he teleported right as Shiro went to the low ground. As they look to make use of this Aegis, make use of this Butterfly, smoke up together, and find absolutely nothing.
Poshka, he's just running around bottom with this Aetherlens Bane. He got that shard earlier. He's just brain sapping waves. Potentially has setup as well. It's kind of an annoying spot. You don't want to send heroes down to kill this Bane. He's such a big threat on his own with that Furion teleport potential.
Do you think this is where the European teams are farthest ahead of the other regions when it comes to the map play, both the side of ratting it and stopping the rat?
I think they are the most efficient region in terms of just gaining gold off the map and making it really annoying to hit your timings.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the only time we've seen teams be really successful against it is you just outpace them and you ball up so fast that they have to respond.
Yeah, because the number of times that I feel like I've seen Tidebound in this position, Nigma in this position, right, where it feels like they are winning and all of a sudden we reach this mid-game point and their progression just kind of slows down or even halts entirely. Starting off with a sleep. Maposhka is here rather early. The team is a ways away.
They're coming in from behind.
But if they don't actually punish Maposhka, if they don't get this kill quickly, Spirit, they might just get...
Does Shiro know they're here?
Maybe. They go straight for the Pango, who went back for their bounty rune. He's blown up already. The Echo Slam into the calling, and now they chase after more. Collapse is going to make sure that Y is the next one to die. Bach. Oh, he's just outside of range. Maposhka couldn't see him around the trees. He looks for the Wind Ranger, won't find him either. Tidebound do limit their losses, but it is still losses. 6,000 net worth lead now for Spirit.
The way they're playing the map is just so frustrating for Tidebound. They don't have good catch. Their heroes need to be in close proximity. They have very limited stuns. I mean, your Gale Force into Shackle is your best bet. And it's just on an Arcane Boots Wind Ranger. They are really getting outmaneuvered right now.
They still have the Fiend's Grip. They see this Morphling farming down the other side of the map. So they come through the gates. Two-man gank from Larl and Maposhka.
And the Furion's enabling all this because he's just pushing in the waves constantly with Wrath of Nature, which lets your other heroes stay off the map. Tidebound just don't see heroes to go for. Radon TP's in mid, kills that wave. Now you have to go push out mid versus Treant. Smoke
instantly breaks there. Wait a minute. They know the Fissure laid down. It was from the Earthshaker that blocked it, but they think they realized that there's probably more of Spirit inside of their own jungle, so they push to the other side of the map. That does mean they are forfeiting the Tormentor, though.
They are getting decimated in this map movement.
Yeah.
This is the exact type of game that Spirit want right now. Don't let the Pango Bristle group up and get these head-on team fights.
At what point, though, does Team Spirit flip the script and try and fight Tidebound? Because you can't just rat forever, can you?
I mean, next Roshan is a possibility. The issue is you don't have the Fury on BKB. Pretty scary for your Toro to go head-on into these fights. especially around that pit. And you're likely going to have a Morphling BKB for this, Roshan. You might concede this one. If you can get a pick off on the map, you absolutely fight it.
Yeah.
But you can definitely pressure the side lanes, make Hero split up here. Rodon pushing in bottom again.
Trying to chase
Gale
after him. The Gale Force pushing him back. He did manage to turn into the Nature's Prophet, but wasn't able to utilize the teleport. Laurel covering them. Laurel going in. Laurel going for the fast kill. An Echo Slam and a TP out right in front of Shiro's face.
The rat action continues, man. That's the dieback from earlier on this Wind Ranger, so he's dead for a long time.
Can
That's a Roche opening potentially. 5 on 4.
I feel like that play happens because he knows the Morphling. The Morphling build is just not the level of adaptive strike at all.
No stun on this Morphling.
Right, no stun. At what point do we have this happen enough that players start going, okay, maybe one level of adaptive strike?
Well, we'll see if Shiro ends this game with 0 deaths.
Yeah, I guess maybe it would be worth
Might be justified. But the rat action continues to push in bottom here. It's going to force somebody from Tidebound back again. And then you're worried about conceding Roshan. If Spirit outmaneuver you, you're losing this tower.
And they've got good vision for the back and forth too. They've got a ward inside the triangle. So they'll see these heroes, whether they're setting up for Roshan or backing up to bottom. And there it goes. They force the heroes bottom straight into Roshan. If they could do it fast enough.
This is such an outmaneuvering. I've not seen a map outplayed this hard in such a long time. Tidebound have all this strength in their cores and nothing to do with it.
Bach, you got to get in there. You got a hairball. Check the Roshan pit, because otherwise...
Taff, they're
going after Rue in the mid lane. Rue welcomes this. He says, please chase me. Oh, yeah. Run away from the Roshan pit. That's exactly what I want. Taking it in, so he's not even going to die. Rolling Thunder comes in. It's going to land on him, Maposhka. So they don't get one support. They get the other. Back to the Roshan pit, where Yatoro did vacate the area. Team Spirit felt like they weren't in good enough position. They were afraid of being caught.
Golem dropped on air. Hits nothing.
Yikes. Well, you're going to have to... I mean, if they can get the pick off on Rue here, would be good.
Oh my, what is happening in this game? This Furion's straight back to bottom, by the way.
Yeah, if they don't make a move fast, it's going to be like a lane.
I mean, Tidebound, you just got to commit for something here for your own sanity. It's getting pulled apart.
And look at Collapse. He's setting up for the Ravage. This isn't even a guaranteed Roche. He gets Ravage on all these heroes right in the middle of the pit. No chance of sealing the Aegis here. He resets a little bit. They're just trying to buy time. Laurel's now going to go in. He's going to be one. See if he can enchant on him at the right time. Oh, good wait for it. Pick up the Aegis. But the bottom lane is dying at the meantime. You got the spoils of war, sure, but the rat is getting the spoils from you. Yatoro takes a tier 3 in a ranged.
It felt like the better of the two choices, though. Just commit for the Roshan. Use your Morphling BKB. Guarantee this Aegis.
But you already had an Aegis before, and you didn't do shit with it. Now you've got a bottom lane that's going to be pushed in even more, and Yatoro's going to be even more aggressive with his push now that he's got a BKB.
You have to pick one or the other in that position, though. You have no global capability. You have to take the fight somewhere, and your chances to catch Fury on bottom are almost 0 with your lack of stuns.
Well, let's put it this way. They better get more done with this Aegis than they did the last.
Oh, yeah. They need to do something here. I mean, without the catch, you can't really just walk down a lane. The rat potential is too strong. Your best bet is to push lane solo with this Morphling and set up the play elsewhere. You need more stuns, more blink daggers, more ability to move around this map faster. Maybe early boots of travel on some of these heroes.
Swashbuckles takes away, blinks backwards. If he got tagged by damage there, then it would have been Yatoro and Maposhka trying to follow it up. That's the real problem, right? It's the rat combined with the fact that they've got the best single target catch in the game with the Fiend's Grip, with an Aether Lens Blink Dagger Bane.
Guaranteed catch if you find isolated side lane heroes. And that's why I think at some point as Tidebound, you are just going to have to man up and take the trade. Force some action with this Morphling. If Radon gets building, so what?
Yeah, I mean, the lanes are in the best situation that they have been in a long time, and there's no Ravage for 30 seconds. This could be Tidebound's moment.
See how much they can get done here. Tide on Tide action.
Anchor Smash is going to slow him down quite heavily. Shiro backs away, and the lanes, side lanes, are beginning to push forward. Tidebound likely going to have to address the issue.
That just feels bad. You got the situation you wanted. and you still can't push with it. Which means you're going to be stuck in this game for a long time. So you better be gearing up a game plan in terms of how are you going to catch Spirit around the map and secure kills. If you can't force the high ground with this Morphling, Anchor Smash too strong, go for the catch. They're going to smoke up, try and find anything on this map right now. They will see Laurel. Got to get damage on him.
Running after him, Gale Force didn't get the power shot on him to stop the blink, and Y is blind for the golem drop, so not going to risk it.
Another misplay as the map continues to go Spirit's way. They have the BKB on the Furion as the Basher arrives for the Pango. That's a little more catch.
And maybe at this point, thanks to that Basher, they can just play for hunting Yatoro, because I'm not sure if they're going to get another opportunity to hit that mid lane as freely as they got to.
No, it's going to be another Aegis. You just farm the map with it.
Yep, 2 minutes left.
These supports from Spirit continue to find so much farm. You will get nags on this Bane at some point in this game. That early shard letting you farm the map. You already have an nags done for the Muerta. It's going to be a lot of control from the backline here.
I almost wonder if Y needs to consider a Blink Dagger. Just so he can get to that back line and ensure 100% he can get the golem drop on the Bane.
Would also help you catch on the map, to be honest. They have limited stuns. Blink golem someone on a TP. It's worth it at some point. Minute left on the Aegis. They're letting Morphling push solo.
MKB for the Furion.
Shiro sees the Bane, and guess what? You can't do anything because you don't have control. They will try and catch him on the backside of the smoke. Round 2. They got him.
This one will latch. I do hope Planet starts power shotting before he Gale Forces against all these Blink Daggers.
And they did pick up a gem, so they are going to get some map control off the vision game here.
Oh, that's really nice, yeah. That goes a long ways. Laurel goes Scepter into a blink away. The Bristleback has no answer to that. Well, I guess he does. He has Nullifier. Nothing to say. Oh, got him on the corner there. Can he get another hit? The blink is up. No, the blink there. Just like 0.1 second. Rue, good coverage there, putting the calling onto the Pango, ensuring the swashbuckles aren't going to be draining in. At least they'll get Rue.
Something.
Yeah.
Take anything at this point. These Ghost Scepters have been annoying. Early Nullifier out from Faith Beyond just to try and mitigate the pressure. As your Aegis expires, gain about 2K net worth. Doesn't feel like it.
Tick tock, tick tock. Yatoro, he's almost level 23. You thought it was bad before. Wait till level 25 with the big Treant.
They do get the Spirit's base again.
Yep, another opportunity to swing on it. Every single time they do, though, it's met with an Anchor Smash, which is really annoying for Shiro.
Just can't deal damage in this siege. You're just going to have to fall back on your scale here if you're Tidebound. This game's going to go late. You have 3 cores who can all get incredibly spicy in that late game situation. This is one of those games where you also can't stress about the rat action too much. If Furion's going to take some of your base, that's just life. You need to make sure you win the 5-on-5. That's what's actually going to win this game for either team.
And it's true. If Tidebound, it did feel like there was a big sense of frustration, but they could always just go back on like, guys, we're going to catch the Furion at some point in time.
Yeah, exactly. Like, don't put too much pressure on yourself. The map's been really hard to play. You didn't get that mid-game momentum.
Yeah.
But you can absolutely scale here, and you can win that 5-on-5, which in theory should be good for you in some ways because, again, this Morphling Furion matchup, the Furion's advantage is splitting you up, picking you apart, ratting with this Treant. He's not just going to sit there and man-fight your Morphling. This Morphling's still going to be incredibly good when the team fight comes, assuming you don't get caught by an Echo Slam. Still a lot of confidence in their 5-on-5 if they can get it.
Smoke through a high ground ward. This is going to be a bit disguised. Yatoro is getting away! Not again!
So close.
Was that on the edge of Swashbuckle? He didn't actually land the Swashbuckle, right?
He did not hit him.
Oh. And look at Laurel. Look at Laurel. He wants to cut more waves. Is he going to Fisher this one? Wait for another one?
That's where you Echo Slam that wave for mental damage.
That's something. That's
I don't need it to fight
right?
you because you're never going to get the fight.
You still have tier 4s to be gotten for near everybody.
Roshan coming up in a minute here as well. So yeah, you want to get these tier 4s online. Gear up for that next Roche.
Oh, no.
Sometimes it's just not long enough, Austin.
Well, that's the problem I've never experienced, but maybe it's more experience on the Pangolier. Bach holding the bottom lane. He's level 20. And he's looking at a heart next. I mean, this guy's going to be tough to touch, that's for sure. But are you going to be able to address Yotoro's level 25 is 600 experience away.
This Treant's going to be really annoying around the map. I still don't think they're going to have issues man fighting the Furion. With Pango, Bristle, Morphling, there's just no way. It's just the map. Playing the map and then getting yourself in a position where you don't get jumped first in the fight either. Because Spirit can just all in your Morphling. Like Blink Ravage, Blink Echo him into the other ult and just slam the BKBs. I mean, there's no save in this lineup.
Yeah, Shiro, he hasn't died yet. And credit to him because there are so many different ways to catch him out. But it is just going to be, he's going to have to be so quick on the trigger finger. Echo Slam is instant. Ravage is pretty fast. Might get Fiend's Grips from, you know, the tree line at any point. Drew, another TP away. I wonder if Bach's beginning to consider if he needs like a Yules or something.
Needs an Abyssal. Or Hex. They need stuns. They need stuns. They need blinks. They need anything to help them with the map mobility right now. 25 online for Radon.
Here comes
the Mega Treant's going in bottom.
One Treant, 78 damage. The other, 234.
This is you and your big brother.
And he is going to back up those Treants with another round. If Tidebound don't take the Roshan now, they'll have to back out and deal with bottom.
Same
and we saw
situation.
what happened last time. Yeah, Spirit.
Exact same situation as before. They don't have good Treant killers. There's
And those
no way
buildings
Planet
drop
deals with
so
this.
fast against these Treants.
it's
They
just
have to
gone.
use a glyph. The glyph is hurt. I think the building's dead anyway. Okay, no, nothing to say. It's also going to join in here. That'll help.
He doesn't kill these that fast either, though.
Yeah, I mean, he could bash him.
This is sad. This is really sad.
This is so sad. Oh, my God. And, of course, while you're watching that, Team Spirit
By
are
the
going
way-
to make a move. Of course they're going to make a move. They see two heroes inside of the enemy base. And why? Left out in the cold.
Such a tough game for Tidebound to play. Again, I think at some point you just give up buildings. You just have to accept that that is your fate and win the fight. It's way more important for your chances to win this game. As Radon starts slamming this Aegis.
Bach trying to get in there. Trying to get some idea of what's going on inside the pit. Gale Force is really going to help out. That'll help give him some information. Rolling Thunder goes in.
Grip.
Ghost Scepter already used. Yep, the grip in the back
cancel.
lines. And look at Yotoro go to work. Shiro jumps in, all in to grab the Aegis. All in if he can. No, Bach, he has to grab it instead because the Echo Slam before all of Bach. He'll die fast. Can Shiro on one life be able to win this? He's manning up, trying to deal the damage against three different heroes. Bach back alive, trying to put some goo out while Shiro managed to get away. No, a sleep to push him back in. Laurel hit on three. An enchant totem wait for him up to the high ground. Well, Bach chases after Moposhka, trying to deal with this pesky Bane, but he goes up to the high ground with the Ogre Shield Totem. He's good for now. Now he runs into Yotoro. Not sure if he can take the fight or not. Puts a nullifier on him.
Back.
Shiro chases after him. Shiro doesn't have much HP, but he feels like it's just enough, and he's right about it. He finishes off Yotoro. Now Moposhka blinks away. He's out. 4 dead on the side of Spirit. Finally, Tidebound. Have they broke away cleanly? Have they finally managed to get a win over Spirit? Enough to be able to take advantage of the map.
Such clutch pickups in that pit. That fissure blocked the Morphling off from all the items on the ground. And despite the damage coming out from that Furion, all Spirit got out of that pit was the Refresher Shard, which went to the Morta. He used it in the fight, so you don't even have that for the next go. Cheese onto the Morphling, Aegis onto the Bristle. The pickups were very clutch. And you did that with a full duration grip on your Pango that killed him. But my God, that Morphling damage when he gets in that pit.
Oh, yeah.
It just shreds collapse. get nullified on the Ghost Scepter. You have the goo. He just gets completely chunked. Execution from the power shot as well, on point.
Oh man, Shiro, he had the BKB, but it looks like he wasn't able to grab the Aegis instantly.
A Fissure really messed with him there. And he's just morphing up. He tanks so much damage here. You get a 3-man stun, but not enough follow-up.
That was a beautiful one. Look how fast Laurel died. Back into the game, though. The push coming in from Tidebound. And this time around, they don't have enough to be able to stop him, though they do have enough to be able to kill Bach. It's a trade out for Miposhka. Shiro, right in the middle of all these heroes. Goes after more, thinking about with the Rolling Thunder coming in, the chain stuns are possible. They'll go after Rue. Rue with the Ghost Scepter. Doesn't have his ultimate, but he does have that. Meanwhile, Collapse is trying to kill Planet right now. Shiro's just like, I don't know what to deal with. Do I go for the supports? A Ravage can put out Collapse. He'll be able to get him. Utoro on the other side with the teleport. He goes after nothing to say in the swashbuckle. He didn't put him away from the Furion. What happened? Tidebound. That was supposed to be their moment, and it all fell apart.
They get the team fight. Unfortunately, it is super deep in Spirit's base and against a bunch of Ghost Scepters that Shiro cannot dispel on his own. If you don't have this nullifier around the Morphling, he gets kited super hard. We saw the Hex come out from the Tidehunter as well. Just so hard for the Morphling to output the damage if he's isolated in a situation like that, and the other cores are having trouble on the backside. My God, they had a lot of trouble. This Furion is dealing a lot of DPS if the Morphling does not deal with him.
And they are missing buybacks to be able to hold this. There are buildings that could be dropping very fast. You have an Anchor Smash affects buildings on the Tidehunter, of course, the Furion, and what he is able to accomplish. There's no tier 2s left. The whole base is open for the taking.
Shiro has to put in some work here.
How can he do that against this Miposhka Bane, who's either going to Nightmare him, enfeeble him, and soon a Beam's Grip.
Kind of killing Miposhka.
And he's doing a lot. The Treants are actually kind of playing him against him in some ways.
He almost died to that. Pretty disgusting. The Dagon does come out for Planet. Ideally need another one of these somewhere.
Shiro much more mobile now. Level 25, minus 40% waveform cooldown. Will help him a lot as the constant push and pull of Spirit has been their biggest issue.
Need another nullifier in this lineup. And you need to play around the Morphling with these nullifiers to guarantee the damage can go through. That's the biggest key in these fights for Tidebound. Otherwise, you are going to get kited. There's just no question about it. The Furion is susceptible if you just find Yatoro when he goes in deep. But he's kind of been dodging Shiro. When Shiro goes in on Spirit, Yatoro's going in on your backline. And he's killing them a lot faster because you don't have the same kiting mechanisms right now.
Yeah.
And he does buy out here. No buyback available for Dawn. 1,400 gold short, so that probably means 30 seconds on this hero.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yatoro oftentimes puts himself without buyback, but that's just because he knows he can farm fast enough to get it before the enemy team can force it.
We did get level 25 on the Morphling as well.
Yes, sir.
These are big talents. Get these waveforms going through the fight. It saves you. You morph back down. You heal up off some creep, come back in the fight. I mean, it's as good as a second life sometimes.
Yeah, especially with the Satanic and Daedalus that he's about to have. One waveform very often can make you full HP. Laurel, what are you doing here? He's being a nuisance. That's what he is. Try again, Bach. Tormentor will go to the other side.
Man, they still have no boots of travel. That's wild to me. I just don't know how you can play these late game fights with the tree and split push if you aren't confident to bring everybody to that exchange.
Who do you think should have it?
At least one of the cores.
I feel like Pango can't afford it because he needs a Linken's. I'm surprised he's not going Linken's.
I guess you need a lot of stuff here. You need Lincoln Spheres, Lotus Orbs. You need more scale. The Abyssal Blade would be nice. Some Hex somewhere would be nice. Dagons on the supports. Boots of Travel's a luxury, I suppose. And we saw that Ags done for Miposhka here. Aether Lens, Blink, Bane.
Nasty.
All that farm off the Shard early.
Nasty stuff. Disperser also for the Nature's Prophet, first time in a professional match.
Radiant are scanning.
Do have this Golem. That's about it. Somebody is getting gripped here. It's not going to be fun.
Constant bottom lane pushes mean these Treants push into base, try and get some chip damage here and there. Fortunately, at least one person is addressing it with the Dagon.
Planet did finish up a Lotus Orb. That's something to look for in the fight. You can get a very clutch Lotus. Could make a world of difference.
Yeah, especially how I think it's pretty easy to use this Lotus in this game, right? He's largely going to be using it on Nothing to Say when he Rolling Thunders in, which should guarantee.
That's the biggest priority.
At least a few seconds of that spell.
Oh,
being
they're
useful.
just going to run into Radon? What is this? He can't TP because he doesn't know where the Pango Bash is.
Teleport coming in, Golem gets dropped on him, and he's not making it out of here.
Yeah, no way.
Yatoro had played this game so clean for so long. When was his last death? It had been some time, but finally, a windfall for Tidebound when they least expected it, I think.
That was just out of nowhere. Just caught him sleeping.
Almost got Maposhka as well.
You can just walk down mid right now.
100%. Get that buyback out of Yatoro.
Treant still in your base.
And Planet will quickly go back and deal with that.
I mean, this is 70 seconds. No Furion on the map. That most annoying target. It was only 7 minutes ago, I guess.
Yeah, Tidebound, they've been here before. They've been in Spirit's base before. It didn't go well for them last time.
It did not.
Hopefully they are going to think about what they need to do different. Seemed like last time they really got pulled into the tier 4 area and left some of their backline exposed.
Just make sure the Bristle and the Morphling are close by. Really important this Nullifier on Faith Beyond does some work.
Doing anything they can to slow him down between Scythe and dead shots.
It's so hard to hit anything here. Easier as the Tidehunter with this Kraken, I guess.
Top lane is pushing in enough that in the 15 seconds that Yatoro's back up, he could take advantage of that. We'll see whether or not Spirit try and catch these heroes, keep them from being able to escape. They got Bach. Nightmare him back in. And there's the Fiend's Grip, the Rolling Thunder, all the way across. He's got to hit all of these illusions to be able to stop the Fiend's Grip and finally ends, but Bach is already dead. And the Ravage from Collapse is the Ogre Seal Totems to catch too.
See you later. You're not getting out of that.
Beautiful stuff, and once again, Tidebound get lured into the Spirit base, and yeah, they get a building this time around. But again, it all goes wrong.
And now the Furion's back up, and guess what? He did not have to buy back for that. He's going to have it for the next fight. Refresher for Collapse. This Tidehunter has gotten massive here. Has that level 25 extra stun duration on top of all of it. Spirit are hitting this late game team fight. Power Spike. It's just a dead shot. You get caught in the base.
He got a mid-Ogre Seal Totem.
He totemed in the Sleepwalk. That's pretty brutal.
He was going to make it out. Bach is probably saying, I'm just going to get over the cliff here. And instead, Maposhka. Fantastic positioning, Collapse with the better follow-up.
I mean, but what have we said time and time again? Nothing is free against this team. You have to be ultra disciplined.
Yep. And as a result, another tier 3 down.
I mean, more
Tidebound, 2 buybacks. Yeah.
Double buyback for them. You need buybacks in this game. When these late game situations on the brink of elimination here, you gotta make something happen eventually. It's likely you're going into a late game fight where Yatoro is going to have the 2 lives off his own buyback. You have to expect it. You have to be able to combat it.
Smoke up. Tidebound. Trying to get outside the base now that they pushed all 3 lanes in. Any pickoff is worth its weight in gold. A power shot going after Laurel. They got him in the Rolling Thunder before he could blink away. Bounce back. Now he's going to try and TP out, but the Golem's going to be dropped on him. So that stops that. He quickly refreshes. Got tagged by damage again. No chance for a blink just yet. Now he gets it. And he's out. He's away. Missed opportunity. Meanwhile, while they were chasing after him, it's Team Spirit to take Roche.
They still don't have enough stuns in this game. Refresh BKB Ghost Scepter. Enough to get you out of that situation, and you lose Roshan because of it.
That is a refresher shard for Yatoro to make sure that his second life, he has everything available to him. Collapse has got the cheese, which helps a lot because he has the refresher orb, so He's going to be throwing around a lot of mana that she's going to forgive some of that mana cost for him.
This game almost might get to a point where Tidebound just say, okay, you know what? We haven't been able to go high ground. Let's see you go high ground. You try and do it, and we'll sit in base with our Morphling late game.
Yeah, but it's inevitable. You've got a Nature's Prophet. Like,
is it inevitable? You have Daggons. You can't just force the towers down.
Wait till he starts refreshing so we can get like 4 treants run at you all at once.
The thing that Spirit do have is they have really good chain stun off the jump, and there's no save. So you just jump heroes.
We're going to see that maybe here. Maposhka, he tried. He really wanted to get that Fiend's Grip. He has the Refresher Shard now for double Fiend's Grips. So if he could have gotten that Fiend's Grip out, he could have just walked away with his hero, refreshed up. Here comes a Treant. Boom. Dagon. But he got 1 hit in. 1 hit is all it takes when it does like 10% of the building's health.
Surprised we haven't seen the Alacrity Treant strat make its appearance in this patch.
Yeah, seriously. Well, there's another Dagon. Y finally says, okay, I'll try and help out here too.
High ground hold begins for Tidebound. Aegis, 3 minutes left for Radon if he wants to get hyper aggressive. And you have refreshers on pretty much everybody. So many ults to play with here. Feels like you can just throw them on anything. Should be happy.
And there's the Blink Dagger for Y. I can't wait to see Maposhka in this next fight. Can he actually get 2 good Fiend's Grips off with this Aghanim Scepter?
Ultimate BM play is you grip somebody, it gets canceled, you grip them again.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? Like if Y's gonna try and all in with the Golem,
just spam grips on this Morphling.
Yeah. Banner gonna be dropped. Bach.
Still no buy on this Bristle.
Address it. Nullifier put onto Yatoro. Blocked in by the Fissure. Awkward. Of course, Tidebound don't really want to go for him because of the Aegis.
These dead shots are incredibly obnoxious. You have to kind of take the fight here, yeah.
Rolling Thunder goes out. Chasing after the heroes. Collapse, hops over him, spots Laurel on the side. There goes that Fiend's Grip. First one. And it's going to be used here. And they do not try and bail him out. It seems like nothing to say. He managed to get the roll up, but still locked down by the anchor. Got a swashbuckle, didn't get up home. And it looks like Laurel was able to get planted as well off of that one. And he does not have the buyback. Nullifier put on to Laurel, can't chase after him. Once again, it feels like Tidebound. It's on the left, it's on the right, it's through the middle. They just do not know where to turn. They are constantly pulled topsy-turvy, and they are dizzy from Spirit's constant aggression on all sides of the map. And just like that, it's Megas.
Yatoro going to Fountain to heal up here. He has Block of Cheese active on him right now, by the way. Extra tanky.
Bristle back, pulled out of the base by the Nightmare. They'll put the anchor on him, and they go for it. Ravage gonna be used. All in for Bach, and they got him. That's another hero at dieback. Now left with 3, Tidebound. All the buildings are gone except for these tier 4s, and those won't last long against Collapse and Yatoro. Jump forward, there's another Fiend's Grip. This time on Shiro. Oh, and the Ravage to stop Y! No Golem here, not today. An instant buyback from Shiro, but he has to do it. Just him and nothing to say. Can the 2 of them somehow stop all of this? Ruse the first one down. Another Fiend's Grip put to use. On to nothing to say. Yatoro putting the damage on nothing to say. Meanwhile, Shiro puts the damage onto Yatoro. Both will fall, but GG has already been called by nothing to say. There's just no chance in hell that Shiro could do it alone.
That might have been one of the most frustrating games Tidebound have ever played. You could feel it across that 20-minute mid-game. They had nowhere to go. All this strength, the most broken carry of the patch, and you can't do shit with it. There's nobody to hit. There's no team fight to take. You're bleeding out on the side lanes. You don't have enough catch. Your lineup is composed of heroes that just want to brawl in the fight. And it never came. They never were able to capitalize on those Aegises, and it seemed like Spirit just didn't even care. There's a gentleman's handshake right there. Good job. We really messed that team up, and I would agree, man. And this is the kind of game style that you get with that Bane Furion opener. Yeah. It's not an opener that gives you that straight 5-on-5, but it is one that can just make that map miserable to play and have massive pickoff threat. And man, just so many small things Spirit do well to make these games uncontestable. Like that Tormentor snipe that gave the Bane the shard. that then lets him farm so much faster. All these small things like that. It's just miserable to play against them.
At game one, the meld start, where they got the first blood on the Huskar. Like, how many? There's so many different things that Spirit is going to do to give them just a little bit of edge here, a little bit of edge there.
And it's a sign of a great team. When you're operating at a tier 1 level across the board, it gives you the freedom to look for the small things because everything else is firing naturally. And that is why they set the bar so damn high. That's why they've made a deep run in this elimination bracket. They just keep going. They're just plowing through teams.
Absolutely. They only seem to getting better and better. And we're better for it, being able to watch them. Let's head to the stage to get to our interviews.
Yeah, with that win, I do have Toro joining me here. This game, right? Nature's Prophet, everyone's banning it. OP, we always talk about it. But your item build specifically, going for the Manta and then later on selling it. Walk me through your choices throughout this game.
I just, when I bought BKB, we took some fights and I just understood what they're not trolling. I need some kite items, I need some disperser against Bristleback, against Morph to run away, and also I sold BKB and bought silver when we took enemy gem. Understood what they a bit nervous and they're not gonna click at my items and not gonna see some silver age. So I'm just bought it and it works.
There were a couple of plays where your team was around the Roche pit or maybe somewhere else on the map and you're just pushing racks. Is this confidence with Nature's Prophet and you're hoping that they're not going to look at the factory ants are broken right now?
Like 50-50, we just understand the strength of Nature's Prophet hero, but we can push some side lanes to bring some attention to the sides, and the most important is not let them catch me. But I did everything good at this split push, and we just always let them a bit nervous about the Roche fight because I'm always there, and I'm always playing with buyback also, so Roshan all the time gonna be ours. So we just try to poke them, try to not let them just easy Roshan with strong Morphling.
And give me some of your thoughts about this series as a whole, because the last 2 times you've played, it's gone to game 3. This time you're able to get the 2-0.
Tidebound is a good team. We prepared well. We understood what they're gonna pick at the second game, at first game. They a bit shocked us by Huskar mid lane, but we did good job in the early game, so they're not gonna smash us. And we just understood what they're gonna pick Morphling first pick, and what we're gonna do. We just thought about it and what they can do. And I think our draft just was better, and we played better, and everything is good. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it definitely showed here. Congratulations again, Yotaro, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
It's now the 3rd series in a row that Team Spirit are winning, and this time around, they just out-team fought Tidebound. I gotta feel a little bit bad for Tidebound. The first Roshan, they took with ease. The second Roshan, Shiro, confidently was able to take it. The third one, Faith Beyond or Buck on the Bristleback, Overseal Totem. That's an even better mobility item to go in and get it. But 3 Aegises, they just weren't able to break the base. They kept going a little bit too deep. And yeah, the Tide Hunter, the Shaker, the Bane at the high ground, it really just dismantled Tidebound time and time again.
I was a little bit surprised. You know, you mentioned it there. They're kind of overextending, it feels like. But there's also something to be said for how Miposhka was playing this Bane here, Effie. It's something not really picked up by many players, but gosh, in the right hands, it looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, Miposhka is such a treat to watch on like any hero he plays, but with Bane, it's pretty cool. Like there are a couple of key moments for him in this game. Like on the first Aegis that Tidebound had, and they were looking for their momentum, he got the setup Nightmare on the Bristleback, which had a big chunk of Tidebound's net worth. They were able to get a really good kill there. There are a couple of fights where he was just gripping the Pango roll, which was one of the primary tools for Tidebound to take the fight. And because of the presence of this Bane kind of negating their big team fight spell, it made it so that Tidebound at a certain point in the game looked pretty unclear with what they wanted to do. Like, even when they had Aegis, it did feel like they slowed down a little bit and just played a little bit too reactionary Jerax.
Yeah.
I was going to say, first of all, because no one's actually seen the desk yet, we do actually have a special guest joining us for the breakdown of this. Jerax so graciously not only joining us here, but coming in today. Did you enjoy the series? Enjoy the game?
Yeah. I think it was great to see Team Spirit sort of pulling off something against Morphling again. I think they changed that from yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think this was more towards like what I would agree is perhaps a better answer. But yeah, definitely, I think outplaying here. Somehow figuring out that how to manage the map versus Tidebound and proving it, this is how it's done.
How do you see Spirit now, right? Because yesterday you were coaching the Parry Vision guys as you went up against them. Now seeing them take the 2-0 against Tidebound, do you think this team going to go to grand finals, maybe even win all of Blast Slam 3?
It looks like the confidence is building. I think they're more finding their perhaps older roots where they're feeling very confident with their own picks, and I'm seeing like a resemblance of that.
Yeah. So what about you guys? What about FET? How do you feel about it?
Oh,
for Spirit.
I mean, Spirit are looking really good, right? With each win, they're leveling up. This is a team that's been known to do that. We talked about how they are the comeback team in Dota. We've seen them pull these crazy wins off time and time again. And when they do get in form, they're pretty scary to come up against. This game in particular was a little bit sickening. Nobody likes playing against the Nature's Prophet. Looked a lot easier than their last few days, but they're in good form.
Yeah, I think Spirit, again, in good form, but there are moments in these games where if you are a Falcons or a Tundra, a Gaimin, or Aurora, if you are to meet them at some point, I think there are moments where Spirit are looking, punishable, vulnerable in certain moments, but I'm talking about like 1 or 2 moments in the entire game. Whilst other teams present 10, 12 opportunities to win a game, Spirit's it's a couple moments. If you can capitalize on it, they are beatable. They're not undefeated in their run, but again, incredible form and very scary to go against.
Before we talk any more about the game, before you hear from us, so we're going to actually hear from more from one of our players, Mposhka.
Hello. So, a little bit surprised that Morphling comes to peak, and some teams picking this hero too early, in my opinion. Like, for example, Prevision at 9th pick, and today, first pick Morph. For me, I guess this hero is a little bit strong in that meta, because a lot of carries doesn't really can out-carry that hero. And he's really annoying just because how to say, it's just very hard to kill this hero. It's very hard to find an option to attack him or burst. Like if player who's playing Morphling is good at him, he can always try to, be ready to some attacks. Like if he good to read map, he can always be at, for example, 2k HP, and you will not have enough damage to kill him, and it's really annoying. So I guess probably that hero will be banned soon, pretty soon, in first phase. But I guess only against teams who can pick it, actually. Yeah.
He's talking about how, the Morphling's probably going to be in that first phase of bans as well. But, I mean, after being so recently in that coach seat, Jax, do you think Morph needs to be in that area, or are there just way too many good picks right now?
It seems like the hero doesn't have necessarily that many good carry matchups to play versus. Here we see Nature's Prophet, but I think that one-on-one is still pretty tough. I think you need to find other ways of trying to win the game, just like Team Spirit showed here. I think more respect is probably coming the further we go along as this tournament. And I think some teams, just like Team Spirit, can definitely play Morphling, so I think maybe they're picking it up next.
Yeah. What about the position 4 hero pool? Do you see some of what the Pulse are playing now, and you're like, ooh, kind of wish that was around when I was playing competitive? Like the Mortar.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think Mortar is new to me because I haven't really touched the hero myself because it wasn't back then.
Yeah.
But I mean, looking at 9 class, for example, he makes position 4 look very exciting. So sadly, we can't see more of him here, but maybe next tournament.
Yeah, maybe next tournament. But the Morph on our screen there, it doesn't do justice, these numbers, T, of how impactful this Morph actually felt. Almost able to carry them to the victory, living just on a sliver of health every time.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much did everything for the team, right? 37,000 hero damage, 10,000 building damage. He was taking the Roshans. He was doing pretty much everything. It just, when it gets to the critical moment as a team, like where do you fight? Why do you fight? Those questions that Tidebound were, getting asked in the game, they just had all the wrong answers. So it doesn't matter if your Morphling is doing everything. He didn't have the additional support to get him into a winning position, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think the big issue as well was just Spirit's map play with Furion. Like, the longer the game goes, the harder and harder that it gets. You were mentioning in the green room, Jarex, do they have BOTs on Radiant? They really need BOTs because they couldn't necessarily connect or make any plays, even if they felt like they could fight at certain moments. There was always the Nature's Prophet train pushing a lane, some kind of shenanigans going on, and the later the game goes and you get that level 25 talent on Furion, like you need to commit multiple heroes to kill this thing.
And I think this draft, maybe Tidebound had a better chance of like perhaps looking to end the game faster because it was clear that their answers in the later game weren't quite there. And I think perhaps itemizations with the Bristleback or other heroes, I think could have been more aimed towards like actually pushing the base when the morphling is like at its peak. Because I think the later this game goes, I think, you know, if the map is being played like this, the network keeps growing and growing.
Yeah, you need to have Lotus and Lincolns to deal with the Bane. You need BKB charges to deal with the Shaker and the Tide Hunter. And then after that, you need a Refresher to deal with their Refreshers. It's like, like I said, as the game goes longer, you don't have enough gold to deal with the kind of the simplicity of the fight from Spirit.
Yeah, and then also the ticking clock keeps counting down when you're up against Nature's Prophet, and unfortunately, the clock has run out for Tidebound. They're no longer here in Blast Slam 3. We can have a look at our bracket to see exactly the run that Spirit have been on for themselves. A 2-1 against Liquid yesterday, a 2-1 against Parryvision. Now it's a 2-0 against Tidebound. They'll be going up against Falcons tomorrow, whereas on the other side of our bracket here, it has been Aurora's run. They'll be coming up against Gaming Gladiators in just a short moment. But what do you make, Jerax, of this bracket, how it's playing out, and also just the single elimination fun that these teams have?
Looks like a lot of European CEST teams are successing here once again. I think a lot of surprises when I look at how Dota has sort of developed the last year. I think a lot of teams are more equal now. I think there was like not too far ago, I think many teams were like clearly like dominant, and I think now it's definitely leveled, and I think it makes better Dota in general. Not so dominant, and I think me maybe seeing it here that can be very close.
What do you think has kind of changed to enable such an even playing field for the tier 1 team? Oh, you don't even have to have an answer. I know that you don't have the answers to everything, even though I like to think you do.
Well, if I say it in truth, I think it can be exhausting. Like looking at the season, I think everybody's they're not really able to putting their best, and I think it definitely hits the teams that are normally doing like performing at their 100% and like looking to beat the top 3 teams. Perhaps they're not giving their all, as in like in terms of energy, in terms of drafts. Maybe they're looking more towards future.
Yeah. You're going to be able to manage your energy levels, and hopefully we've been doing that for you guys as well, because we do have a whole nother series. This is one of our fastest series, but don't go anywhere. It's going to be a very short break. When we come back, it is Gaming Gladiators and Aurora.
Who knows? Maybe, maybe not.
Probably, yeah, but unhinged excuses for bad game. I don't know, honestly. Like, I don't feel like people make excuses for the gameplay usually.
There's plenty of bad, but not many excuses for the bad.
If anything, it's something about like some hero is OP or like my hero fucking sucks. That's, I mean, the excuse would be like, this hero fucking sucks. I'll never play this hero again.
In that sense, it could be you actually.
Me? You would be like, I fucking didn't eat anything yet.
Queen.
That is correct.
It's just Quinn.
No, it's me for sure.
It's for sure.
It's for sure me. That's just me. I'm just a harsh critic, I think.
You can come up with a lot of new ideas, but it always has to come through Quinn in the end. And that's hard.
Teammates so annoying. I have to leave the room. It was once, but I won't tell. I won't tell which player, but let's say it was in Navi.
I mean, we always share the same room, so I haven't actually shared a room with everybody, but like just looking at the people's table, I'll probably say either Watson or Quinn.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Not sure which one. They're both pretty rough.
It's not that bad. It's like drink bottles for like one day.
It's a bit more after some McDonald's sessions and I don't know.
It's Watson, because I share a room with him. What are you gonna say in your defense?
It's not true. I'm the best roommate you can get.
But who?
Maybe Queen.
Bro, it's not me. I would never ever do this.
I feel like it's just
I feel like we had that before.
This is literally the Mafia game we played last time. I'm just getting lambasted for no reason. I would never do this. I don't think anyone would.
It's like an account just to like downvote.
Make an alt to downvote negative post about yourself. It's like some unreal degenerate behavior.
That's pretty easy.
Yeah.
I feel like you would do it like...
I would not.
There would be something controversial in the tourney. You go through Reddit, it's like, how is there no post about me? And you just do it.
A negative post of myself is funny. I mean, I'm the most likely to do that, probably.
No, I don't
Some
think
conspiratorial psychosis. In our team, I think, I don't usually hear the words, trust me, bro. So who's gonna be it? Maybe probably me. Because we usually speak with Watson, sometimes on Russian during the game. And I tell him like, trust me, bro, just go here and end up with both of us dying.
True like that.
Yeah, for sure. That's a classic. When you win the tournament, you gotta soak in it a little bit. What's the point of filling up the bathtub? You ain't gonna soak, you know? Like, I mean, that's just you know, basic. So
Talk about yourself, brother.
I'm not.
You for sure. I've literally seen you do it.
No, I was because he's doing it. So I have to watch it.
Back to the excuses question. No, for sure. I've seen everyone do it.
No, it's fun doing that.
Back in the days I did it, but like I'm over that now. So.
That's because we don't win anymore.
I guess.
They're having some fun in the hot seat there, answering all of those questions about rewatching broadcasts of winning moments, winning tournaments. Did you ever do that, Misery?
For a little while afterwards, but then
I was gonna say, it's okay to say yes. Apparently they all do it.
Yeah, but I think at some point you gotta move on, right? And look forward.
Yeah, but sometimes you like to run through, you like to see the highlights too, you like to see the key moments that really stood out for you.
Yeah, no, when you play against either our co-streamers, Gorg or Quaker, and you beat them in a pub, you rewatch it just to see...
Do you actually?
Yeah, sometimes.
To
It's quite
see their
funny.
reaction?
Yeah, you see some mid 04 Ember on the right-hand side co-stream, or like a 06, you know, Nature's Prophet. I don't know, it's quite fun to just watch them mauled, and you're like, that was my smoke gank, you know, it's quite fun. So, yeah, maybe not to the same degree as winning a tournament, but I don't know, it's fun just messing with the co-streamers.
Yeah, you get to have a little bit of joy there. I know something that brings me joy, though, is our play of the day. We had a very special moment yesterday, and we got to turn it into what feels like an art piece.
They kill Roshan fast enough. It's very fast. I think Roshan roars, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Instant Manta. They need to do this as quick as possible before Collapse gets here. He's smoked up. He's about to get into the pin.
I'm in the spirit.
And Laurel's right in the middle. He got tagged by damage. Doesn't use the arm. He gets inside, and they snatch away the Aegis. Satanic, he's in trouble now. Hurricane Pike out of the pit. They deal with Monkey King. Monkey King getting run down. That's going to be the Aegis. Meanwhile, Satanic, they got to bodyguard Satanic. They got to get him out of this fight. Tukalis, he gets caught, run down by Yatoro, who hit by the Ice Blast, has to get up to the high ground. Ogre Seal Totem, force tap. Satanic teleports right up. Yatoro has to stand his ground. And he's in this fight. A dieback on both carries. No one. A dieback on him as well. The mid is gone. Team Spirit, they have the advantage. That's going to be 3 dead, 4 dead. Yatoro gives up his life to take down his nemesis. He says, sit down, young man. You're not number one. You're just another one.
If you want to see a play from today turned into something as magical as that, make sure you head on over to Blast TV, have your say on what one it should be. But now, guys, we're already halfway through our tournament. Actually, we're over halfway through it. And whilst we could reminisce on all the play of the day, something that's more enjoyable is looking at how the meta's shaping up, what heroes are being picked, what's actually working out for each team, position, roles, and whatnot.
Yeah, I thought it could be interesting to have a little pit stop and see where we're at. So in the beginning of this tournament, a lot of people were thinking about Jakiro and Ringmaster, Furion as well. And if you look at the win rates here of these heroes, they're not as expected, right? And same with the Sand King, Terrorblade, heroes that, you know, were prophesied as being the best heroes of the patch. The most picked, but actually the win rate doesn't show it. And then if we look at some other potential new heroes that are coming into the meta here, we have some less picked, but very high win rate. And I think that these heroes are potentially some of the newer meta heroes that are coming back into the rest of this tournament. And I mean, a lot of it is thanks to our friends at Team Spirit and Aurora bringing back the Slaughter and the Magnus especially. Of course, Tinker, everybody knows Tinker is a problem, and he also still shows it in the win rate. But I just thought that's kind of interesting, and I'm sure it's going to develop even further as we get Gaming Gladiators on the board, Tundra tomorrow. Yeah, these teams are going to bring something new for themselves.
No, that's cool to see because it did shift in the playmaking direction. Like we thought this would just be another patch, another tournament on the same patch, same heroes being picked, but the fact that all of these heroes that have been like terrorizing the meta for so long are so low win rate, and then these playmakers with the big flashy spells, the big initiations like the Slaughter and the Magnus are finding a reemergence. I think that's just all the players like being on land together, like facing across from each other. Like it just brings that energy.
Yeah, it also helps that the first phase heroes are just losing from a lot of teams. So now people are going, wait a second, is this not the meta now? Do we have to think outside the box? And when a hero rises up, other heroes come into play. Like Nature's Prophet is really good. So why not go for a Magnus? Why not out-farm the Prophet or try and match the farm, have the beefy piercing stun the entire time? So I like when heroes are so strong that it forces you to go a little bit to unconventional heroes, and then suddenly they become the meta because of that.
It also just feels like time and time again, just as you think the meta is stale, some teams start inventing some new stuff just because they want to win so badly, right? And they bring out some new, not new, kind of old school heroes that we've seen before, Shaman, Magnus, Slaughter, whatever it may be, but it just keeps happening in Dota, that you think the meta is stale, but no, it just keeps evolving, even though it's the same patch.
Things that might have been forgotten, you know? People forget just how many heroes we do have in Dota, but a team that's had time to prepare, to get themselves in order is Gaming Gladiators.
He's dead. They're ready to move on from Warg. He does get sniped. A beautiful shot that comes in from Tofu, takes Satanic down.
Tofu, another one.
He's carrying the team fight.
A revitalized Gaming Gladiators has returned to Blast, this time with Malady in addition to the Watson pickup. The Kazakhstani duo seems to be finding their place in the veteran squad. Still, the two-time TI finalists typically led the meta of patches prior, while it seems like they're still trying to catch up in 2025.
Quinn with the Rolling Thunder precasted on that one. It's actually a beautiful setup. He just hits 3.
Either way, this is a team that plays fast and seemed to thrive under the Gauntlet's blistering pace. Last Blast, Gaimin came out second in groups and made the finals. Do they have the fire to pull it off a second time?
I sure hope so. They've had 2 days to prepare for this themselves here, T. It's enough time. And hopefully a reminder after getting to see them on LAN. It's been 2 tournaments since we've seen them here on LAN as their full roster.
Yeah, I kept saying earlier in the show that they're on break, but I just kind of forgot that they just lost a lot of qualifiers. So it wasn't like an optional break. They didn't choose to not turn up to tournaments. They just, the start of the year was rough for them. Then they make the roster change and they're looking here. But yeah, between Gaming and Aurora, historically for this year as well, Gaming have beaten every single time. There's yet to be a series that Aurora have won. So outside of the quick little +5 switch, strategically, Gaming do have the edge here.
Is that back when Aurora was still an SEA org as well?
No, there's at least one of them in there. That's this team.
All right, I'm just curious how it is going to be matching up for themselves, especially because we talked about the historical matchup of the 2 orgs and, you know, the Aurora changing into what region they're playing, but also for Gaming Gladiators, picking up a new position 5. It was something that feels like it came out of nowhere very quickly, and Malady adjusted, I would say, in such quick pace.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like they did need some kind of change, and it happened to be Celery for Melody, right? And I think if we pull up their stats here, you can see that they have played quite a lot of games with Melody already, and the win rate is slightly better. So also kind of reflecting in the results that they've had. Like they got second at last blast, and they've also won some qualifiers. They have, like Robson said, dropped out of a couple of qualifiers as well, but at least now they're back potentially at the top again with Melody. So it did bring him some fresh air and some new motivation, I think, to grow together and learn and play some good Dota again.
I mean, I think that is a pretty interesting comparison because, like, when you look at Celery and Melody's hero pool, it is really quite different. Like, Celery used to be the zoo guy. He loved his Enchantresses and Chens, and back when Gaimin were the death ball, high tempo kind of team, that really fit into it. But now, with the addition of Watson, that they've slowed down a bit, been focusing more on their mid to late game, it feels like Melody has fit that ball much better.
Well, we can actually hear from Melody himself exactly how the team has been going.
Yo guys, what's up? Melody is here, and today I'm gonna be honest about my own teammates. Well, let's start with Watson, I guess. He's my Kazakh bro, but on the lane, he just sucks. Because every time I go pull, I told him, don't die, please. And every time he dies, every time. It doesn't stop. About Ace. I mean, every time he picks a fucking unstable lane. It's like, you literally cannot stay this lane. And every time he just mumbles like, oh my God, I hate this fucking punching back Dota. Every time I'm playing fucking punching back, I don't know what to do. The one thing that annoys me about Tofu, it's just, you know, he's doing his like random things. He just walks somewhere, doesn't say a word, just casually dies. Then Queen gets mad about it, and then this shit continues over and over again. So yeah, Tofu just, I don't know, it looks like he just doesn't care about the game at all. I only bring positive stuff to my teammates. I think I'm bringing happiness and joy. And this is the reason why our team is so consistent at winning our games. Let's talk about CY, our coach. He literally does nothing. That's it.
That's it. He does nothing. I love that Melody. Yeah, I'm just a positive, happy force here. Maybe he's bringing happiness to the viewers' team, not so much his team.
I mean, I'm loving these little interviews. You know, so much more character coming from the players.
Yeah.
Yeah, bless him. He's gonna have to get along with his team if they are to try and beat Aurora today.
Well, speaking of, let's actually hear about Aurora because we've been seeing them quite a lot already here at Blastland 3.
Trying to Tokyo.
He's got the skewer.
And he's going to be able to skewer across, get the RP onto the two of them. Ice Blast to follow up into the swashbuckle. Beautifully done.
3 lands this season with 3 Fist 6 placements for Aurora. Despite similar positions, it does feel like this team has become stronger and stronger. Kiyotaka and Panto are reaching new heights, while Nightfall's carry performances have made for a solid foundation.
Did you get the stun down onto Nightfall into the Hex? They're locking him down. Nightfall needs help. He's getting shackled. There's the power strike. Comes in from Toronto, Tokyo, frees him from the shackles. So Nightfall can block the BKB, turn and wars the two of them, take down Polos and Annex.
But with the duo of Mira and Toronto Tokyo, good isn't good enough. It's about time this young team achieve a top 4 finish.
Some wise words, all of the story there about Aurora and how they have made it to this matchup against Gaming Gladiators. But apparently, T, maybe not so destined to be in their favor if history were to repeat itself.
Yeah, but that aside, I think Aurora have shown good development, and that is what the theme of this blast is, right? The fact that the round 1 teams, Spirit and Aurora, are making these runs because I think they're showing that they're finally kind of morphing into what the format's meant to be. I think the previous blast, the teams that have started in round 1, they've accepted their defeat before they even started. But these teams, they really are just making sure that every day they finish their games, they're understanding why, and then pushing it to the next game. So I hope, for the sake of the competitive nature of this series, they are just continuing that kind of learning journey they're on.
Yeah, and I would argue that Aurora's run is more impressive than Spirit's, just in the sense that we know what Spirit is capable of. They've won TI twice. They've played at a very high level just a few tournaments ago. Like, they've won things. Whereas with Aurora, it did feel like they were building from the ground up without that foundation of, okay, we need to get back to form. It was like, let's find our form in the first place. So them being able to do that through the gauntlet, it has just been very interesting to see. And I think today they're going to keep bringing that improvement as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential on each individual player for Aurora. It feels like at times these were players of old rosters that might have been overlooked for their specific roles, as well as Toronto Tokyo making that change for himself. But Mira is one, he took a break and people weren't really sure what team he was going to be ending back on for himself. Here in Aurora though, Misery, you gave us the stats of Ringmaster in general, but Mira, oh man, he's breaking the mold when it comes to that.
Yeah, I mean, Mira is one of the absolute best 4 players, and now finding himself on a new team like Aurora, I think he was exceptional in Spirit, and I think here as well, he's been doing really well, and I'm excited to see what Aurora brings in this today. Like, I think I wouldn't call them favorites against Gaimin, but I would say it's pretty close to being 50-50 here. I think with Aurora's games yesterday and the day before, I mean, they're growing every day. I think they're looking really strong.
Whilst I want to keep talking about Aurora a little bit more, someone else yesterday had choice words for this upcoming matchup, Panto. So I thought, you know, why not?
Not me.
It was T. No, yeah,
God,
go back to that. Go
why
back to the
are you
camera.
showing me? Send that way. Back to them. Go that way.
No, it was Panto, you know? He was having a little bit of fun, a little bit of banter, and we thought it was only fair that they gave them even footing, both Gaming, Gladiators, and Aurora, to have a bit of pre-game shit talk.
I want to say some bad things about this team because I hate them so much. I hate everybody in this team. I hate Queen because every time I play with him in pub, he go AFK like 10 minutes and say like there is no chance to play this game, so I don't want to even try anymore. But when he against me, he always try his best. Even he can make something like fake GG and still playing.
All right, so a few words to old Aurora. Well, we'll start with the one. I mean, Nightfall, what isn't there to say about Nightfall? The amount of times that this man has farmed for 700 minutes while pressing his mic button the entire game, I could go on and on and on. I think by hundreds of replays at a minimum, this has happened.
I also hate Melody because every time I meet him in pub, he wants to steal my role. Why you pick me? Why you pick me? So let me 5. I want to play my role. Or don't tell me anything about my random hero, okay?
Kiyotaka, his name was Depressed Kid before for a reason. Hopefully we're looking to recreate that tonight.
I don't really like Watson because he always last pick Imba and he trying to win 1 against 9 in pubs. And okay, bro, maybe you gonna practice some heroes instead of just winning games. Okay, you have rank 1 again, nice, good job.
Toronto thinks he's the GOAT. He switches roles every 6 months and thinks he can just play every role. So, you know, I'm gonna call Doubt. X to Doubt and say that he can't play offlane. We'll see about that.
And if you think I have nothing to say about Ace and Tofu, you're wrong, guys, because they playing like on fakes S2 and they trying to win every pub. They playing party and they trying to like even when Ace playing his main, which he have 1000 rank, Tofu always pick him. So there is like, it's not fair. Tofu rank 100, Ace 1000. Guys, it's not fair, Pops.
Mira's cool. I like that guy. He's cool. No, nothing bad to say about Mira. And this Panto guy, he's also kind of cool. I don't have anything bad to say about him. But those first 3, the heckin' cores.
I didn't actually think we would get something nice out of Quinn for that one, but there you go.
It's always the support players, you know, we're just the best. It was the 3 cores being attacked, the 2 supports, they slid by.
Yeah, which is ironic and funny considering Panto was the one that was doing all the shit talking. And he's like, yeah, nice guy. I actually really like him.
We'll show Quinn that video. We'll get a retake of his one and then see what he wants to say. Maybe after if they win, we can get the winner's interview. Any
That's
final
true.
words for Panto?
Yeah, it would be like he was actually the one that was talking ill of you guys. But luckily for us, we won't have to wait too much longer to see how this series is going to be panning out because Aurora up against Gaming Gladiators. It's a Game 1 draft.
Hey guys, I'm here with Jerex. We're ready for Game 1 draft. Gaming Gladiators against Aurora.
Yeah.
What do you think about this matchup?
Dude, I'm very excited to see what Gaming Gladiators is going to draft because I haven't really been able to follow their games as much.
Yeah, for
but,
sure.
I think, you know, they have maybe changed a few things throughout the last half a year. So that's what I'm the most excited.
They haven't played that many games recently.
Okay.
There's only 4 group stage games. There's a bit of a flair from them, like Keep Us Alive, for example, is something that they've been playing. Of course, there's always the classic Last Big Husker, but I think they have their Leshrac is also played by them, like the only team. So they're still playing some of their old school identity picks.
Okay.
But yeah, we're gonna have to see what they bring. I also think they're gonna bring their own kind of take on the meta right now.
Okay. Do you think they're gonna be leaning into the morphling that we were seeing like today and yesterday?
That's like a kind of a good question. I think they could pick it up for Watson first, but I would say it's more likely that the other teams are on that train. I think maybe Gaming Gladiators would take it more slow, and we'll see now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that taking it slow?
Well, I mean, not picking your main Watson carry first.
Oh, right.
So actually, this exact setup happened yesterday in Aurora's game. So Gaming Gladiators here, they recognize that this happened yesterday, and they definitely don't mind.
I see some
seeing
smiles
the PA.
there. Yeah, I see some smiles. As in like, oh yeah, they took our baits. Let's do it, guys.
I think that's definitely what's happening here.
Okay. What do you think is going to happen? What do you think Gaming Gladiator has it in their pockets against the Phantom Assassin?
So yesterday what happened was Extreme Gaming took the Bristleback and then flexed it onto carry and picked Timbersaw and Slardar as 2 other cores, which was kind of an all-in type of draft that ended up losing in the end, right?
Okay.
I think this time Ace would not mind playing into PA in the lane. If I know Ace correctly, he's gonna just go there and be like, I'm gonna free farm in this lane.
He's gonna be the boss.
Me and Tofu, we're gonna smash this PA, gonna get Vanguard. He doesn't do much to me. Gonna get the green facet. So that's what I think they're gonna do.
Okay.
And also banning out the Magnus that Aurora played yesterday.
And what do you think is like, if you think about like Watson's comfort, like what is? Do you have ideas for like what are his heroes against the Phantom Assassin in terms of like, okay, the game is going to go to the late and Watson is more of the carry matchup kind of guy, in my opinion, at least. That's my understanding.
Yeah, he could be. So I'm not really sure actually. I mean, we talked about the Morphling. That could definitely be an option. I think. Okay. What else could be? Tiny's band, TA's band. The Nature's Prophet is there. Not maybe the best against PA.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think? Do you see anything that?
Well, I've understood that.
There's maybe this hero, Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker, is that a hero?
Against PA.
I haven't seen it quite.
It's sometimes a hero. I don't know. It pops up here and there. I don't think it's the most common pick, but it's definitely something that can beat the PA in theory, at least.
Okay. I think traditionally Phantom Assassin is more seen as like the slower type. I don't know if Gaming Gladiator is like gonna ramp it up with speed maybe because they have Bristleback. I think if you go for the more supportive items on this hero, it's certainly some timing that's very hard to beat. Other than that, I think TA's banned. I was thinking also Ursa in terms that might have come, but we can't see it right here. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what they do. I agree. I think it wouldn't be past Gaming Gladiators to do some kind of ball and try to end the game early, right?
What about like Terrorblade? Did they play that?
I'm sure. I'm sure Watson plays terribly. This is an interesting pick, right? Tidehunter Windrunner. That means that the Bristleback is something else than offlane.
I would
assume, unless they're also doing Tidehunter other position. I'm not sure, but these heroes are definitely going somewhere.
I would imagine it's like you see PA, you see the matchup. I don't think it's going anywhere else in safe lane. You can feel very comfortable like going Tidehunter there and have a good game.
For sure, yeah. So you think this is probably the Tofu Ace duo, the Tidehunter Windrunner.
Yeah.
And then the question is what this Bristleback is going to be doing.
Yeah, so if you think of Tidehunter and when you have a good game, usually it speeds up the game for that team. It's hard to like stop the tower push. And I think Bristleback is also towards the same. Like, you know, if you look at like 15-minute Tormentor right now and first Roshan, I think I'm already leaning into Gaming Gladiators, like taking those timings.
True.
Unless we like see, okay, maybe there's something that like breaks them like in terms of like, you have like good chances of picking a hero that counters both of these guys. Like Tidehunter and Bristleback are somewhat similar in the sense that like you need break mechanic or some heavy damage on like these strength heroes like
Weather the Storm.
AA used to be one of those. Okay, they probably don't pick AA here, but
whether the timings of Bristleback and Tide, because I think that one thing that Extreme Gaming had going for them, even though they lost yesterday, was they had an insane 15-minute timing before they kind of started throwing a bit, right?
It looks very scary.
Yeah, they actually were ahead like 3,000-4,000 gold, and then they started messing up around the map. So maybe that's kind of what the Gaimin and Gladiators saw yesterday, that actually, if we play fast and with the Bristleback carry and Tide offlane, we're not going to make the same mistakes as Extreme Gaming did yesterday. We're going to, you know, close the map and take that Roshan, take the Tormentor, and end the game before PA and his shard comes online.
You know, classic Warlock, you know, you're wondering what to pick on the safe lane. You're choosing usually the safer options. I think he sees, okay, there's probably not much to do on this lane. It's Tidehunter versus PA. I'm just gonna, you know, get my levels and probably leave the lane after.
I think the Fatal Bonds is so strong nowadays that the PA Warlock combo can actually potentially beat the Tidehunter just because of Fatal Bonds and the Blightstone, and you just keep hitting him, right?
At least the first wave,
doesn't like it.
It's tough, yeah.
He doesn't like it. And I think that the Warlock is also kind of cool in the sense that if Gaming Gladiators want to run at Aurora with this early timing, you're running into Fatal Bonds, you're running into Rock potentially, right?
So now it's about like who's gonna do the damage into the Fatal Bonds. They don't quite have that hero yet.
Yes.
So I think we're probably gonna be seeing people usually picking, you know, they ban Sand King. I think this type of heroes. Okay, you should do. I wouldn't say that was expected of me, but that speaks for scaling. You know,
it does.
Maybe they're thinking, okay, Gaming Gladiator is not brave enough to like do too much in the early game, not like fully commit. Let's think of, okay, what's gonna help us scale?
It's very greedy.
Yeah.
But it's a juicy Doom pick into Tide and Bristleback, right? So I can understand why they ended up going with this, but I do think it's very greedy, and it doesn't give you that damage like you're talking about into the Fatal Bonds. It also doesn't give you any catch.
Yeah.
It's kind of, I think the Doom needs to really work around his item builds. Like it has to be very clutch, I think, this game for it to,
And you think this Doom is going on the offline rights? So here's my worry. Like when you play Doom into Bristleback, at least in the past, this is my knowledge of Dota. I think it still applies. I think Bristleback is just gonna run at you on the lane, and when you don't have anybody who sort of helps you with that, you can't pull waves because you have a range hero. I think this lane can actually be very tough for the Doom.
Potentially.
So I'm wondering how this goes, and I'm already worried because if Bristleback has a free game and he's denying the enemy hero, okay, very interesting. So I think we're looking. Yeah, so mid Bristle, maybe TB also support. That's possible, but also support Bristleback is also a thing I've heard.
Yes. I was just about to say it could be a Melody post 5 Bristleback, and then there's some Quinn Gotcha on the 23 here. That's a possibility. I don't think we're looking at Terrorblade support from these guys. It's probably Watson support.
Okay.
Sorry, carry Terrorblade.
Yeah.
But
yeah, the carry matchup here, like clearly like banning Morphling, it sounds like, you know, I think we are looking at TB wanting to scale towards the late game, and these guys are securing it, and maybe picking a Quinn hero that's gonna, because I see this Bristleback as in like, you know, they're still probably flexing it and picking a Quinn hero that's gonna do, I think, damage for them, because I'm not quite seeing the damage quite yet.
Yeah, I think another way a Gaming Gladiators could go about it is to pick some kind of Spellcaster 5. Like I saw them play Crystal Maiden in the group stage. Like I think that could work as well, where you play Crystal Maiden Terrorblade safe lane, throw the Bristleback mid. He doesn't care about any matchups, and then you have these 3 really strong cores, right, with 2 Spellcaster supports behind. I think that could work.
I'm wondering if there's some clutch pick here. If you see like Tide, Bristle, and TB, and if these are cores, I'm somehow getting the sense that like, yeah, you do physical damage. Is there some like clutch pick that just like has a good game no matter what against them, and like really denies what they do on the map? Like I'm thinking outside the box, like Necrophos here. Like what do you think? Like things like this that really take over the game because you can't kill it.
Sure, I see what you mean. I mean, I can definitely see something like that working. It's rare that we see it because, you know, the game drags on and suddenly there's a nullifier somewhere and Necro dies a couple of times. But it's not like it's a bad idea. I think it definitely could work. If it ends up being...
Is Odie a hero?
Not really. And I also think that it could work, but I just don't see it with a Phantom Assassin and a Doom as well. I think you're almost destroying your own draft by picking such a greedy mid as well, right?
That is true.
Whereas Gaming Gladiators, like you said, they still have this really strong ball. So even if you do well in mid lane, if your heroes are Doom, PA, OD, and the mid mid game comes around and you can't fight back, it could be problematic. But it's possible that there is a hero like that.
What do you think they need? Like, let's say Aurora, just the 4 heroes. What's like a complement hero for those if you just ignore like the Gaming Gladiators draft?
I mean, I think they need something that can fight back. Like, assuming that PA wants to farm Battle Fury and doesn't have a completely free lane, right? Same for Doom. They're going to be pressured in lane. They're going to want to farm creeps for a while, right? They need something to help the supports play Dota the first 10, 15 minutes.
Something more active?
Yeah, I think so. Like Ember, Primal Beast, these type of heroes that we see.
I would imagine Ember has a pretty easy time at least getting himself going. I'm not sure if the impact, like, the slide doesn't
into Tide, into Bristol.
Yeah.
I think Primal looks pretty good for them.
Yeah, okay.
Can run down this Terrorblade, can
They
break
thought
the
of
Bristol.
Queen of Pain, maybe? Okay, Monkey, interesting.
Damn, okay, so there is definitely some weird support hero in here, right?
Is this like a, we pick Monkey, so it feels really bad to pick these playmaking heroes into the middle lane?
I think that's part of it, yes.
And
You're block picking the primals and stuff like this. And then I think it is the Bristleback 5.
I think this is a very spicy draft, very physical damage oriented.
I think it's a cool idea from Gaimin how you set up the first pick PA with a Bristol, and then it's funny. I was actually talking to G yesterday about the ledge rack because I thought they might be talking about that in that game yesterday, and now they end up picking it. But this is a good ledge game.
Yeah,
right?
Totally.
Full, basically 4 melee heroes. They don't like this heavy magic damage.
Yeah, they gotta hug him really good this game, and we'll see probably big damage numbers coming from the ledge rack. And we're seeing the Queen, Monkey King, and Bristleback on the position 5, I
Melody,
believe.
yes,
Yep.
Melody, Bristleback.
Yeah, gonna be exciting to see how that lane goes, right?
But again, it's the same idea as you mentioned earlier with the Bristleback goo, right? She's gonna goo up that Doom nicely, and then the Terrorblade, it's gonna hit hard. So that's gonna be the lane to follow, I believe here. But I think maybe Leshrac is that pick that you were looking for, right? That kind of is good against Tide, good against the Bristleback, Terrorblade as well. I mean, Terrorblade is a
playmaking too a little bit.
Yeah, kind of.
Not to the extent that we probably talked here, but definitely see the possibility of playing around it at least.
I really like the Leshrac Warlock combo, by the way. I think that's a really strong combo, like just the amount of damage that you get out of fail bonds. But we're ready with the casters, Odie and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Misery. Yes, we're looking forward to this one, Aurora versus Gaimin. Fogged, what's sort of jumping out to you from these drafts? I mean, the first thing that I see is kind of we are getting them, putting that bristle onto Malady in the support position.
Yeah, we've seen this. We even saw it at TI. I believe last year's when it first started, people started to ping this one up and be like, hey, this actually can work. And I think this was maybe a little bit of a bait play because we saw yesterday Aurora, they picked the PA. We saw the Bristle pick.
Against this Bristle.
Extreme. They had a good tempo in the first 15 minutes, but then they had no plan B. The game quickly fell apart. Gaming, different strategy they've gone for here. Can definitely see the benefits of having it, but having 4 melee, sure, TB is a bit of both, right? But having 4 melee could definitely see this Warlock and Lesh do quite a bit of damage here. So gotta be looking at that lane, see how Quinn's gonna be able to do, and if Kiyotaka is gonna be able to set that tempo.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what goes down in that mid matchup, and we're ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get into the action. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 time between Aurora and Gaimin. And yeah, those last kind of picks, right? So the Monkey King came out pretty quick.
Yeah.
And then in return, the Lesh came out pretty quickly as well. So it did look like Aurora were ready to sort of just answer the pick as if they kind of expected maybe Quinn to go the Monkey King as his final choice.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it ends up working for them because I do have the concerns of that Kiyotaka. Yes, he's playing this Lash into some heroes that he can get on top of and sure the damage is going to be spilling there, but there's a lot of damage going through. If he gets gooed up, running into Terrorblade, this matchup goes both ways in a lot of kind of ways. A lot of players like to play the TB versus the Lesh because if he doesn't get on top of you immediately, you're going to rip him to shreds. You have so much physical burst, and they're going to have all this minus armor. And then the eventual thing that I tend to see a lot of times is this Pipe Mage Slayer timing.
Yes.
So I think for Aurora, if they get off to a good start, and if they can delay the timing of that Pipe Mage Slayer, they can set tempo with the Warlock plus the Lesh, the lineup can look good. But if they fall behind in the early game, this Mage Slayer Pipe comes out, I have big concerns for Aurora. So looking forward to see how it's going to end up going down.
Yeah, smoke up from both sides. So, you know, both with these lineups looking for the early action. They're not going to be afraid of going for the first blood, either of them.
I think this is the first game I'm seeing in some time also that Tokyo is back to playing Doom. I need to look at the stats really quickly, looking at the numbers. Because I think this entire tournament, he's been playing a lot of different heroes.
Yeah,
he's Darkseers, Abbas,
Magnus. Yeah.
But I don't think I've seen Doom since a couple weeks ago. And I think so 2 weeks ago he played it and he did end up losing. So
all right. He's been doing very hot though recently. The last 2 series that we've had from Aurora in this gauntlet stage, very consistent on the offlane.
Yeah.
Some really good performances from Toronto Tokyo.
I do want to highlight though, he's been playing a lot of the team fighters. Doom is a very different hero to play. So
he might be pretty dead here. They're gonna find him with the setup. That's gonna be first blood, going for Gaimin, and more specifically going for Quinn.
That's the dream start for him, playing versus that Lesh. Ace, looks like they're going to try to get the return kill themselves. They do land it.
Unless he can deny himself to Roche.
See, can he?
He's going to try. But they'll be able to kill him off around the hits of the Roshan. So Panther at least able to get a kill back their way here to start things off.
But Quinn, the very happy one, of course.
Absolutely, yeah.
And yeah, I'm gonna keep highlighting it because I do think Toronto Tokyo, he's been looking a lot better. He's been improving a lot more when he's playing team fighters. His Magnus, his Darkseer, his Beastmaster, they've been looking a lot better. Doom is just a different one, so I'm gonna be keeping eyes on him, how he ends up doing in this early game in particular.
Yeah, because in terms of the team fight for Aurora, a lot of it's going to be down to the supports with the ultimates. And then obviously there'll be a lot of AoE damage coming out from the Lesh, but as you say, give it kind of 20 minutes into the game, they're probably going to have the items to just kind of downplay a lot of that output that's coming from the Lesh, you know, on the side of Gaming.
I'm mostly going to be looking at the mid lane. I want to see how he ends up doing now that there was that first blood, of course, going to Quinn, how Kiyotaka is going to do. Because he's built to win this lane by a pretty good margin, but I've seen a lot of these Monkey Kings end up just doing excellent versus these ranged heroes that maybe you traditionally could see a difference. Every time he gets the Jingu up, it's a problem.
No, Kiyotaka really needs to do his best here to make sure Quinn does not have a good lane. Like, as you say, like, if this Monkey King gets a good start, they're going to have quite the problem on their hands.
The supports do not like to play versus an early Monkey King with an advantage. Both of them can really suffer versus it, so far, pretty decent, 5-1, but Quinn is getting these denies, so 3 up on him. Bottom, Nightfall is set up for success. He's playing, sure, the Tide is also set up for success. That's why they picked it versus the PA, but the fact that there's this Warlock here,
it's the dream lane,
it gives Nightfall that edge.
I feel like you ask a PA player what support they want to have with them, Warlock's going to be pretty high up there on the list.
Probably the highest, yeah. I think he's priority #1 to play with those PAs. Just extra sustain, great Fatal Bond, just to be able to pressure the lane as well, too.
Yeah, you're just never going to die down here as the PA. Very, very chill lane.
Early rotation, too, so Tofu is actually looking to make the move toward mid. Might catch Kiyotaka off guard. Kiyotaka's actually rotating. He's going to get hit by the blood grenade. He might die here. Power shot.
It's going to hit. Easy one there for Tofu.
That's pretty huge.
Absolutely. In this lane, in this position, I think you needed to have more coming out from the Lesh in the first couple of minutes. I know it's early days, but it's very, very, very good early days for Quinn on a Monkey King now in this matchup. He's 12-6 against the 6-1 of the Lesh. That's concerning.
Yeah, and Ace, it's a, as you said, Nightfall set up to success in farm. They're not going to be able to kill him, but Ace is set up in a position to be able to get his farm. That's why we've seen more of these Tides being picked versus the Morphlings, the PAs, even the Nature's Prophet, because you can just be left here. You're going to get your trades. You're going to be able to farm those stacks. That's a huge rotation from Tofu. Yeah, Quinn's just going to... He may just actually crush this lane.
He won't. He's going to be able to get a lot of denies in against Kiyotaka.
It's a big deal. And top lane, no, we haven't mentioned this one much. It's with this Bristleback, but it's perfectly fine to play this Bristle in this matchup when you have TB, who's pretty much one of the strongest laners in the game at the moment, and overall the TB versus Ringmaster. It's very hard for you actually to land your Impalement Arts once he starts getting his illusions online, because you can tank them, so it's one of the better answers versus Ring in the lane.
Mirror. Should be fine here. Malady does want to continue chasing past Toronto Tokyo.
This goo is definitely going to be problematic in mid-game. Quinn, able to juke. Sidesteps that Edict. Kiyotaka has actually gone for 2 points in the Lightning. That's a bit surprising. Usually we do see them just go for the Edict plus stun, but looks like he wants to be playing from that distance. That means
that's-
much less kill threat. That's just to playing the CS in the lane.
I think it really is, right? This is just sort of a result of the lane not going great.
Probably.
If it's going great, you're getting that edict and you're looking for chances to kill. But he knows now there's going to be very little, if any, chances to make a solo play against the Monkey King.
He'll just
Quinn's
get
had
turned.
too good of a start.
Yeah, Quinn may just
Yeah.
turn and kill him because of that. Yep. Jingu, of course, as he built up.
Oh, they were win-lost by a number of melee heroes on our lineup. So let's see which one's the OP one. 5 melee is OP. It's impossible to lose. 100% win rate, 1-0. 4 melee, it's decent. It's still better than being worse.
It's a pretty even.
But
It
only
just-
3 or 2. Yeah,
It doesn't seem to matter much.
No.
Well, it's pretty even across the board there. Oh man, this mid lane. 13 denies on Quinn. That kill.
Yeah, this really is
Brutal.
not what Aurora wanted to happen in the mid.
Nice stun, Kitaka. We'll be able to get that last hit on the ward.
Yeah, this Monkey King is set up for success here, Quinn.
And can absolutely do the build that we're mentioning. You know,
Yep.
corrosion, and then he can go back for the Mage Slayer if he wants to.
It does seem like a pretty good game for it.
Yeah. If they do crush the Lash enough, he might feel like he doesn't need to do it, but...
That would be
Quinn,
greedy, I feel.
The Edict, level 2 is online. TP's instantly. He looks like he was a bit concerned.
Yeah, that was
instantly tips him.
I mean, because someone, Quinn might have been screaming for the TPs then, because they were coming in.
I think he probably saw the level 2 lightning and he thought he could step up, but even level 2 Edict can pose kill threat. Malady, looks like he is shifting toward mid to perhaps set up for a gank here. A little bit of a weird one with the bristle, but definitely a possibility. Level 6 is
this
hit for
seems
Quinn.
hard to go for.
I mean, Quinn is 6, so Kiyotaka does have to be careful.
And he
Blood
is.
Grenade. There's a Wind Ranger behind now, too, so Kiyotaka, if he gets caught by a power shot or even a Blood Grenade, could get caught out here.
Nah, he's being cautious.
Yeah, he knows something's up. Top lane, they're going for the dive. Watson.
He's looking pretty dead.
Good
Aurora,
rotation.
I want to make something happen whilst there's a lot of focus from Gaimin around the mid lane. Kiyotaka will still end up going down, so Gaming get what they were setting up for, but at the least for Aurora, they were able to make something happen with that. The fact that they felt that there was going to be this high amount of focus around the mid leaves that top lane open to go for a play.
Yeah, good read from Panto.
Yeah.
Moves up top, enables Toronto Tokyo. Level 4 now up on him. TPing over. Quinn is rotating as well.
They're coming up here. See if they can catch anyone else on the way out of this lane.
They've got to disengage on the side of Aurora fast.
Panto
here.
might be left behind. If they just let Panto go down, I think that's the best they can make out of this Aurora.
Looks like they should be able to just sacrifice him.
Yeah, the rest get out.
Oh, but the Wisdom Rune. Quinn does have
They've
the
got
Jingu.
time to get over there. You're right. They've got like 15 seconds. They could absolutely contest this.
And Quinn
he's gonna
has the
try.
Jingu stack, so this is a dangerous spot for Aurora. They might have to bring more numbers. Mira.
I think they might just have to let him take it. I mean, Mira's dead. Toronto Tokyo's going to step up, but only level 4 at the moment. Doesn't really offer too much offensively.
if they don't
have to
bring the
just
Lash-
they have to just let Gaimin have this.
Okay, they're going to get their own. So Nightfall, he's going to contest the opposing one, and we'll be able to at least get that for his
Oh,
allies.
well, there you go. Actually,
So
that's pretty nice then.
So they made the call, right? They were like, okay, Lash wants to just pressure the mid lane. Nightfall's going to do that play. But now Tower is in trouble, and they're still set up for Toronto Tokyo, perhaps. He has to be careful. And he will be. He's got the backup of both. An early advantage for the side of Gaming Gladiators, and a pretty solid one. 1,500 difference in net worth in that mid lane in comparison. Quinn is huge. And Tide Ace, who's been left alone a lot of time, he's actually top 2 net worth as well. Nightfall is getting that free farm, but if you just put in this position as a Tide, you're very happy. And Nightfall, now they're actually making the move onto him. Top Watson.
Oh, good juke of the impalement arts there.
Can Nightfall play his way out of this one? There's a Ravage.
Yeah, he's looking pretty dead, surely. Ravage set up into the shackles. There's no way out for Nightfall.
He's come down. Ace does get that last hit. And Watson, nice little sidestep, as you said, is able to play himself out of that move from top as well. Solid early game for Gaming Gladiators. And a lot of it
it's a very good one.
A lot of it just this early rotation, right? Tofu setting up Quinn for success. Quinn getting that extra denies. Top again, looking for another move, while also Quinn is making his own at mid.
He gets the Wukongs off.
The stun is there.
Quinn should be able to build up the Jingu, get the kill at least on the way down. Does indeed still die, but he gets the kill first.
Panto gets a big kill streak, but definitely not what Kiyotaka wants to see. Going down again, and now
Tofu is going to be able to catch Panto on the way out. The raindrop and the Shadow Word might just save him.
Does he pop the Grimoire and drop the Golem? No, doesn't look like it.
He'll just back off.
Saving that Grimoire.
All right, Panto able to live.
But Kiyotaka, the last pick Lesh,
it's a
running
tough
into
game for him.
difficulties.
And it feels like it just doesn't get any easier anytime soon. Like the catch-up game for the Lesh after having this sort of a start, it's rough.
The benefit for him is that he has this Warlock having a good start, so, you know, overall the Fatal Bonds, the damage that can come from him, but the worry really is him running into the fights now at this point. Running into Goo, running into Wukongs, running into even Gush. There's a lot of minus armor, and this hero, Lesh overall, sure, he's got an armor talent at 10, but not really one that builds armor until way later on in order to counter this.
And just, again, the timing's right in terms of items.
Slayer
When he's
type.
ready to turn up to the fight, the Mage Slayer at least is almost certainly going to definitely be there.
And
So his impact is going to be heavily controlled.
Yeah, and Ace is actually, at the moment, queuing up a Blade Mail, too, so a very, very good game. I mean, Lesh hates to play versus these type of items.
Yeah, it's not an easy one here for Kiyotaka.
No, definitely not.
See what they can do here with the numbers, as they are going to try and form together a team fight, Aurora.
There's Ravage up in 30 seconds, so maybe trying to take advantage of that cooldown.
And this is not an easy move to make for Aurora. This could go horribly wrong for them. They're going to try and jump Malady. Malady...
It's a lot of goose stacks.
He pretty much just
Kiyotaka
survived the
is
entire
just
jump. They'll now
deleted.
drop the Golem, but indeed Kiyotaka just gets destroyed. Nightfall's going to try and look towards Quinn. Quinn, though, he's able to get the Jingu built up, kill off Nightfall, kill off the Golem. It felt like a tough move to make. It nearly looked like they were maybe going to get a clean kill on the Bristle, but it took them a long time to kill Malady. They had to commit the Golem, and at that point, Gaimin's more than ready to turn. They don't even end up having to use the Ravage that's now up for the next play. You kind of feel the desperation already here from Aurora, folks.
From Kiyotaka in particular, right? Just trying to relentlessly run into them. He's 0-4 now at this point. Oh, and did you see how much damage he took from that Boundless Strike? I think he had minus 20
It was
armor.
about 2/3 of his health.
He literally almost just got one shot from it, and it wasn't even a Jingu bounce.
This game's getting messy.
This last pick, Monkey King, is just, it's thriving. 7-1-2, part of 9 of the 11 kills. Quinn, he's done this before when he's able to sneak this hero as a last pick.
It's looking very, very good for Quinn.
Yeah, he's huge. And yeah, Tofu, absolutely have to highlight him, enabling him. Just a little 2-minute rotation, it does make the difference. I mean, look at this Boundless Strike. Look at the minus armor on Kiyotaka, and ready? Watch his HP.
Damn!
Okay, it was an Anchor Smash plus the Boundless at the same
sure,
time,
it
but
still looked pretty terrifying.
80% of his HP gone.
They're just starting to hemorrhage kills here now. Panto, dead.
They're just getting outplayed, outmoved everywhere. Hasn't consumed the Grimoire yet either, so he's up to 5 stacks. He already has the ulti, so I guess he's trying to hang on to it a little longer, but not like it would make any difference there in those past few plays. And Toronto, even though he is top net worth, he's not able to contribute, it feels like, at least at this point.
I mean, you say it's just a very different, style
hero.
of offlaner to what we've had him play in the other games, and that could be a sort of a big difference maker, because in those other ones, when he's on like these Magnuses, these Darkseers, the team fight presence that he offers, it was crucial. Like he was carrying games, he was turning around rough starts.
And usually at this, I would say like the 10 to 13 minute mark is when he did it, because he would get his pipe on his Darkseer or his pipe on his Mag, and he was getting a lot. Yeah, we're going to have to see what he can do as the Doom, but so far...
It's just so much harder on the Doom.
Yeah, it's just not looking...
Especially when the game is falling apart this quickly at the start.
Kiyotaka going for a kill.
Destroyed. They will get Malady. There's something, but Quinn, he's ready to get in there.
The Goo, minus 14 armor.
They got him. The Shackle connects. Kiyotaka's dead again.
You got the 5 Bristle. Not worth it whatsoever. Quinn, Mage Slayer's done. Amp damage, level 11.
And the 5 Bristle, it's looking pretty good. You know, they've only killed him twice. He's got 11 assists. It's been suitably annoying.
Look at his
As
build.
you said, just the amount of times that the Goo is just building up upon them. Hey, just get that extra bit of HP.
He's
right
just fluffy hatting.
The double fluffy hat.
Yep, he's got treads, double fluffy.
Look at that. And then here we go. Quinn's best heroes, we're seeing it here. Number 1, Monkey King. 71.1%, his highest win rate out of those that we're seeing on 30-plus games.
He is completely dominating this game. 10-1-2.
I mean, he got set up for success for sure, but he did everything with that start to make it just look impossible to slow this man down. Gets the first blood, has his supports coming in from rotations and kills on the mid, and he's just done so much with it. He's 10-1-2. He's running away with the game.
And what's the recovery outlet really for Aurora? It really is just Nightfall has to do so much work because you essentially don't have a mid laner right now. He's going to die so often just walking into all this random damage. Either a Blade Mail gets popped to return or this Ghoul plus a Boundless.
What do we got here? I mean, I don't... What have we got here? What are they doing? I think they're panicking, folks. They're trying things. They're running around with a couple of them in the river.
Panto, farewell.
They're just both dead. I think They're panicking, Fog.
They truly are. I think this draft is just working perfect for Gaming. Even better than they perhaps have anticipated with the way it all started off. This minus armor is looking amazing with the Monkey King. They're even going to kill the Golem. The trap was set with the 5 bristleback, and it's actually working really nicely. 3 points in the goo. Doesn't even need the quills. He's not the damage provider. Battle Fury's finished, but it's been slowed down a lot, and yeah, they have no mid. The Lesh is completely done for now.
Taking some farm from their side of the map as well.
Ravage is at the ready too, so contesting this is not easy.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to walk into this. I mean, Toronto Tokyo's present.
Okay, but that's dangerous.
Maybe they just settle for Malady.
So Toronto Tokyo should be able to.
Can he finish him off? Malady's kind of getting out. The Ravage comes out. Malady's going to be able to walk away. He will finally die. They'll drop the Doom down as well on towards the Tide.
Looks like they should have him. Okay,
Here
nice
we go.
Strike back.
Same time, though,
meanwhile,
that's the carry dead.
Uh-oh.
So, hey, but still, considering the overall outlook of the game,
they got something.
That's kind of the best move we've had so far from Aurora. They lost their carry, but they did get 2 kills.
Kiyotaka got something, which he desperately needed in this game, so. Instantly queues up the Ghost Scepter so he can play versus the Wukongs and all this minus armor and physical. Little something. And they used Ravage, right? So that Ravage was used.
It's, you know, they'll take what they can get right now, Aurora.
Any small gains they can get. But yeah, losing Nightfall at the same time definitely feels grim. Kiyotaka, Quinn.
Does he want to make a solo play?
He's thinking about it.
Oh, he's going to try. Get the Wukongs out under the boundless, but heal is already down to Kiyotaka. Yeah, he's not quite at the point where he can do that.
Tormentor time. Another thing that the 5 bristle can enable. Lots of minus armor. You can bring that down pretty easily there with Watson. And Watson we didn't even really got to talk about him too much, right? He's just been able to chill on the sidelines because there's so much space being given for him. And Malady will actually get the hairball. A very nice one. Again, same thing, the minus armor. Super strong.
Yeah, the impact is, just to say, been really good for this Bristol to the point where I'm kind of like, why have we not seen more teams do this, have this sort of pivot? You know, being able to run the Bristol in other positions.
It does get banned a lot still, right?
That is true, actually. We just don't get to
contested.
see many drafts get a Bristol. Yeah. And I guess for the most part, when you do, you know, there's a reason why he's banned is because he's kind of good in the core role. Yep. So. But yeah, Gaimin's showing us a nice little bit of a switch up.
And this timing, it's very early. He did go Blade Mail on Ace and a couple small items, but the pipe is going to be coming out pretty soon. So Kiyotaka, you know, we kept mentioning it for him, that timing of
it's
pipe
be so rough
Slayer.
Fighting into that.
All of his damage is going to be completely mitigated. He does have the benefit of having a Warlock, so it does add a little bit of stuff here. But yeah, if he gets clipped by that Mage Slayer, which he will, it's going to be tough for him.
Yeah, we're pretty much going to see Quinn jump him every fight.
Yep.
I think if he sees him.
Full Atos for Tofu as well. 309, didn't get to highlight how he was doing, but of course after that early move that he made on mid, he is thriving. Yeah, pace of the game just continues to be set by Gaming Gladiators, just continuously looking for kill after kill after kill. Not falling behind in the farm at all during these movements either. Kiyotaka has a shield rune to play with and a Ghost Scepter, so he's pretty survivable for this next upcoming fight. Just a single goo and then the hairball, and he's at -13. Well, -13, sorry. Look at this. It's difficult for him to move. Malady's just toying with him. Are they going to turn for Malady?
They're going to try. They're going to drop the Wheel of Wonder down upon him. They will catch him.
It's a nice catch.
They got him.
Nightfall tries to get the last hit. Won't be able to claim it. My God, that slow is absurd. Even on that 5 bristles you were mentioning. Did have to use the wheel, but it's a good kill to at least halt some of that pressure, and Kiyotaka did get the last hit, which is very important for him at this point.
Let's see if that gives them the confidence to maybe try and make another move here, Aurora.
They are playing into that Ravage now, so I don't want to overextend too much. SNY for Quinn, so he is stalling out his shard a little bit here, going for these early items because of how good of a start he's having. I don't blame him.
No, he's tanky.
Yeah, he's
Mage Slayer, SNY, the backup of Ace with the pipe.
Takes the Brawny also, so he's got Brawny, Brigand's Blade. 2,200 HP on this Monkey King. Usually don't see that high of an HP pool at this point.
They're going to go for the Roche with the Bristle.
Yep, they go very fast. They have their full pipe being delivered, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
too,
he's got it.
Yep, so pipe Mage Slayer, it's online. I feel like for Aurora, no chance to be able to fight. They're going to throw the Doom in the mid lane onto Tofu. Is he going to Sunder save him? He is.
And the Toronto Tokyo might be in trouble here. They'll drop a Golem as well to try and hold back Gaimin.
Okay.
That's 2 big ults dropped and nothing to be found with them.
Yeah, it's a little awkward. Tried to get a solo pick off, but yeah, they're right next to him. So just a quick little Sunder play, and now back to the Roche. We'll call it space for Nightfall. How's his BKB looking? 600 or so away from having it. Not super easy targets to jump and focus on, as we see. You know, they are very tanky. Killing the support is also difficult, and Kiyotaka is very aggressively positioned right now.
He's also looking very dead, surely. Quinn turns up. Oh, the Wheel of Wonder will give him a bit of space, but the Ravage comes into play perfectly as well to stop the TP out attempt from Kiyotaka. Now Kiyotaka's out of options. They'll drop an escape pack, trying to get him out of there, but he'll fall. Mira will try for the TP out. He'll be a little luckier. He gets away.
And they get the kill, at least in the meanwhile, so they will be able to find Malady. But Kiyotaka, yeah, just a super deep aggressive position. He is continuing to just struggle in this game.
We've got a Quinn, only the 20th player ever to have 10 kills by 13 minutes in a LAN match.
Arteezy's
Pretty
tiny
crazy.
holds the record.
13 kills in the opening 10. Oh, I guess the opening 13 minutes we're comparing here.
Oh, cool. Arteezy having it. That's kind of shocking. Nightfall shows himself, has his BKB. Watson's actually looking to set up a gank onto him. This is kind of cool.
Nightfall.
He knows where he is.
Oh, he's going to go for the TP out. They've got nothing to stop it, so he's good.
Nice TP play. Ringmaster finishes up Atos, so Mira does have an easier way to set up those Wheel of Wonders, which it's their main team fight, as we've seen. The Warlock Golem has been looking pretty underwhelming this game. It just dies. Starting to slow down the pace here. Getting a bit more farm. We're seeing Nightfall. He's evening out with the cores now. He's got heavy lifting to do as this PA, since his Lesh is still having a pretty miserable time, but at the least he is starting to get to match the TB.
He's not going to be able to get his Shrine of Wisdom.
No.
Bottom.
Quinn.
Maybe wants to try and join forces with Ace to make something happen. And no Ravage, though, for 40.
Yeah, they have the ward bottom. They saw Kiyotaka again. Showing himself on the wave.
Oh,
Quinn
they're going to see him once more. He's going to pass by.
Oh, Kiyotaka. Oh, he's in trouble.
He's, Mira's, yeah, not in a space in position to save him at all.
Farewell. He's having one of the hardest games I think we've seen from him, at least in this tournament so far. After they were on a pretty good streak with him,
2 days of
he's
pretty
really
solid
struggling.
stuff. And this sort of last pick it got punished.
Yep.
In a way that I don't know if you necessarily expected that to be this rough, right? I think we expected a bit more from that mid matchup.
They set up from here. They've got the Golem, they've got the
Doom. Well, they'll get the kill.
Nice move. Very good little wraparound play there. It does cost them 2 of the ults. Mira does hang on to the Wheel of Wonder, though, for the next potential play. Bot tower, though, looks like Gaimin will take that trade. Nice little micro there from Watson. Also denies away the Arcane Rune during all this. Gaimin still thriving. What's Ace thinking about purchasing? He's been holding on to some gold, maybe considering something bigger than the Blink, but does end up just going for it. Shard, Blink, very valuable this game to catch the PA. Another catch.
Yeah, miracle.
Godlike for Quinn. He did say in that little bit of that confessional right earlier, he did say he was trying to make Kiyotaka depressed kid again, right? So I think this one he's definitely
He's going
doing
pretty hard on him here.
Some true bullying coming in.
And yeah, I think that the Monkey King hero will definitely be at the forefront of Aurora's minds during the next draft.
I would think
after
so
this performance here, getting it through his last pick and having that opportunity to counter pick it or to respond with something in the mid matchup. And the Lesh didn't do it.
Too many times I've been seeing these Mage Slayer carriers make it to the last pick, either the Ember or the Monkey King, the 2 main ones, and then it's the Spellcaster mid that needs to actually snowball, otherwise he runs into this problem.
Yeah, he had to win the lane.
Yeah. Just seen it happen way too much. Sure, Nightfall, his farm is good, but it really is starting to feel harder and harder for him in particular.
It's not impossible
Not
for Aurora,
impossible.
but it's pretty close to.
Nightfall. Doing his classic. Mid lane.
Malady should be dead here.
Nice catch. The wheel will connect. Quinn.
He's thinking about fighting into this. He's going to make the jump over towards Toronto Tokyo. Won't quite be able to build up the Jingle, but that's a lovely shackle coming in from Tofu at the side. Goes Sep to the escape back down. Toronto Tokyo ace in with the Ravage. Gets the catch onto Panto Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka will fall. And Quinn, he could just move in for more. He's ready to start chasing down Mira and Toronto Tokyo as well. He's thinking about going up to the high ground here past the tier 3s.
Mira.
They're diving.
He's got a tonic. It's not enough. He can't even get it off. Just gets exploded. Still too much physical damage. Nice shackle from Tofu to start it off.
And they got the creep wave coming in as well. Metamorphosis is up. They can look to do some damage here to the base.
Yeah, just still, you're seeing the lack of that mid. You know, they just don't have anybody to rally around in these fights. Likely a Rax. They might just have to sack it.
They could bring him mid as well. I mean, Tofu's already starting to play around with Toronto Tokyo. Same with Malady.
He's got BKB and he's forced to use it. As a masterclass still by Gaimin.
Yeah, they're crushing it.
Definitely not going to see this Monkey King make it to last pick.
There's no way. There's no way they're going to let Quinn get this one again. Not like this, at least. Not as the 5th pick.
It's his highest success hero so far.
It really, we saw it. Yeah, that's true.
Literally.
We saw it on the stats. You know, I'm no draft expert, but I feel like that. Someone's best hero, you're probably not going to let him have it as the 5th pick.
Yeah, maybe they probably just expected this Lash to go better. Yeah, this shackle. Perfect start to the fight, then the Ravage. I think it catches all 5, right?
How many does he get? 1, 2. No, just a 2.
No, he got the ones on the left.
You're right.
Too.
He got that on the side.
Yeah,
it was a solid one from Ace. Yeah, completely split the fight apart.
Yeah, Nightfall, he had to use his BKB to TP out from earlier, so he wasn't able to actually join the fray by any means. Rax claimed 13k lead. Tormentor about to come back up too.
So, someone's got 2 charges on a Midas. Toronto Tokyo, come on, use it. Use your Midas.
Oh, he actually does.
Come on, use it. Use it. I'm stressing out here.
At least on the catapult.
Use your, come on.
There you go. Use it.
My goodness.
Trying to be efficient. Well, not really, but. Quinn. Speaking of Toronto Tokyo, BKB still cooldown. Quinn
kind of
jumped
stuck
to the wrong spot.
What happened to him there?
It happens. Can't control the bounce.
He's still gonna get him.
Yeah. Nullifier's back up. Another kill. Yeah, this Monkey King, essentially running at 4 heroes by himself, it feels like, and he's doing just fine. Level 19 now finished up for Quinn. Ravage is gonna come back up too for that next fight. And Aurora have to try to take a fight, but avoiding so many of these heroes. Yeah, the fight in general just looks impossible. Too much damage mitigation. And Quinn, and with this Nullifier too, there's no defenses for Kiyotaka anymore. No more box, no more Ghost Scepter for him.
Let's see what they try and do here. On the high ground defense, but against that, the threat of the Ravage.
I feel like for Aurora, they somehow have to still delay this game for a long time before they actually have a chance. But delaying into this draft also, Gaming doesn't mind. They do scale very, very hard in this one.
They can swing around to top, look to try and get this top wave pushed over and get that final tier 2 tower.
Hey, Nightfall's got the Manta, so he's got an extra way to protect himself, but sticking on these targets, bringing down all of these cores. There's no Nullifier on site for him. There's a lot of protection that we're seeing from Gaimin for each other. And Quinn, immediately, he sees Nightfall for a second. He's already going for him as Ace gets Panto. He's right on top of him.
Nightfall. He has got BKB TP.
Ooh.
But Shackle's gonna hit. He's got the backup action Mira with the Wheel of Wonder. He'll get the BKB off now.
That damage. Can Mira get out as well? No. Jesus, Quinn's damage is insane this game.
Same time in the mid, Malady. Teasing around with Toronto Tokyo. Watson watching from the side, ready to get in and ready to help out. Very quickly kill off Malady, but look at this damage coming in from Watson. Toronto Tokyo has to BKB and Ghost Scepter and run.
Barely survives. So much physical damage on this draft from Gaimin. Nobody building armor on the side of Aurora either. Taking a look at some of their items here. Jeez, even the PA getting hit by that Boundless. You can see how much damage that Quinn is doing already. BKB soon to be finished for him. Level 20 also done, so now he's got that talent. And how's Ace? I think that is his Hex finished up, right? So an extra form of catch to lock down this PA pre-BKB. 16,000 lead now at this point. Probably can just wait for the next Roche. Look to take a fight around there on the side of Gaming. And for Aurora, they're going to have to take some type of reckless fight. Not easy to get outside, too, as we see. When you have this type of advantage on Gaimin, look at the ward coverage that they've got. Pretty much everything is surrounded. Good luck getting out of the base. They're going to smoke. They got to try something. They're expecting the Roche to be coming up soon, so they've got to get some info there. Kiyotaka has a full BKB now, so some protection versus the Nullifier to be able to get his Ghost off and survive a little longer in the fights, but still very complicated for him. They just look so fragile, Owen. I'm just looking at these HP pools and armor pools. 6 armor Ringmasters, 6 on Warlock. Like, these are low values.
If Ace is quick to react with the Ravage, it's just going to completely shatter their hopes of a team fight, Aurora.
Look at his positioning, too, here, Quinn. Also with a fresh BKB for the next fight.
Tofu going to dispel now. They're going to see Tofu.
He disengages.
Well, now it's getting a bit awkward now for Aurora. What do they want to do about this?
Kiyotaka, the goo is stacking up on him.
He's trying to back off, but that's a heavy hit there from the Boundless.
He has to do something.
He's going to have to. He's got the escape pack, so he's coming in from Mirror, but he'll get the BKB off now, but he's dead. He's dead. Panto's dead. Mirror's going to try for the TP out. He's not going to make it. The Boundless is in. The 3 of them dead.
There's no hope for Kiyotaka. He's trying to play around. He wants to hold on to BKB, but yeah, this minus armor is insane. This Bristle 5, it's looking good.
It really is. They'll absolutely do this again. I mean, it's just the power, right, of being able to throw it out as that first pick and then having that sort of flexibility to take a hero all the way from position 1 into position 5.
And you don't want to,
with a hero like Bristle.
You don't want to go on this hero first either, because he's just going to get minus 20-something armor on all of your cores.
Another BKB.
And they're doing these plays while they're going for Rush. So Gaimin, truly understanding their power at this point. Yeah, he lost 60% HP from the Boundless. He was sitting at minus 24 from the Goose stacks, or minus 23. Yeah, look at that. Insane stuff.
Yeah, it really is.
He's just getting poked. And when you get poked like this, you don't want to use your BKB. You can see he's not even really reacting to it because he's just expecting it to come.
What do we got in
Nightfall's biggest rival? Quinn is by far his 69%. Nice.
Look at that.
That's pretty crazy, actually.
That's especially compared to all these other top tier players. You know, to have. Yeah, that is pretty interesting. That Quinn has that much higher of a win rate as opposed to some of those other big names against Nightfall.
I mean, Gaimin did have, of course, a pretty explosive year when they won almost every single one of those tournaments.
That's
true. So that win rate goes up very high because of it. They were beating pretty much, literally everybody 2 years ago. Shiva's finished up for the Doom.
Oh.
There's so much to get through, though. Ravage cooldown for 25 seconds, but they're sieging even without it. How do you enter the fight?
Nobody wants to go in.
Nope. Whoever goes in is going to get hit.
They're just going to be dead.
Nullifier, Boundless.
He might just be dead. He has to BKB a Kiyotaka. He nearly dies to that.
He can't even get in. He literally can't get into the fights. And even if he does enter a little more there, he's just going to end up dying. Rax is falling. They can't even put up a defense.
They can just go up top as well. Nightfall trying to get at least that next item online. But MKB is looking towards. Let's come back now. He's going to get the Doom down onto Quinn.
Double forces.
They get the jump onto Malady. Malady will be left behind.
Toronto's still going
I mean, they can't actually stay on Malady. Quinn's not going to die. Toronto Tokyo just gets completely surrounded by the 3 of them.
Malady's still alive.
Yeah, they couldn't kill him easily. And now the Ravage is out. Catches on Toronto Tokyo. Jumps forward here. Ace has the setup now onto Nightfall. Gaming Gladiators then turn over towards him. He just gets destroyed by the Boundless.
GG.
It is over.
Wow.
And it has been for quite a long time, this game. GG is called.
Dude, this Monkey King Bristle duo, the 2 of them, I mean, well, we can highlight a lot of the other heroes, of course, too, but man, this Goose stack plus Boundless is just deleting heroes.
Yeah.
Nightfall just went from 60 or 70% to dead. That was a very cool strategy. I mean, Gaimin, they got their Monkey last pick. What else is there really to say? I mean,
they're not getting that
He went out of control. 18, 1 and 9, 27 of 32 kills. Yeah, he popped off.
We saw the stats. It's literally his best hero, Quinn. You can't let him have that.
And yeah.
Not like that.
And definitely have to highlight Tofu, though, understanding this little thing, right? Making that little movement. Yeah, it's 2 minutes in that he did it, but it's incredibly impactful what it actually it causes. It allows Quinn to just snowball out of control in the lane.
Yeah, that on top of Quinn getting the first blood, and on top of Quinn just straight up doing well in the first couple of waves against the Lesh. A rough one, a very rough one there for Aurora. Pretty easy one for Gaming. Gladiators, they come in and they get this game one stop.
That feels like the nice way to put it, a game one stop here for Gaming Gladiators. There was just no stopping the momentum and the train that has come here for this series right now, Misery.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like the Aurora fell right into the trap of Gaming Gladiators with everything they had. You know, they even invested the Doom to counter the Bristleback, and then it turns out to just be a +5. Pretty rough beginning here for Aurora.
I mean, these are my favorite drafts. I love when you see something that's expected. Like every tournament, it's like you pick Bristle, it goes offlane, goes carry, whatever, and then randomly you get one player. Sure, Bristleback 5 isn't it is unconventional, but it's not never seen before. Like other teams have tried it, but to see it in this time, like for Aurora to fall for the bait, you know, it's just right there, just an easy Bristleback. You know, 3 counters, but I don't know. I like seeing it when these things happen.
It feels like a bait that's very easy to I don't know if it's to say to fall for, because it's in their series yesterday, right? They had this matchup of this Bristleback and this PA, and it actually didn't end up getting flexed at all. Yeah. It still stayed, and other people confident. So maybe there was a part of them that thought Gaming Gladiators might come in with the same sort of confidence. But yeah, Max joining us on the panel, one of our co-streamers. So give us some of your thoughts about how much of a stomp and a snowball this game was.
It was the Quinn show, I think.
Yeah, the Monkey King running around.
I also think since I think Melody has a very wide hero pool, I think they're comfortable just putting him on kind of whatever, and he'll do fine. Because I've laned against him a lot in tops, and he's just very good on whatever he plays. Okay. So if he just, you know, if it's Bristol, you know, it's got to be Bristol. So
I think it's easy to say, like, you know, oh, a player has a wide hero pool, but what exactly about Melody makes like having a wide hero pool so, I guess, impactful or powerful?
I think the better you are in lane, the easier it is to play more heroes. So if you're bad in lane and you play a hero that's not conventional or you're not that used to, it's, you know, it's not going to be that great. But if you're kind of good in lane in general, it's like you're going to do fine on most things. And then it's easier to play like these unconventional heroes.
Yeah. Probably makes CY's job a little bit easier as well.
A little bit. Yeah. Talking about mid matchups and in lanes, Leshrac Monkey King, you blind pick the monkey, he gets the Leshrac.
Yeah.
Do you expect it to be monkey favored?
Quinn got first blood.
Yep.
So I think that really changes Monkey King's matchups. For example, Monkey Storm is also like 50-50, but then if Monkey gets first blood in the matchup, it's like, it turns to like 65-35, like really Monkey favored.
Yep.
I think it's kind of the same in the Lesh Monkey.
And when Kiyotaka tipped Quinn based on the double support
TP, that's a classic Kiyotaka play.
Do you think is Quinn calling for the supports and that's a valid tip? Like,
it's a very Quinn thing to get tri-lane with, I'll be honest. It's like, it's a very,
like all the resources.
Very Quinn thing to get tri-lane with. But yeah, that's just like how they play. You saw both GG supports like camping mid, and then Watson gets dove top, he died. But it's still worth it for GG, because Watson will just go jungle, catch up, while Quinn is going to dominate the game.
Yeah, and I mean, that he really did. At one point, I think he was 13-1, and whilst we can talk about it and sing his praises, his coach has some other words for it.
What a terrible performance. Oh my God. You start with first blood on Monkey King against Leshrac, who I don't even know if it's a counter pick these days. I wouldn't even say so. And you die one time in this game. One fucking time in this game. It's unbelievable. Don't let it happen next game.
Don't let it happen next game. I feel like, yeah, CY's cracking the whip. He's out back, Misery. Is that the Danish way?
Yeah, Misery. Fine.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it the Danish
with a hard
way?
iron fist. Yeah. For sure. That's how we do it.
Yeah, you were thinking the same thing when you saw the Monkey King die once?
Yes. Come on.
Come on.
Come on, bro.
Come on, bro.
It's not good enough.
It is not.
Yeah, well, look, it might not be good enough in your eyes and his coach's eyes, but obviously it was enough to get the game win there for themselves. I do want to talk about Aurora a little bit as well, because whilst we can praise, you know, everything that Gaimin did right, there's always ways back into the game, Max. But for Aurora, it felt like the opportunities were few and far between. How do you make space to get back into the game?
I think it was so much on Lesh having like at least a decent game, because who else is going to do anything in that game? Like Doom is Doom, right? He's just going to kind of hit creeps, and Nightfall or PA is PA. You're going to have, you know, you're going to have
You're also going to hit creeps?
Yeah, you're going to just hit creeps. And then on top of that, you have two like rather passive supports. So it's like if you end up going Lesh with those two supports, you need your mid lane to have a good game, or at least a decent enough game to where you can smoke gank side lanes with him, or like open up towers by ganking like Watson. So if that is not the case, then it's super hard, I think. It's just, yeah.
I mean, we know Gaimin are the early game team, and when you're Aurora, you think you're getting the draft advantage. Bristle moves to 5, and like when you have PA in one lane, Doom in another. Other drafts, they have Centaur, they have PA, it's the same thing. Like, if you have static side lanes, expect mid to be the play, that everything happens. You can't have supports like this, 100%. And
that's also why the draft was so critical for them, right? First they thought, oh, it's just Bristleback. We know this. We're gonna pick PA. Nice. We get to play our game. Haha. Idiots. And then suddenly, you end up picking these two passive supports, and then you see Tidehunter and Bristleback. We can't resist this Doom pick. And then you pick Doom, and then it's like, oops, what happened?
I think they're so locked in their draft after they pick
at that point.
Doom.
Yes.
It's like you have two very passive cores and have two passive supports. And then maybe you want to like Ember mid or something, but they already have Monkey, so now you're like, like what do you do at that point,
It sounds like we're saying that 5 might just be the hardest role, Like you get first pick in the draft.
Oh boy.
The core players don't want to play the Bristle because
Welcome to the broadcast, Max.
Oh boy.
and this mid lane is easy. Everyone comes to you, right? Quinn, getting the TPs, but look, instead we have Malady, right? He's the one with the initiative. He's playing the Bristle back into a million counters. He's running mid, getting the kill. He's running top as well. He's setting up with the goo. This is why 5 is, sure, underappreciated, disrespected in the Dota community, but Malady, he's showing that honestly, you can be the carry.
Honestly, I think supports in Dota do like the dirty work no one wants to do. It's like sometimes your supports have to be like the Dota therapist.
Amen.
You have to get your cores to even play the game.
Exactly, yeah.
It's like, I appreciate all the supports. I play mid.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense
but
now.
I can appreciate the people that play support,
But I quickly paused it here for a second just to show you that we are actually seeing Malady respect what he's having to do in this game. The double fluffy, the blood grenade, the Lotus, the one light. He hasn't got boots. He's really playing for the HP. You can play the clip as well. And like we're going tanky. Like again, Liquid when they won TI, it was of Boxy, Tusk, and Braces. And I respect the fact that sure, Malady competitively never played a Bristle game, but coming into this, he identifies what is my role: run around with goo, make the map annoying, buy tanky items. So as much as we meme the 5 and whatever, the fact that he's playing a hero for the first time, itemizing in this way, and playing with Quinn like this, I think is just very impressive.
I think the whole setup Gaming Gladiators made, like Malady playing the Bristleback, the whole drafting setup was just really well executed, right? Like I'm sure they talked about this a lot yesterday. They saw Extreme Gaming, they used the gauntlet to their advantage, seeing a lot of Aurora games, and yeah, they just took the first game, by sheer strategy, I think. But of course, Malady execution was also, necessary for it to work.
So for Gaimin, it just feels like the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. One thing I do want to talk about, just because I feel like it's information that needs to get out there, T, is on top of this Leshrac. We've already talked about how important, how much emphasis was placed on him. But I want to talk about the item build a little bit. We actually haven't had any changes this patch. We've had a couple of tournaments on this patch as well. The previous one, Valaya, Lesh not picked. Before that was Raleigh. The item build was still going for this Bloodstone route, and now in Blast Slam 3, we're actually not seeing that at all for Lesh.
I'll start with the answer, and then maybe you might contradict it, but it's good. I think Leshrac, at least for me and my pubs, is I like when Leshracs have a good lane, it's stable, into Kaya Blink. You want to be proactive in the map, you keep getting kills, then you can like go back for Ghost Scepter, Atos, Gleipnir, BKB, whatever, Shivas. But I think if your lane is bad and you're already thinking of Atos first and a Ghost Scepter, the whole point of picking Leshrac has gone away. Like you need to be kind of the sacrificial, not even sacrificial, but just the explosive entry to a game. So I think the lane was so poor that these items are just plan B, plan C.
It's more like you're like supporting your team kind of thing, Atos. I don't think you want to buy Atos. Like I don't think it's your first choice.
It's like third maybe?
Yeah, it's like, I think if you're a very good lane, I think you want to go Blink, just to like keep tempo up, or farm is Kaya. So I think those two are the first choices, like almost always.
Okay. Is there like, we kind of wished he had to just double down, and even though his lane was so bad, he's still
It's not possible, it's a scrim, a professional match, you can't do it, it's a rank game, you can't double down. Sorry, Nat.
All right,
Sorry.
my bad, you can't double down.
No, honestly, I know what you mean. It's like, do you maybe double down on the Blink anyways?
Yeah.
Like you just go in there, maybe you trade a kill or two.
Yeah.
By buying Blink, I mean, you're gonna die, for sure.
Well, I mean, he was dying.
Exactly,
no
he's dying
matter what.
anyways.
Are you
So it's
hoping to
like,
get a kill in return?
I can definitely follow that reasoning.
Yeah.
It's with their supports, like I think Blink could have maybe been the better choice.
Would their cores even join though? That's the thing.
Exactly,
We're talking
it's
about
like-
a Lesh item build,
yeah.
but you've got a PA who needs a Battle Fury, a Doom that
True.
needs a Midas and a Blink and a BKB.
Like we say, it was a lot on Lesh, but it wasn't all on him. You know, this game wasn't won and lost with just one player. Oh, apparently Max got all the words here. But either
I'm
way,
stoked,
the
dude.
series isn't over just yet. It is only game number 1. After the short break, it's game number 2.
I was waiting for this for a long time, but I have a confession to make. I joined this team a little bit more than a month, and I think I'm having the worst time of my life. I have never been so unhappy ever before. It's just like every single day is like fighting in the cage full of tigers, snakes, pythons, dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus Rex, all this kind of stuff. It's like nothing comparing like to my guys. Everyone is like yelling, screaming, kicking monitors. Like even Papi is like an angel comparing to these guys. So I'm really glad that the tournament is going on. So when official starts, it's already not my responsibility like to sit near them because like rules are not allowed me to be during the games. So yeah. So I need kind of like to survive a few hours before our series will start. I'm looking forward to the game against Gaming Gladiators. So my monsters can put all their rage against our opponents.
Is that how he normally is, Misery? I know you're some old friends.
Yes, that's exactly how he is.
There was no sarcasm in what he was saying at all, right?
No, this is just G in a nutshell, right there.
Gee, not sure right there. Yeah, he was having some fun before the series started. You know, I think it's game face on right now for them because right now they're facing elimination, right? One game already in favor of Gaming Gladiators, Aurora, having to make some quick adjustments for themselves because they've been playing every day. It's been a bit non-stop for them right here, Max, and 10 minutes, that's all you're really given.
I mean, that was not only a game, that was like a stop. That's like...
We're trying to be nice here.
Okay, sorry.
No.
No.
Double down, go.
Double down. As a mid player myself, if you get clapped that hard, 10 minutes is not enough to mentally reset. There's no way. You need like a proper break. It's like a half a day, I'm talking. So,
no.
You need a half a day.
Need like a long walk,
yeah,
a
you
shower,
need to go outside,
like...
dude. You need to touch some grass. Like, so yeah, I hope, you know, the mental is like still there for second game. But.
I mean, I hope so too. Kiyotaka, he's been hit and miss before in series that they still come out on top of, that they still won. Maybe Lesh, a dead hero. We put it to the side and we put him on something that feeling more comfortable on their Misery.
I think the main thing that they can just go out and say in the break is we got bamboozled by the Bristleback first pick.
Just
and
blame draft, maybe.
Blame draft.
Yeah.
Blame That's actually probably what happened. He's miserable in the break.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but no, I think it's not that hard to reset after this one. It's Gaming Gladiators. They got you. You know, they've done this so many times with the Quinn last pick, Huskars, and other things. So just reset. I think they also had a kind of sketchy draft yesterday, and they managed to fix it and win the game 3 in their series. So they have what it takes to come back.
Yeah, they definitely do.
I just want Toronto, Tokyo, and one support to have a proactive mindset in this game. If I just see side lane farm, it doesn't matter what mid matchup you're going to have because they're going to have no play to make, right? So either you put the offlane Tide or a Darkseer or something, and then you have a simple Aura to follow, or you have a 4 position or 5 position that can... I see hero, that's a lockdown, that's a kill. But that game, you just didn't have it. So as much as you talk about Leshrac, the whole concept of the draft was just, you're making him look bad, basically.
Yeah.
It was, I think, a very hard game if you're behind. I think if you don't do well on mid or offlane, that's a rough draft to come back from.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about things that we want Aurora to change out, 10 minutes, but the other side is when you're ahead, how do you be preemptively changing your draft to stay ahead, right? Obviously, Gaming Gladiators would love to take this one to 2-0, but how exactly do you keep that advantage? Because it feels like that Bristle isn't going to be there for another gotcha.
You first pick the Medusa, and then you put that 5.
Okay.
No.
You bait like an anti-mage pick or something.
Yeah, exactly. Go on, Malady, off you go.
Yeah, no, you're playing Dusa in this.
Place wards, that's what you gotta do. Oh no, we're making the roll look real easy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't think I want to hear any more suggestions from you guys. Instead, I would rather just see exactly what our professionals have cooked up for themselves with the Game 2 draft.
Here we are, Game 2 draft. Max, Aurora can't be happy with that one.
Nope, they got stomped.
What kind of changes do you think they need to make this time around?
I think they need to either have a better safe lane or off lane, as in like more active. Because I don't want like a Doom and a PA again. I don't want to see that again. I think it's just too, especially with like 2 passive supports, I think it's way too hard.
Would you say Quinn is back in a big way?
Quinn, when he has a good last pick, he can always go 15-0. So Quinn's back.
The thing is, he wasn't in a position where he had overall last pick, right? Monkey King came out 23, and then the Lesh came on 24.
Yep.
Do you think Dota's in a position where there aren't enough counter picks sometimes for overall last pick? Like you just get stuck with something like a Leshrac?
Yeah, I think the Monkey also prevented Aurora from picking Ember. So, yeah, I think in some ways, I think that's correct, yes.
Now, Kiyotaka's a pretty interesting player because I feel like when he's on, he's really on, but then sometimes...
Sometimes he just has those games where I think he has a rough start, and then I don't think he really knows how to come back maybe, and then it just kind of looks like a very, very rough game. So I think if they pick him like a more just safe hero mid, like maybe a Kunkka rarely loses lane. I think he always does pretty decent. I think Kiyotaka has a pretty good idea of what to do when he's on comfort. So
it's hard to imagine him on things like Kunkka, not on his flashy shaker mids.
He's a very flashy player, but you can't always play a flashy hero in Dota. Sometimes you gotta play the chill heroes like Kunkka.
Very true. And the Ringmaster comes out here, first pick, one of the most contested supports in the patch. And basically this leaves AA. The question is, do Gaimin want to look at it for themselves, or maybe do they want to look towards the Riki counter that we've seen a lot of teams pick versus Ringmaster?
Yeah, last game I believe AA was not touched, right? At least first phase, or at least I think the whole draft actually was not touched. So that was very surprising that both teams just kind of ignored AA, which I think is probably one of the best supports in Dota right now.
Aurora Gaming.
Terrorblade again, okay. So Watson or potentially ace hero here. So doing a little flex pick to start the draft.
Yeah, potentially also the support flex, right?
Yeah, maybe Melody's just on a roll, he would play anything.
I do like that Gaimin have kind of developed the strategy of we're going to do the weird core support flex in the very beginning.
It's very cool to see. I always like it when teams are if they're very open to flexing anything. I think that makes them really unpredictable to draft against. Last game I think Aurora just kind of got gotcha'd with their the PA into the Bristol, and then they just played support and easy game. I think if a team is willing to do that, it's huge draft advantage.
I'm curious about something you said. So you said, as a mid player, if you get clapped that hard, it takes a long time to recover from that. How much does that actually play into these really intense elimination series? Do you just have to force yourself to get back into that mental state, or is it easier said than done?
I think it really depends on the severity, I think. If your game is really giga rough, then I think it's quite hard to mentally reset that quickly. But I think in that game he was kind of given an unfair an unfair situation. He just got tri-laned, and his team kind of tri-laned offlane. So there's just not much you can do sometimes. It's your team is just not focusing their attention on you; they're focusing the attention on offlane. So that's just what you have to realize, that sometimes you're not going to get the help that you need, and you gotta just try to find a way back into the game.
So now we're waiting to see what Gaimin are going to be banning here, but I do expect them to... I mean, Sand King's been a pretty good hero.
Very good hero, yes. I would consider Sand King a top 2 offlaner right now. It's because mainly the Aghanim's is so good. Stinger is physical damage, which makes Epicenter very, very mixed damage. So it deals roughly 50% magic, 50% physical. So even buying BKB against Sand King is not that good late game, because as soon as you get a damage item on Sand King, you will deal a lot of physical damage.
And we've seen a lot of situations where teams are opting to pick Sand King and just completely stack his lane. They'll just pick a 4 who will stack for him. He just goes away to the triangle and comes back with a Blink Dagger pretty early on.
Yeah, it's just, you clear stacks so fast on Sand King. Sandstorm, you can clear 2 camps very easily. You don't even need to lane on that hero. It's a very, very Tundra thing to do. We see an A here. I just think he's one of the best heroes as a support role right now. Do you agree?
I think so, for sure. But also they don't want to reveal their position 4 hero because they want to keep the Terrorblade flex open, right? But this way you're creating problems for the enemy draft. It is damage that can go through Escape Act, and also it will deny pick heroes like Morphling that are still in the pool.
Also, I don't think Bristol is actually banned, so they're...
It's banned there in the first phase.
Yeah, it's banned. So we'll see what they pick up here.
I think Aurora have looked most impressive when they have Toronto Tokyo on this big team fight hero, something that, there it is.
There's a Magnus.
He's been playing these Magnuses and Tides, and even if the laning isn't going entirely great, he'll just off of a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, he's a very good team fight player, I think, Toronto Tokyo. I think his positioning and also his read of a coming team fight is very good. So I like it the most when he's on Magnus or Mars or Sand King.
Yeah, it's looked really good for them. And this is the steal, actually, from Aurora, because Tofu's been doing so well on his Windrunner. And
He was amazing, yeah, first game. I like Aurora's draft 10 times more this game already. I feel like they have Magnus and Windrunner is already a big difference from last game, I think. Like, that's most likely a winning offlane. I think Magnus Windrunner can do very well against a TB. So I already like this 10 times more. And GG, sorry.
GG, go ahead.
GG counter with the monkey, which they can still do a lot right now. Monkey can go mid, monkey can go safe lane, TB can safe lane, TB can off lane. Very open draft right now from GG still.
And they just did so well in that monkey.
Yeah, maybe Quinn just feeling it.
It is, but I do think that the Windrunner is kind of a cool pick from Aurora because there's nothing really to, like, there's not reliable lockdown. So far you're working with a Reflection, you're working with AA's Ice Vortex, and maybe a Boundless Strike for Monkey King.
Yeah.
But it's pretty exploitable right now, and Wind Ranger's one of the supports that can really go crazy if you have no means to catch her.
Yep. It's very hard to kill Windrunner right now with their draft. Also, I feel like if you get shackled right now, you're kind of just dead. There's like no, even with Muerta, there's no saving right now. Like if you get skewered back, who's gonna help your core? It's like A doesn't really help. Muerta is like maybe a calling, like a silence. That's kind of it. So.
I think something Gaimin did that's really cool in their draft to me is that, so we talked about lack of disables, right?
Yeah.
But they have this AA in their draft that covers for the hero that punishes you and Morphling.
Yeah.
Like, it already makes Morphling's game a little bit harder, gives you that security.
Yeah.
And heroes like Storm Spirit and Ember Spirit that capitalize on no disable are covered by the Monkey King.
Yep.
So they're not actually too worried about this last pick here by Aurora.
Yeah, they are not. I think they really covered their bases here on GG's draft. I really like what they're doing, and now they can still, you know, put the TB maybe off lane, which I assume is going to be against Magnus, unless Nightfall also plays Doom carry, right? I think he's done it before, so we'll see how this plans out.
So you think this Doom is a potential carry flex?
Yes, Nightfall has definitely played Doom before on carry.
And in that case, if Terrorblade is being played as carry, how does Doom fare against that? Because last draft, Gaimin actually picked Terrorblade into Doom. They're like, oh, we're gonna just TB you on lane and beat you up.
I think that's because they knew Doom was off lane. So I think Doom safe lane is like a little different. I think Doom safe lane against TB is better because you can go things like Radiance. So you buy maybe a Radiance BKB or a Radiance Manta, and that's actually a lot better versus TB than a Doom off lane if they don't go head to head in lane.
But in that case, then don't Gaimin have the overall last pick here, so they can choose where to put their TB? Like they can chase the Doom around.
Yep.
In that case, do you think it's too optimistic or confident that they run back the Doom in this game too?
I just think it's like the most confident hero for them. I think Nightfall loves this hero. I think Toronto Tokyo loves this hero. So it's just, I think if two of your players really like playing one hero and it's super comfort for the team, if they really know how to play with the hero, I think sometimes, even if the hero looks worse on paper, I think it's just the way to go. Especially in like an elimination game, you want to play like ideally a comfort hero. You don't want to. You will try to not play something new.
So what do you think, in that sense, Aurora are looking for in their last pick that aligns with comfort but also rounds everything together for them?
I think they need something like Ember, which is hard because there's a Monkey King already. So that's like kind of where the trap here is. I think Tiny would have been perfect. Unfortunately, it's banned. So I think any hero that has like a decent lane but also has some lockdown, potentially a stun, would be perfect. Storm would also been perfect, also banned. So I'm primarily looking at like a Pango for Aurora, maybe an Ember. Even if there's a Monkey King, you might just have to eat the lane in order to be able to have a good draft. Shadow Demon.
How does Earthshaker do against Monkey King then?
It's definitely a monkey winning lane.
How skewed is it in Monkey King's favor?
I would say like 60-40.
So
Maybe
if you were going to
65.
pick between Pango, Ember, and Earthshaker, for example, which one would you go for as Kiyotaka?
I think Ember and Shaker are the easiest hero to gank for with those two supports. I think both of them have stuns that can set up a power shot or a Ringmaster Dart or a Ringmaster Whip pretty easily. Pango I think is harder. Pango you kind of need 6 in order to set up for your supports. So I would definitely say, personally, they banned Ember. Okay. Personally, I would have went for Shaker Ember here.
Hmm.
We'll see what Kiyotaka goes with. They banned the Ember.
That means they're potentially considering that this Monkey King could be the carry
Yes.
to punish the Doom.
Yes. That is probably what they're considering now. Or he's picking a hero that Ember would crush. Which there's not. Tusk. Is that a... what? Windrunner mid?
I think they're keeping their... This is really interesting. They might be keeping their flex open between Windrunner and Tusk mid.
Yeah. Tusk mid is... I don't think it's that great though. I mean, it's kind of what I talked about. Like, it's a low cooldown hero that, you know, has a stun and can do stuff with the supports. So definitely it fits the criteria that they need. I just don't know if the hero is good enough to be played right now as a core.
I think most likely it will be the Windrunner mid. And in that scenario, can you talk about why this hero fell off so hard from the mid lane?
I just think the other heroes are better. It's like, I think Windrunner does very similar damage from support to core. So like, even if you're core, sure, you have your ulti, and once you get, you know, Maelstrom BKB, you'll do a lot of damage, but for the first like 20-25 minutes, it's going to be roughly the same amount of damage. Compared it to like a Storm with no items versus items, the damage is very different. So that's why I think the hero is just better support. So Wraith.
I mean, I agree, and also the loss of her Whirlwind facet
Yes,
was
also
a
that.
pretty big deal, and Universal Hero is getting just put in the dumpster, but the classic counter to Doom comes out in Ace's Wraith King.
That is the Wraith King. And the Kiyotaka Windrunner. It's pretty comfort for him, I think. He's definitely played it before. I've seen him played in pubs too. So definitely, I'm happy to see him on a comfort hero, and not something new. So yeah, who do you think has a better draft here?
And I think Gaimin have a really strong draft here, right? This Tusk plus Magnus lane, I don't think we'll be able to threaten the Wraith King plus Ancient Apparition that much.
Yes. I would also say I would rather play GG's draft. I think they have carry matchup again. Also, I think this is just a really good Wraith King game. I think the only wild card will be mid lane. Monkey against Windrunner, I would say it's definitely Windrunner favorite, but it's not unplayable for Monkey. So whoever can do, like, whoever can get more stuff done in the early game, I think will probably win this game.
All right, well, you've heard from us, but who we really want to hear from now are Owen and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Effie and Quake. But yeah, looking forward to this one. I think, you know, as we kind of heard, and I kind of agree, it's the Aurora Gaming lineup's a bit question marky. You know, they are doing something that I feel like past patches, this would have been quite a fine pivot, right? You see the Monkey King, you know it's going to go mid. You say, you know what, we're going to put the Wind Ranger mid against it.
Yeah, well, last year when Gleipnir was there for the mid laners and they went Whirlwind Facet, and then he would get Drinking Buddies. These are completely different heroes nowadays. People don't even get Drinking Buddies for the Tusk to buff up the Wind Ranger. This looks weird. It looks different. It looks like something along their wheelhouse, though. I know Nightfall likes to play the Doom, Kiyotaka likes to play the Wind Ranger, but Gaimin, they got a very standard, very cookie cutter, very strong lineup against what they're playing against too. Wraith King from the offlane, versus the Doom. They have the TB versus the Doom too. They've got multiple different avenues into this game. Looks good.
We'll see what's going to go down. Can't wait. Ladies and gentlemen, game 2's ready to go. Let's see. I mean, if Aurora can pull this off, it's going to be pretty impressive, folks. Because I think a lot of people are going to be watching now, probably doubting the approach that Aurora has here. But maybe they've got something to surprise us with.
I think the two things that I'd like most about their draft is both in the offlane.
I was going to...
Having the Tusk on Mira, which is one of his best heroes. He's been fantastic on this tournament. And Toronto playing his Magnus.
Yeah, his Magnus has been brilliant.
Yeah.
His Magnus has been brilliant.
I think having Panto... Now we're actually seeing a switch up too. Panto's playing the ring, which has usually been played by Mira, so they are switching things up there too. But yeah, we'll have to see if this ends up working for them, because it feels like for Gaimin, they've got a lot of these meta heroes. They've got a very good approach, and we did just see Quinn go 18-1 and whatever it was on this Monkey King and just decimate the game. So let's see what we got.
So what have we got in? Muerta's Tofu's fourth different pick.
Okay.
He's played the Ringmaster, the Wind Ranger, the Coral. So getting a few different ones here. And I think, Tofu's Muerta is pretty strong, right?
It is.
He's one of the good ones.
Muerta overall, could talk about this hero forever. I absolutely love it right now. Still, I think it's actually got a lot of merit too versus some of these blink initiators, the blink saves as well too. You blink into a calling can be problematic for a snowball. Sometimes can be difficult to set up your escape back too if a dead shot clips you from the back lines, which I've seen multiple times, especially when the Ags comes out. Aurora, they will get themselves triple bounty, and looks like they are setting a trap. We've seen them do this a couple times with their Ringmaster. They like to try to get that first blood. Might just block the wave in order to put it under the tower. But let's see, Watson, is he gonna get baited? I've seen multiple players get baited here. He scouts him though, he seems to know.
Yeah, he should be able to... He gets caught by the shards.
He actually jukes Panto.
Yeah, he dodges the tame.
I mean, Panto actually going for Tame the Beast instead of the Impalement art. I think most of the time we see them get the Impalement art.
That is true. You do kind of go for it. Maybe he felt he could have made a move with the tame where it kind of pushed him back into the shards for that extra bit of control. But
they might still have Malady. They've got the extra blood grenade. They've got another shard.
Yeah, they're going to have it. First blood will be found for Aurora.
I thought Kiyotaka was power shotting at the AA to get the kill, but he actually power shotted the wave. I was like, he's gonna get a kill. But he actually just went for the...
Okay. Oh, he should have gotten for the first blood himself. That's true.
I think he was securing range creep. But I thought he was power shotting on the box.
Yeah, that would have been pretty hype if he was able to just get an easy first blood there for himself as the mid, but wasn't to be. Still, though, as a team, they do get that first blood.
Yep, and overall, Kiyotaka, this is a lane that he should come out ahead.
He really should.
He should have.
There's no excuses here.
But the question is going to be for me is what's going to happen afterwards? What's his build going to be? Yeah. Is it just going to be the Maelstrom BKB kind of style build nowadays where it's not as good as it once was in the past because you don't have this whirlwind, you don't have great ways to farm? I think Max put it in a very comfortable way that I like.
He hit the nail on the head.
The hero kind of does similar from core as it does from support unless you snowball. So let's see what he can do. And that's the overall. The top lane, not the most, orthodox lane that we do see nowadays is Wraith King versus Doom. Carry Doom and an off-lane Wraith King, but absolutely do know why they picked this Wraith King. And Nightfall, this is a comfort hero for him. He does like to play the carry Doom.
Look at that there. Most Moeta games with this one. Tofu up there at the top. Level with save, but the higher win rate. 66.1% here for Tofu, so... Yeah, that's good. That's quite something. So we've... Look at the good dead shot back onto Nightfall.
Strong lane up here. Every time they have skeletons, they're going to try to go aggressive onto Nightfall. Tofu, good trade here coming out from Panto. Does have the Funhouse mirror as well to play with if he does want to get more aggressive. Quinn, he is doing good in the mid matchup. So 10-4 to the 10-3.
Okay, that's the bit. It feels like when you pick the win range and move it to the mid lane against the Monkey King, it's like a hero that's not going to die against the Monkey King, but he's probably not going to trash him in CS, right?
No, he should just in theory have potential kill threat if there is like a rotation that comes in, right? But overall, I think Quinn is going to do very.
He's still going to farm fine.
Yeah, he's done this too many times. I've actually just seen him almost every single time versus the ranged heroes. He comes out ahead. The only one I think that I've seen trades is sometimes the Storm, but yeah, most of them he just dominates. Ace
might be in trouble this time round.
Tofu tanked the impalement.
He did, and that might just give Ace the chance to live.
Can Tofu get himself a way out of it though? Extra range from Doom.
What? Is he fast enough to catch up to this? He's not.
Nope.
They both get out.
Five movement speed.
And it absolutely was, as you said. If Tofu didn't tank that impalement arts, Ace would have been dead.
Yeah,
so
really nice play.
Splitting the damage very nicely between them and keeping them both alive. As Gaming get out. CS for them at the moment on the top lane is Ace.
He gets hit.
Yeah, this time around he's going to get punished for that. Well, being a bit cheeky, still hovering around, even though he was under his tower, just on that low as a HP as he was.
It looked like he almost wanted to die, but either way, they do get the kill, which is very nice for Nightfall. I mean, he was sitting at like zero resources. They had 0 tangos or anything on him there too. Bottom lane, we're seeing a lot of creep manipulation coming in. Toronto Tokyo not wanting to play in that straight matchup versus TB and AA, one of the strongest lane duos. Watson getting absolute free farm. Mira trying to replicate. I want to see this more too. I was actually going to mention this at the start. I want to see them look to play more around setting up Kiyotaka for success. Because Gaimin, the way they play, they mentioned on the panel as well too, and it's been a concept from Gaming for a very long time, is bring 3 heroes in the mid lane, right? Set up Quinn for success. So I want to see Mira do this, especially. Yeah. Look to get Kiyotaka off to a good start.
I mean, they have to shut Quinn down. It's his best hero. We saw it on the stats. They let him have it again. Obviously, albeit it's a bit earlier in the draft, so it was less likely they were going to be able to stop him. With Gaming Gladiators being willing to pick it as the 3rd pick this time.
I would say this time it looks less, I want to say it looks less like a godly Monkey King game because it's not like this is this obvious, okay, I buy Mage Slayer, I hard counter the mid-match, right? This one might be a different type of build coming out from him here, but yeah, still very strong hero in pretty much any game. There's actually very few games that you're like, Monkey King looks bad in it. Kiyotaka. He's got the last second of the win run, Quinn.
He could dive him a bit here.
Kiyotaka.
He might
playing with fire.
Oh, yeah, that's risky. Same time down bottom, Malady will be able to clean up Mira.
It looks like he's trying to help Toronto Tokyo a bunch. I thought maybe this was a situation where Kiyotaka's trying to bait the move, and then a TP's going to come in from Mira, and they go for that setup kill onto Quinn. I think maybe that's what he was hoping for, but Mira did get gone on at the same time. Mira playing around mid.
Now, Boundless is on cooldown for Quinn.
Power shot will not connect, though, so he's healthy. It's about to be level 6, too, so you do have to be careful how you want to commit if you want to try for this kill onto this Monkey King.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got backup now.
I mean, and Boundless is up, so Quinn can fight this. They're going to try and make the move onto Quinn.
He doesn't get the Jingu stacks.
Yeah, doesn't get quite the full heal, but he has the support backup coming into place.
Oh, Kiyotaka's in trouble.
He's just dead to the supports.
Nice dead shot there from Tofu. Perfect angle. They tried to make the move, but at this point, Gaimin was ready for it. Bring in the extra 2. And they'll get the D-ward. Malady will claim that one. Quinn didn't even need the Jingu stacks there, and he's still holding on to the skill point, depending if he wants to go for the Wukongs. And again, 6.5 minutes. How many times do we see this? The monkeys go for that Shrine of Wisdom. Let's see if Aurora's prepared for it again this time. Last time, they just stole the opposing Wisdom rather than contesting this play. Let's see if they'll be ready for this movement.
They've hit it with the scan, so they know that this movement's coming in.
Mira TP 5 seconds. He's running over. Wind Ranger TP was used in the mid lane. So they can only bring a couple numbers over here. Malady might get pushed into a tier 2, so that's an easy kill there for Toronto.
They'll find him. Is that going to scare Quinn away from sticking around for this Wisdom?
He's got Wukongs. This is not easy to contest into.
Do they want to fight into this? Mira's going to try, but it's so scary into the Wukongs. And of course, in the snowball, you're not present, so you're not stopping him from getting the Shrine of Wisdom, and Mira's just dead. They have to kill Quinn here.
He used the wind run aggressively.
And Quinn's going to get the Jingu built up.
Oh my god.
Is it Kiyotaka just dead? Oh, I think he's stepping back up on a couple of hits. Oh my goodness, he's living on the edge. And Quinn, he will die.
Oh, that
was risky stuff with Kiyotaka, but he gets away with it. They'll kill Quinn.
Double shrines, though, were taken. So during that snowball, he was able to get it. Ace will tick out here.
They'll get him.
And there's no mana for the stun.
And not quite enough for the Ray Fire Blast. So.
Nice play from Nightfall.
Able to match the moves a little bit this time around, Aurora.
Yeah. God, that was so close. Kiyotaka is just...
He was 1 hit away from dying. And
I love to watch him sometimes, but I also have, you know, palpitations at times also watching him. 5 seconds. Power rune. It's an amp damage.
Quinn. He's going to be able to walk up and pick it. Panto wasn't able to stop him from getting it. He gets the Jingu and the Map Balance down the middle of them all. But still, Power Shot's going to miss. Doesn't matter. Quinn will still die.
I like that Nightfall turns up for this here. He's got Doom as well, but he's going to hang on to it for a bigger kill. I like that TP. That's a nice play. At least trying to help out. Shut down Quinn.
Yeah,
that's
this is a couple of times now they've been able to kill off Quinn back to back. Something that they just were not able to do in game 1.
No, I like to see that move. Not the most expected one to come in from a Doom, but a good one to stop the momentum of the Monkey King. And you're seeing the difference. You know, last time it was about, I think he was 1,500 gold ahead of the Lash. This time, the Wind Ranger's ahead by 400.
Definitely doing a lot better in the early game this time around, Aurora.
Absolutely. They've done a good job of shutting down Ace in particular. He's actually struggling a lot in terms of that top lane. He's bottom of the quarters by a significant margin now. Yeah, he's actually almost as rich as him, Malady. We've seen him have some pretty explosive AA games, but yeah, Ace definitely slowed down a lot from that top lane. Stacks also being made. Mira has been able to get quite a bit of those going. Rotation coming in, Gaimin. Looking to shut down this Magnus, Watson, on the tree line. Might just settle for Mira.
Yeah, they're just going on the Tusk.
Still got Jingu stacks, though, so can potentially look for a further play here. He's just going to commit for the tower. Instant ping onto the mid lane. Kiyotaka, he's going to focus fire that one. See if he can get the full trade. See if Gaimin does react. Gonna pop the glyph. Looks like they're just gonna get the trade and then swing over.
And Nightfall's thinking about going for the dive, but Ace has now hit the 6.
Mira, set up on mid, looking for the power rune.
They're holding on to the tower here, Quinn.
Just gonna get the rune. Kiataka will. A nice one, an arcane rune. This one's really nice to play with early game on Wind Ranger. He pops it instantly.
He's going to try and start something here, but the shards did not catch Quinn, and Quinn's got backup coming in.
Malady, not level 6 yet. Mira.
A little more difficult for Aurora to get up onto the high ground now. They have to fall back.
Tofu trying to line up that dead shot. Will connect it.
Gets the pushback on Mira into the boundless strike and the blood grenade. They get him.
Malady's 6 now, too. Ult's online. Kiataka is healthy. Nice dead shot from Tofu again. Bringing him back with that blood grenade, too. They were trying to take advantage of Kiataka having this arcane rune. The power shot cooldown is super low. You can actually do insane damage with it, but they can't get the setup. Trying to snipe here. Doesn't connect onto them there. Toronto will get some time to passive back up, get those stacks going. Max and power build. They are pinging him, though. They do see him with that deep ward that they had placed. It's been up for pretty much the entire duration, but he already finishes off the stack. Tofu looks like he wanted to try to step up to go for a solo play, but definitely not the easiest, but he might still be considering it. Won't be the case. Mira, they're giving him the lane, so they're trying to get that experience going for themselves since they did lose the double shrines. They're trying to help out because he is very far behind in levels on this Tusk. Even giving Panto the top lane too to try to get that level 6 online. Nightfall now turns up. He's got his Midas finished up. He's doing the same build that we saw him do the other day as well. He's going to be doing that Echo Saber into BKB.
Looking back around the mid, Tofu and Watson.
Kiataka.
He's going to try and start something with a focus fire, but that doesn't do a whole lot at the moment.
Can he play his way out of it?
He's looking pretty dead, surely. There's a little bit more damage to bring him down under the threshold. They've got him.
He got baited.
They really did.
And they set up everything there for him.
Focus fire when you don't have like any sort of item complete, it just does nothing.
No, and he's okay. He's showing his build. I guess because he's playing versus Wraith King as well too. It has a little bit more merit, but he's gonna go down the defusal route. So that does mean it's a very aggressive style rather than going for any extra like little small farming item in between. But it gives him the stats.
Toronto Tokyo, he'll drop the RP down on Quinn.
Do they have the damage between these two?
I don't think they do. Quinn's gonna be fine. He's healing up. Toronto Tokyo's dead and without an RP.
The fact that Mira is so low level, if he was 6, they might have the damage there, but the fact that he isn't means that how he also probably is going to go down too.
Tries to sort of sharp block them out.
Early dead shot. Doesn't connect.
Oh, they got him. Double kill for Quinn. He's getting the kills.
And he's got the build queued up at the moment, the Mage Slayer. As I said, it's not the best. It's not in comparison as good as a Mage Slayer as that last time, so might still see him pivot, but it still is, you know, one of the best items you can buy on these Monkey Kings always. And Ace is getting time to recover.
It's closer than game 1.
It's much closer.
You know what I mean? 13 minutes in, but it still
feels the same.
We're all going to be watching and just seeing what Kiataka can do. You know, mid-win Ranger, buying the Diffusal Blade first. It's just, when you compare that to kind of everything else you're used to seeing come out of the mid lane in this patch, it feels a bit concerning.
It's quite
like,
all in.
Is it going to be good? We're going to find out.
We're going to have to see. Because it really does just mean has to go for kills, right? You can't really just sit back and farm. But that's probably just can't anyway sit back and farm, right? Does a Wind Ranger mid nowadays? You don't have the luxury of being able to just go for these type of farming items. You don't have that spin facet, don't have anything to really enable yourself as much like a true carry in the mid lane. Shrine of Wisdom, they really want to claim this one this time on the side of Aurora. Blink is done for Tokyo, so he's got Blink and level 2 skew already. Might be able to get another hero under tier 2. Malady. Yeah, he knows something's up. He's going to back away. He still is very likely to get caught here as there's 5 heroes surrounding him.
Yeah, he's dead.
Kiataka will claim the kill. And Diffusal, it's done. Let's see what he can get with it. They're going to continue smoking up. They have that blink, as we said, for Toronto Tokyo. It's actually the last bit of the smoke, though. Let's see if he finds a target.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Quinn does commit for the Mage Slayer. He pretty much has it finished.
Dire are scared.
Can they get this catch?
See Watson.
Do they kill him in an RP and the follow-up from the...
I mean, Quinn's in the
They're
area
going
for
to
a stun.
try. The Wheel of Wonder down,
gets
but the
the Sunder.
Sunder's already there. The Wukong's command's laid down. They do kill Watson, but can they get out? Mirror is going to fall down pretty low under the Ice Blast. Toronto Tokyo, of course, already dealt with. Tofu hits the shot. So they get the kill. Does
But it
cost them the
cost
2
them
casualties.
Yeah, and they do end up using the ulti too while they die, so they need to get that ulti off onto Watson, and they do get trade kills. And mid, Kiyotaka, be careful. But he'll be able to play out of it. Unless he steps up again.
He's still hovering around. Bit tricky
Tofu-
for the two
Tofu
of them
left.
to control him,
Yeah, Tofu went down toward bottom lane, so he's okay. All the meanwhile, Ace is getting a lot of space. They're making moves as 4 heroes on the side of Gaming Gladiators, and Ace now has his Relic finished up, so he is getting that timing since things are slowing down for him to get that farm. I mean, they do have 3 hard scaling cores on the side of Gaming Gladiators.
They really do.
So Aurora definitely wants to get a little bit of hunting before that Radiance is able to get finished up. And this is how Kiyotaka has to play, right? He just has to continue to make these moves and try to find the connections. Him and Mira are going to smoke up to look for another kill.
There's a bit of a painful tormentor here for the supports.
They're going for Ace. He's actually able to distance himself before they get the connection. And Malady, he's the one who gets the shard, a very nice one. And they're prioritizing his farm in this game, getting him the Atos first before Tofu's right now. He's going to have it pretty soon. So an extra form of catch that they're kind of lacking on Gaming Gladiators. That's going to be hard for Kiyotaka to play versus.
He's just going to try and get some stats next, opting for the Dragon Lance.
Okay. So, I mean, universal hero. He's just trying to stat up. Tofu also building toward Atos. So they will have two extra forms of lockdown versus the Wind Ranger, a hero that does not like to play versus these extra catches either. But does mean that they're not going to have any actual like, support items in particular. No Solar Crest, no Glimmer early on for Gaming Gladiators. But Aurora isn't going to either because their supports are quite poor. They're just playing to rely for stacks. I mean, Midas gaming, stack gaming for the side of Aurora this game. Gaming, they're actually looking to contest potentially here in this triangle. That is a, what, quad stack Ancient. I don't believe Aurora wants to lose that one. Gaming didn't scout it yet, though. Mira is continuing to play over here, though. I do like that he's sticking with Kiyotaka just in case of things, because these two can kill most heroes with the tag team, with the punch, with the damage that the Wind Ranger can actually provide. So I do like that they're sticking together. They're going to start the Roche with him. They are playing into AA. Do have to be careful of that blast, but it looks like it's perhaps not seen from the side of Gaming Gladiators and not expected so far here. They are losing their quad stack. Watson is just walking in to steal it. Watson will be pretty happy. The fact that he's not getting contested might give them some of that info that Roche is going on. This is taking some time.
Looks like they're going to get it.
I mean, Malady still has not even tried to throw this.
They're not
yet.
even looking at this.
Nope. So they should be able to finish it. Definitely not the fastest Roche by any means.
But they get it.
They do get it.
Kiyotaka's going to be able to grab that Aegis.
Yep, that's nice. And now he can play as aggressive as he wants to with that second life. I mean, at this deficit, it's a nice move. The fact that Gaming just literally didn't even scout it out, not even with a dead shot or anything. They were just finishing up items. And speaking of finishing up those items, it is Atos finished up for, both of the supports. Now they have it finished. And Radiant's done for Ace. So I guess the call was, let's not do too much.
Sure, just get the
We'll steal the
next
stacks,
item.
we'll get the next items, and yeah. I mean, they could have shot the ABS, but they guess they just didn't know about it.
Let's see what Aurora want to do with this Aegis.
Yep. And Toronto Tokyo, let's see what build he wants to go down as well, too, because it looked like he wanted to go down the Ags route, and now perhaps considering BKB. 6 of them are Nightfall. That makes sense. I don't know who else. I wonder who else actually was it. Sorry.
Yeah, not sure.
No, now he's
else been doing
gonna.
it?
No, I actually make you go look for it, but because he's pretty much the only one I think that I remember off the top of my head that's been playing the carry Doom. Oh, it's Navi Jr. I think, right?
I think they did play.
I think
you're
they
right.
were the other one
Yeah,
that were doing the
last
Echo
slam.
Saber build, if I'm not mistaken, but Miro, Pick, and Ibushi. Okay, lies. Just kidding. Miro built one. Oh, that's an interesting one. The offlane. Mira trying to finish up his blink. Oh my god, he's about to have it done. 50 gold. Mira, the most unfortunate timing for him to get picked.
Yep, they're going to have him. Send him back another 100 gold.
The last creep that he needs. I mean, perfect timing, of course, for the side of Gaming to bring him down, but unfortunate for Mira. He was just getting some time to finish it. And Toronto, with everything slowing down, yeah, he's going to go for the Aghanim, so he's going to look to go for these pick-off plays rather than playing with a full BKB in this game.
You got to imagine when that's there, surely they're going to try and look for some action.
At least
I don't think they want to sit back, right, whilst they have this mid-room ranger, and especially whilst he's got the Aegis.
No, I agree. I feel like they want to go action at any point. Just difficult to find heroes right now, though. Gaimin is playing pretty split up. Look at the 3 cores. So you're going to just run into a support very likely. Ace playing far left side, Watson playing south side, Quinn playing in the super defensive spot. And Quinn actually has the BKB done, so might not be the target that they want to run into right now. And they're looking for the catch, but yeah, it's just not happening. They do have a ward here. Scouting out Ace. I believe it just sees him, so immediately they ping him out. And they'll be able to get themselves a Shrine of Wisdom at the least. Malady, though, is going to go for the steal on the opposing side, so equivalent exchange. And let's see if they can get Ace.
They're going to try.
With the mana burn...
It's going to be still back for round 2. And he's ready to turn.
He bought the shard.
He did. He was ready for that defusal.
Saw it coming.
Nice blast.
Connects.
Comes
Double
in onto
boundless.
Panto. They get the boundless down onto the 2 of them. Quinn's able to pick up an additional kill here as they catch Panto on the way out.
And he heads up from Ace, right? Sees the defusal. He's like, all right, I'll just move the shard up in priority. And he's able to survive. Well, come back to life because of it. They read the play. Aurora, they're trying to make the moves connect, but this time it's also still just with like 2 or 3 heroes. They're looking to finish up the Ags on Toronto, Tokyo. He's nowhere near for this play.
The Atos.
These are the Atoses.
With the setup. That's him going to be going down the once, surely. The cold feet will kick in.
Mira, can he get the angle to get the save? Looking for an aggressive play.
And Knife was trying to step up.
This is deep.
Off the skewer back, but Toronto Tokyo's not able to get the grab on Quinn.
And now Nightfall, he's in trouble.
Yeah, they've got the lockdown, they've got the damage. That's the carry gone. It's looking tough,
Looking tough again.
It's looking tough.
Gaming's just reading the moves and setting up just a little bit more ahead of Aurora. Toronto doesn't get the connection there perfectly, and Quinn's able to get the BKB off. And now we're seeing these Atoses, the difficulty for a Wind Ranger running in. And he's not going to go BKB either. He's going to go for the greedy route, going for the pike. So that means it's going to be quite easy for them to lock down and get on top of Kiyotaka. Maybe feeling like he has to take this risk, though. The game is slipping away very quickly for them. We'll see it again.
Yep. They just get that early catch. And now Aurora, they do manage to get over here, but just aren't able to do a whole lot.
No, I mean, Mira, perhaps just too aggressive, right? They're all set up on the side of Gaimin, but it really is, Toronto, he doesn't get the connection. Now in the game, they do find the catch. Watson will get brought down.
That's a big one.
Gets caught very far forward there. Does cost them the RP and the wheel, but they get themselves on the board.
And can they do much with it? At least they're going to want to try and take this tier 1 mid. Still standing here 23 minutes.
Should be able to get this one. I don't know if Gaming's going to want to just run into this and get caught by another horn toss. The fact that they have this Magnus is always going to give them ways to come back in this game.
Yeah, and we have seen Toronto Tokyo do some really fantastic stuff in previous series.
We'll have the box to get him out of this play too. Yeah, we also saw that crazy game from Collapse, right? In particular, of course it's Collapse, but that was a game where they recovered what I think it was an 18,000 gold lead.
Yeah,
that they started to just
some really good
continuously
Magnus
get.
play.
So there's always going to be the possibility from the Mag if he's able to get the connection. Nightfall needs his BKB for that next fight. We saw him just walk in and get completely controlled before. Melody stepping up a bit far here, Panto. Does he have any backup? They're going to run right into each other. Melody's actually the one making the aggressive play.
Oh, he just does so much damage.
Level 12 has been hit. He just kills him.
He should be able to get him in return.
That's a lot of experience that they get for that. I mean, he gets the solo kill, but killing a, level 13 AA? Nightfall will be pretty happy about getting that one. they get more out of the XP, even though it's a solo kill. But I mean, you'll take that all day as a 5 position if you get the solo kills anyway. And he's kind of the 4 position, actually, this game. A little bit of a pivot build. So Tofu, rather than going the usual build that we do see, you know, more to going Ags after the Atos every time, going the Yule, so an instant catch versus the Magnus in particular.
Exactly, yeah, it's super annoying for the Mag.
He needs to get a BKB now at this point so he doesn't get control of his ace. Gonna make the move here, Toronto.
And Quinn's making his way up.
He's got the blink back up, so he's looking. I mean, he's still sticking around.
Oh, he's out of it.
Kiyotaka going for a solo play onto Watson.
He just doesn't have enough damage.
This is a dangerous place to be.
Yeah, he's just dead.
High risk, high reward, Mr. Kiyotaka.
I mean, it wasn't even close.
It wasn't even
You're
close,
not killing that
this one.
Terrorblade.
No.
Maybe you're burning some of his mana. That's kind of it. That's pretty much all he did. He burned a little bit of his mana.
I mean, that's a really painful death. 35 seconds. Gaimin on the chase. Can Toronto get positioned for these skewer plays? They just started to make a bit of recovery, too, on the side of Aurora. That's a very, very painful death for him. But we're seeing the control, right? These double Atos, they're very annoying. So immediately he does need to get that BKB online.
He's got to have something to sort of save himself.
Yeah,
more than just
enough.
the Hurricane, yeah.
He's TPing top as well, too. And Gaimin is in the area. Uh-oh.
He's going to show.
Uh-oh. Does he have backup available for him?
I mean, they're trying to take the Tormentor.
I mean, they don't have a TP on Toronto Tokyo. I mean, Kiyotaka, he actually played himself out of this one.
They're going to see him. Ooh.
Off. Okay, the Boundless.
And Ice Blast does connect, so he's still got to be a bit careful.
He's got the backup of his 2 defensive supports. They will be able to bail him out. My goodness, that was close. If the Boundless probably just... Quinn maybe doesn't use the shard there, can maybe go for the kill, perhaps, but not the case. Tormentor claimed. Tier 2 will drop. I mean, Kiyotaka truly a risk taker.
They can swing around to the mid-game in Gladiators. I think it's still feeling pretty strong. Sure, the overall lead, it's just 3K, 4K difference.
Sure. I mean, Nightfall is very farm, but it is a lot of boosted gold. You know, it's a Doom. So he's got Midas. He's also got that Devour constantly accelerating his growth. See how much he can actually hit these targets. Definitely not the easiest game for him to just run into, because he still is going to be playing versus the Wukongs, versus the Radiance. That miss rate can be annoying. He's got BKB, but is definitely pretty reliant around that BKB usage to actually stick onto some of these heroes. It's a cool build, though. He's got the Shadow Blade. He's pretty much... It's like he's playing Tiny as a Doom, almost in a way. The ward is placed from Gaming, so they're seeing all of Aurora at the moment. Do they get this D ward out? Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. So Gaimin has great information of them at the moment. Toronto's very close to BKB.
And maybe seeing if they could find a chance to get on top of Ace. Nightfall was leading the way.
I mean, Toronto having BKB, that's going to be pretty huge for them.
I mean, they're going to smoke into this here, Gaimin.
That means that Yules from Tofu will be answered as long as Toronto uses it on the blink initiation go. He's 1 creep from having BKB.
Ooh, they do it the
scan.
So they know that someone's coming for them.
Oh, I was going to pick. Oh, God, not again. The 1 creep that they need for their item timing. Saw it before from the Tusk blink. But Toronto with a nice scan will be able to back up. Looks like he should be able to finish off that BKB.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nightfall. Playing very aggressively forward. They're about to have that triple BKB timing on the side of Aurora. Gaimin, they're going to start a Roche. There's easy ways to get information inside the pit, though, for Aurora. They've got that power shot. Same thing for the shards. So Gaimin, they'll respect it. They'll back away. With triple BKB, Aurora has great ways to enter these fights easier, I would say, than the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Gaimin, they only have... What, they just have the 1 BKB at the moment, right? So... Postured in the area. Ace inside the pit with Radiance off. Eyes on Toronto, Tokyo.
Does he see something?
Does he get a catch?
What's he going to go for?
Maybe not the Wraith King. Smoke coming in. Impalement will connect on Tofu.
Oh, they'll start to show now. Kiyotaka's going to lead in first, but the blink out's already there from Ace.
Kiyotaka's
He's
deep.
going pretty deep.
That's his BKB.
He's going to try and commit here onto the Wraith King, but Ace is just able to walk this one off by the looks of it.
That is very aggressive. They do get the skewer.
They'll settle for Tofu, but that will be all they get.
That's a very aggressive BKB from Kiyotaka. He is going to be able to find himself an amp damage top. That's actually a really nice rune. 40 seconds till Tofu respawns. Is he going to get punished for the BKB usage? We shall see. 65 seconds. Nightfall setting up for a solo play potentially. I mean, Quinn.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh. Imagine he had something. He knew which tree it was too.
And back in action, Ace gets the jump.
He doesn't have BKB, remember.
Kiyotaka.
Ice blast
gonna
off
dodge the Ice Blast.
He's got the bail out of his supports behind him.
Quinn.
Skewer.
He's gonna get jumped. They get the skewer back into the RP. The BKB was off in time. Doesn't matter. They got the damage to kill them all through it.
Huge kill. Look at that kill streak as well for Nightfall. He gets the last hit.
Kiyotaka maybe finding the setup for more. Gets the shackle onto Ace.
Ace.
Is there gonna be any backup to help him on his second life? Reincarnation comes into play. He'll get the blink off.
Toronto. Blink cooldown. Almost is able to get that extra catch.
That's a big one.
Very
they get
nice
Quinn.
RP.
Toronto Tokyo ready with the moves.
He looks much better when he's playing these team fighters. I mean, last game, not really the best example for him, but you can see just how much more confidence he has on this one.
I should have a solid chance of getting the Roche whilst Quinn's dead.
They've got the Alpha Wolf creep too, so they've got the extra damage for it. Scan comes out, but can Gaimin actually make it there in time? And do they want to? Looks like they are going to... I think that's a Ninja Gear.
Ice Blast is coming in.
Oh, Mira's going to take... Oh, he Lotus is up. Oh!
That's quite a lot of damage. They're going to fall pretty low. They've got to be a bit careful here. Aurora's trying to finish off the Roshan. It looks towards Tofu, but Tofu gets the ult off. Toronto Tokyo puts the BKB. Aurora will be able to finish the Roche, get the Aegis into the hands of Kiyotaka.
That's very nice
Nobody
play from
dies.
Aurora. Able to continue keeping themselves alive during that rush. Two of them dropping incredibly low, almost getting brought down. Watson will finish up the butterfly during all this meantime. But you can see the approaches from Aurora. It's easy for them to get the initiations, in particular for Toronto Tokyo right now. Gaming. Faltering a bit in these last few minutes. And Nightfall is getting really big on. So Vraj,
yeah, super close to that.
Yep. He's got level 20 talent also, so he's got the extra percentage damage from this Infernal Blade. And he's got Serrated Shiv, so he actually does have a little bit of True Strike versus the Butterfly of the TB, so can actually get a hit off or two.
Not going to be able to find anyone down here. They'll back off Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo, knowing that there's a high chance they're going to be outnumbered.
I mean, this is building up into a very, very fun game. As
Yeah,
we get
they're
to the later
closing that
stages.
gap here, Aurora.
I mean, the gold is gone. The gold lead completely is gone there.
It's looking a million times better
Yeah.
Than what we have for them in game one.
And I'm just watching this Empowered Doom. His damage, it's no joke. He's level, I mean, I keep trying to keep track of these levels, right? Level 21 at the moment, so he is doing that bonus damage to everybody at the moment from the level pain.
Oh, he's going to find
Tofu.
Tofu.
Hard. Like,
They'll
look
just
at
drop
this
the Doom and get the kill.
Pretty much 3 shots him. 5-1 and 2. And for Gaimin, they might have to stall for some time until BKB for Watson, and maybe... I mean, Ace, I was considering if he wants to go down a BKB route also, but I think maybe he just, because he went for the Hyperstone, he just finishes AC, then he can go back for it. But that is going to delay some of their timings in terms of protection versus Aurora's lineup. Definitely a game that we can strap ourselves in for because we can get to some late game potential in this one. 34 minutes in. Toronto queuing up the refresher already, so the big plays are in preparation.
And he will bring them.
He will. He doesn't even need to land the most fancy RPs, it feels like, in this game. As long as he can get one of the 2 cores, the 2 main ones, the TB or the Monkey King, should be pretty effective in this game. The wrapper on top now, Kiyotaka, he does have the Aegis, but there's a lot of heroes here. He will be able to TP out. Mira.
And the rest of the team's coming over. They came through the Twin Gate here, Aurora, with Nightfall.
Okay. So they do.
Toronto Tokyo's making the move over as well.
Watson does not have his BKB, and they did place a deep ward. Mira scouting them out.
I mean, Gaimin sort of caught in a corner here. TP out from Watson will make it. So Malady will be left behind.
3-shotted. Nightfall showing off his damage. Nice sneaky ward. Mira making the play there, just blinking up onto that left side, gets this ward down, so he gets a ton of information for his team. Might even get them another kill. Tofu. Nice dead shot. Looks like they're considering maybe still going for him there, but he is out. Doom, back at the ready. Nightfall has it. And now an Aghanims. So for Kiyotaka, he's got a lot of survivability now. He's got the BKB, he's got the Pike, he's got the damage reduction with the Ags. What is it nowadays? Is it 45%, I think? Yeah, 45% physical reduction. Full MKB now, too. So True Strike online. Quinn, yet to be able to use his Nullifier. Hasn't been able to find an opportunity versus that Ringmaster in particular. And Aurora, they're going to smoke. They still have Aegis.
Yeah,
they've got their ults.
They're feeling super strong.
They should be,
They
too.
can kind of jump different targets at the same time as well with how much both Toronto, Tokyo, and Nightfall can do individually.
There is 2 BKBs now up for Gaming, so they have better ways to play versus this. But till Ace has it, it does feel like Aurora has the team fight advantage. Amp damage spawns bottom too. A nice rune for Kiyotaka if he's able to see it. They're on the prowl. Ninja Gears, Ogre Seal Totems. Gotta keep tabs for these, for the resets of positioning. Like Toronto, Tokyo, just Ninja Gear nonstop. Constantly looking for an attempt of a play. 20 seconds left on the Aegis. Can't find a target. Game is slowing down, but it's getting more and more tense in terms of who's going to be able to get that grab and who's going to be able to play with the Aegis in most times as Aurora's. It's going to get reclaimed now. Gaming have slowed the pace down to almost finish up those 3 BKBs. Well, that's actually interesting. Ace went for the skeleton talent at 20. I almost never see people take that one nowadays because the other one's 60 attack speed. So it's usually pretty valuable, but means he wants to play just around more of that support style.
Yeah, I guess it steps up the farm, steps up the pressure on lanes.
I mean, he takes 2 of the... I mean, usually we see the 400 health talent also taken. So
Quinn?
Quinn?
He's going to try for the TP out, but the punch-up's there. They're going to have him.
Kiyotaka doing the damage.
Absolutely. Malady, he's not going to get out. Even beautiful step back there into the shackle setup. They catch Malady on top of it.
I mean, that was gorgeous. Didn't have the vision of him because he was glimmered up, but he finds the angle somehow on from the creep. That was very nice.
Kiyotaka starting to pop off a little bit here on the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, he's tiling.
Took a bit of time, but yeah, now we're seeing some of the potential, especially once the MKB's there.
Yep.
And then this focus fire will start to shred heroes.
He could literally focus fire and just end up killing it. Watson on the TB in a lot of these situations. I mean, we need to see this one again. This was beautiful. Because, yeah, we see Malady, but look at this play. Gets the angle so that he can go for that shackle shot because he's invis. He's feeling himself now.
Yeah, he is. He's like, getting into the groove now.
No more Lashrak. He wants to play his Wind Ranger. Tofu? Is he going to be able to get out of this one here? Does not look like it.
Yeah, Aurora.
Kill after kill after kill.
Absolutely starting to get some real momentum now. 4K advantage.
And they're not having to use the RP, so the threat of that RP is constantly there always versus Gaimin. If they do want to make a move, they're going to be threatened by that ulti. So really nice moves from Aurora. I mean, they're punishing Quinn, right? They truly are starting to find a lot of kills onto this Monkey King now.
They really are. Starting to fall behind. And they're relatively...
3K behind.
A much harder game for Quinn this time round. Not able to run away with it like he did in game 1.
No, and Watson having a pretty quiet one, too. He's only part of the 5 of the 17 kills so far, not finding the angles to be able to join just yet. And soon, Doom is going to be that 25. Gaimin, looking to strike back and make the normal. Nightfall's already here. Just instantly kill.
Yeah, Quinn has to get out.
Just this
Toronto Tokyo might find him. He's away.
That was close. Tormentor, next to fall. Not bad. Not great. Extra gold influx for them. And I think that is that the MKB done? I believe it is for Kiyotaka.
He's super close, right?
He is insanely farmed now at this point. He is going to kill heroes so fast.
No, that's the thing. Now, you BKB, you focus fire someone, they're gonna have a bad time.
He's gotten to the point. He's gotten to like the dream point of this win of these Wind Rangers. Your Ags plus your BKB plus your one big damage item.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gaimin, when was the last time they were actually able to connect with their own move? It feels like it's been well over 10 minutes ago.
It
right?
really has. It's been
actually
Aurora
12 minutes.
very much controlling the game here.
Yep.
At this point.
Now they have the BKBs. They've got Daedalus for Watson. They're looking to make their own independent move. It's been a while since we've seen one.
They get the jump.
Mira's there.
Snowball save comes in. Let's look at the pass over with the Ice Blast. BKBs have to come out here from Aurora's. Toronto Tokyo skewers away. Mira will be able to walk back up to the high ground. Kiyotaka turns back in, does get the shackle
Watson.
in. The Doom follow up as well on towards Watson. Watson tries to stand his ground, but Watson, he's gone.
Dead.
They kill off the Terror Blade, and now they're going to see if they can get more great shards from Mira. Comes in onto the two of them. Quinn is able to jump out. Ace, can they take him down the once?
Oh.
They can't.
So close.
Be able to keep the reincarnation cooldown protected.
And the Doom Mute comes into play immediately. Just throws it onto Watson. He can't do anything. He's just stuck in the fight, dead instantly.
I mean, yeah, the single target at this point, it's if Aurora get a jump on any of these cores, they will kill them.
They will die.
There's not a lot you can do on Gaimin to keep whoever gets focused alive.
And Mira, I mean, we were mentioning, right, his Tusk. A couple games he's done this where he's just in position to get these saves. I think the Boundless ends up missing also, so they can't even get the return kill. But yeah, multiple different saves as we see come in. Toronto Tokyo TPing in very aggressively.
Oh, it's super aggressive. Maybe too aggressive.
Too aggressive this time,
Yeah, he's dead. They get the dust as well onto Nightfall. Mira's actually going to go in with the aggressive jump over towards them. Quinn's able to bounce out with the Ogre Seal Totem. They turn, get the Atos down upon him, but he does have backup. Mira. Nightfall steps up, looks towards Ace. That's going to be Ace going down the one.
Kiyotaka doesn't have BKB.
See what they want to do here on round two. Boundless strike forward from Quinn, gets the jump back over to Mira, but the Snowball is back up. Mira able to buy himself a little bit more time, enough time to get the blink off afterwards.
Ace, still alive.
There's a lot of skeletons chasing down Panto. They will still clean up Mira.
Kiyotaka still doesn't have BKB for 10 seconds. He has to be very careful how he steps up. Now he's going to have it at the ready soon. A strike back. I mean, Toronto.
Yeah, TP straight
way
in.
Too aggressive. And I think, did they get the recovery of their gem? I saw he had the gem when he TP'd in. I think Tofu was actually solo it. So Gaimin, on top of getting a huge kill on the Magnus, they steal a gem also out of that.
And they're going to go for Roche.
That's a huge momentum swing.
Kiyotaka, does he want to go for some crazy play?
Knowing Kiyotaka, perhaps, but it's a dangerous
He could
play to
BKB
do.
win run and see what happens. It's going to be too late. Roshan's already gone. He'll try for the shackle into Malady, but he's not able to get the connection. They have to
This
use
is crazy.
into the Ice Blast. He'll get the BKB off, go immediately for the TP. Is he away in time? He's not. The damage is done.
Kiyotaka.
He's dead for 80. No buyback on him.
Oh my goodness. Kiyotaka.
He was keeping things so cool for the last 20 minutes. You know, he's getting back into the game. He was having a good time getting his items, but then a play like that, it hurts.
That's so reckless. Such a risk to take at this point. They just hemorrhaged so much on after what was 15 minutes of them playing very clean
very
Dota.
Controlled.
They give up massive kills and an Aegis to the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Dire are scanning.
That's a real painful death. 50 seconds he's gone for as well.
Like, he just felt invincible with the win run and the BKB, but they got ways to take him down.
I mean, there's a nullifier. So he has to be super careful how he's playing versus that, even with the BKB. That's a big Roche to give up to. It's the Aegis, it's the Refresher Shard, it's a cheese.
That's a high ground push coming in now from Gaimin.
30 seconds, no Wind Ranger. They've got the Refresher on the Doom.
They've got on the Mag as well.
Okay.
So double Refresher plays. Here we
He's
go.
gonna go in immediately.
BKB, the skewer back into the Doom. It's Watson gone the once. Ace is going to jump in aggressive, try and protect him here on the round two. They drop the Wheel of Wonder, but Quinn's able to put the BKB, get the Wukong's command
They're on
down.
Tokyo.
Toronto Tokyo try for an RP, doesn't get him.
Uh-oh.
He's going to have the second one, though.
But the
Refresh has
Rash is
been popped.
the biggest hit Gaimin's been able to do in these, literally the last 15 minutes. They get a huge exchange here. They don't even lose anything out of it. They still have the Refresher Shard for Ace, too, for the potential next go. Oh, that's painful for Aurora.
He's very close to having the Ags.
He is.
He's pretty much got it.
Tofu also does have Ags. Yep. So now much harder to get the saves off that we were mentioning from before. Both Mira as well as the box. They've got the nullifier for the box, and then they also can just get the angles. If you shoot the dead shot on the target that you're focusing and throw it back, it makes it very hard to get the save off a lot of times. Aurora can't make more slip-ups like that. Even with these refreshers, they have to be careful how they approach. Kiyotaka, he's got to be more careful. Needs his level 25 as well, too. He needs that wind run, cannot be dispelled. So he can go for those type of plays, but yeah, still 2 levels away from having it. The fights have gotten a lot more difficult.
They really have. Yeah, they've had the chance to get this next round of items online gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, and they're about to have a Lotus as well, too, so that Doom can absolutely get reflected. Don't really see this item picked up too often anymore nowadays, but definitely can always see the benefit versus Doom. 25 seconds on cooldown. Kiyotaka.
Oh, Quinn's on the hunt.
He'll be okay for now. I always have to keep eyes on him because he
this
might
thing,
go
they
for a
might.
solo play.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness. Does he see him?
He's not gonna
He
see
does
him.
not. Oh, the wind run. He has the gem, so he did actually see him
That's
right
true,
at the
actually,
end
yeah,
of
and he knew someone was going through the gate.
it. Yeah, that was close. Malady. Playing around his vision here. This is an aggressive move from him.
I mean, he's getting away with it.
He's posturing. It's that he's faking it. You know?
I
He's
guess,
like,
yeah.
I've got backup. So they actually are a bit afraid of him from that move. In this game, Aurora, they do have probably 2 of the best high ground defending heroes in the game between the Tusk and the Magnus. The Tusk is getting closer toward that Aghanims. So could definitely see Gaming be hesitant in terms of going for that high ground approach still. 30 seconds until there's going to be double RP for Toronto. Yeah, a lot of gold acquired. He's going to get a catch here.
Yeah, this time they'll get Malady.
Full items, like you said, for the side of Gaimin, though, acquired. A Lincoln's also soon to be finished for Quinn. Watson is still deciding. He's queued up like 3 different items, but he's had the Swift Blink now queued for some time.
Okay.
Yeah, can see why not. Usually ends up being that grab. He's almost 25 as well.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, this game definitely having the potential to deliver to some crazy late game statuses. As we said, you know, these high ground defenses, they absolutely can be there for Aurora, but I just have to keep eyes on Kiyotaka. He has to be much more careful.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a pretty stressful one here for the
Yeah.
players. Somebody could mess up. Somebody probably will mess up.
Yeah. Tofu, level 19, about to have the 20 talent, the dreaded 20 talent. Double dead shot. He's got a blink also, too. A little bit of a different build that he's gone for here. Wants that positioning. Oh, and he actually also did get Timeless Ninja Gear, so extra debuff, of course, too, for those dead shots. Very annoying. This could be a long one. This game, they're going to wait for certain opportunities. We said going for high ground pushes. They need to probably find pickoffs before they can go for that type of play.
They are just chilling that little bit more with their
Does
3
feel
cores.
like it.
You know, they've essentially got 3 carries.
Mm-hmm.
And they really do with this Monkey King, Wraith King, and Terrorblade.
We're going to have to see what the potential of the Doom as it gets to these later stages is going to be. Because he's still quite massive. TB and him just having these ridiculous net worths. Gaimin looking for the smoke up. Believe they did get what the Lincolns is coming out for Quinn.
Radiant are scanning.
Aurora looking to play around high grounds.
There's just a lot of unspent money on Watson.
Yeah, there is. He's just
It's
hanging
a
on
lot.
to it still.
And imagine, he probably wants to buy something soon, right? That's a lot of money to not have in the game.
How close is he to having the Swift Blink plus buyback? He's pretty close
yeah,
to having it, right?
He's pretty much got that money.
57
Especially if he gets rid of the
surplus.
treads.
He needs a little bit more. And then
Even
maybe he
if
does
you sell the
have-
treads?
I think he's about 200 away from having
Okay.
it, if my math is correct. It's probably not, but he's pretty close to having it anyway. Smoke out, Aurora looking to get a catch.
Kiyotaka leading the way.
Tofu in the front line.
Doesn't quite see him.
Whoop,
So if
brings
he's
the
going to see
Lincolns.
Kiyotaka now.
Mira.
Tries for the jump. He's going to look to make an effort towards Ace. They're in
That's
the snowball,
aggressive.
but the dead shot's going to push him back. The
Very
shackle will
aggressive.
connect, but it's a little scary here for Aurora trying to make a move like this.
I'm surprised Mira is the one trying to lead the charge. His snowball seems very important still at this point, so just have to be a little careful how far forward he goes. Shrine of Wisdom, give it to Kiyotaka. He needs 25. He's getting closer and closer to have that wind run undispellable.
He's still switching up the items, Watson. As the Lincoln
He switched
skewed up
again.
now. I mean,
Okay.
what would you like to see him buy? Do you think that the Lincolns is the better shout, or do you think he can afford to keep going aggressive?
I think both are fine.
Yeah, he's switched again. He's
Yeah,
like,
I think
Lincolns or
either one
Swift
is
Blink?
good. I think
I
either
like
one
the
is quite
Swift Blink. You know, Lincoln's just feels... It can be dealt with.
He already has
You want to
Lotus.
go for, he wants to be able to get in there with the Blink, pop meta, and just destroy someone.
And he's going to have to replace his boots. So you want to always have something that actually gives you some mobility, right?
Yeah,
We do see
I
quite
like
a bit
that
of
he sold
builds,
with that.
different builds, but yeah, I like this probably the most. Because he does have the Lotus, and he has the Lincolns already from the Monkey King too to protect him versus the Doom.
Yeah.
Aurora.
Oh, they'll catch Malady here. They find him taking a walk down the river.
They threw the wheel as well, too. So 60 seconds, they won't have that one. Definitely not the most useful ult at this point in the game, but Kiyotaka. He is very slow.
He's on the
no
hunt.
boots, but it's 290 movement speed that he's crawling in with. Wind Run does give him a
Might
little
find
more.
Tofu. And they will.
That's a gem. It's a big pickup. Did they see it? Yeah, they did. Okay, good. Nice 2 pickoffs. Both supports being brought down. Gaimin's probably going to back up. How long on the Roche spawn? About a minute. So those supports will be coming back up. Aurora, they would have been very happy if it did come up at that exact moment. And a Lincoln's for Panto. Okay. Lots of different things that, of course, he can block out. Either these Atoses, the Sunder type of plays, too. There's definitely multiple different things that he's looking for with this. Not the usual pickup that we do see on the Ringmasters, though. Another catch.
I'll get the skewer back into the RP. Quinn does get the BKB off. Lincolns will be popped. Tried to jump out, but they used the second RP to keep him locked down. Drop the Doom as well. They will manage to bring him down. He'll get a little bit of extra time off the back of the axe from the Wraith King, but Quinn will fall.
And he doesn't have buyback. He's actually... Okay, he's going to have it in about 10 gold. But that's double RP used, Owen.
So they still want to try and go for more here, Aurora.
Gaming could buy back and look to contest the Roche, since there's no RPs.
Yeah, I feel that's risky, though.
It is risky.
I don't know.
It
I feel they
absolutely
can
is
sort of
risky.
just sit back
Don't get me wrong.
and just hope that Aurora don't get anything else in terms of kills. If they get the Roche, they get the Roche, but...
They're going to smoke.
If Quinn uses the buyback, it's a big risk.
They're going to smoke up. There's only one Doom available.
Creeps are putting pressure in the base at the same time. Someone's got to go back. It's going to be Toronto, Tokyo.
They might get flanked on here. Ace.
Leading the way.
There's the buyback.
They're going to jump over straight away to Kiyotaka. Snowball will come in to keep Kiyotaka safe, allows him to get the BKB off. Turns good shackle.
Watson.
Onto Watson. Watson's in trouble. He's going to go down.
And Quinn did use the buyback for
He
this
did.
fight. So he's coming back in.
But they're going to have no Terror Blade as
there's-
Watson's life comes to an end.
And there is a Doom still available. Is Watson going to be forced to buy back as
It's
well?
a good shot. But he is on the high ground, Ace. They're going to try and get in. They will. They get the skewer back. That's him down
is
the
in.
once. Quinn will be able to bounce out just in time with the Ogre Seal turn. They'll turn towards Ace, but Ace pots the BKB, steps back.
And Watson forced to use the buyback as
Ace
well.
is in. Wants to go aggressive. Mirror has the snowball in time. He's got the blink up afterwards. He doesn't. So Mirror gets caught. They find the Tusk.
They're going to have to go for the Roche.
They have to.
Yeah, with these
Using the
buybacks, they have to
two
go for it.
buybacks.
But this is what it's
Massive
for.
buybacks.
Yeah, I mean, they had to use these buybacks. They can't just freely give up the Roche. RP back up in 15 seconds. One Doom is at the ready.
Who do they give the Aegis to? Watson or Quinn? Probably Quinn, right? Because Watson's like
He's
a transformation hero
I
with
mean,
the meta.
probably.
Yeah.
A
They'll
refresher
give it
and
to
a
Quinn.
cheese down 2.
I mean, you want the refresh on Ace, right? Yeah, ICU's already got the refresher charge, yeah, so there's
He already
actually a
has
spare one, so they'll just at the moment hold it on Malady.
You might just give this to Watson even. So he has double BKB, right? I think
Yeah,
you can
that's
give
true.
It to him.
Yeah,
double
there
BKB,
you
double
go.
meta. I
Yeah.
think he's the one that wants it.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
five minutes.
I was
that they
gonna say,
have to
do you
6
do
minutes, they
something
gotta
with
be
this Aegis, or are you just waiting out the buybacks coming back up for you?
You might just have to wait.
Yeah.
It could be Aurora that looks for the smoke and goes for the fight
I think
themselves
you do if
they've
you're
got the
Aurora.
numbers, right?
Yeah.
They'll be able to have multiple different buybacks.
You know, if you can get these kills now, you could win the game. I think Aurora, if they want to go aggressive, especially once the refreshers back off cooldown for Toronto, Tokyo, they've got the double RP, it could be appealing. 70 seconds or so until they have the double Dooms.
Maybe they wait for the double Dooms.
Because you're going to have that window. You can make this play. They're not in the best buyback situation Gaming Gladiators. Sure, they have the Aegis and the cheeses and the refresher shards themselves, but it's an opportunity. You execute a good team fight here as Aurora, you get to push this to a game 3.
Tense moments. As we said, this game definitely had the opportunities to get to these later stages. We're at 54 minutes. I don't think I think we had one tier 5 at least for me and you, but not quite yet. We still have a couple more minutes to wait for it though.
Any big items around the corner? Now that we're getting to the spot where these cores are kind of getting slotted up.
Overwhelming blink for Ace. Tofu hasn't shown which route yet he's going for, if he's going to go Wind Waker for extra save. I actually would like a lot if Tofu does go Wind Waker rather than going for Gladiator.
Does he want to do something here?
He's going to try. There is backup.
Nice, we'll put the BKB.
By the way, he took the Focus Fire talent, not the Wind Run Undispellable, so very aggressive from Kiyotaka.
Oh, Ace steps back up.
Nice blast.
And trying to put the BKB. Doesn't get the skewer connection. That is Ace gone the once. Jump ball from Quinn there and onto Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka pops the BKB, tries to run. He'll be able to keep his distance from Quinn. Same time, Nightfall's in with the BKB. Turns towards Tofu. They'll be able to bring him down.
Watson,
now they look
RP.
to Watson. They got the RP on towards him. Refreshes spot. Trying to Tokyo ready with a second RP. Catches Tofu, catches Watson, but do they have to
Nightfall
dodge to bring Watson down? Watson's going to survive.
Nightfall also gets away 200 HP.
Watson, the Doom is not going to quite tick him out. So he's going to get to walk out alive from this one.
And Aurora went for the big plays here, but
they've got to
Watson
bail out
somehow
now.
Survives.
Aurora's got to run.
It's 2 heroes literally at a fraction of HP.
They got
Watson
so
and
close to
Nightfall.
killing Watson off there.
Kiyotaka had to be careful though too, because he also got dropped low from Quinn. He actually had his Lincolns block the nullifier move there. That was close on both sides.
We'll see again. The start of this, a little bit awkward, but then Toronto Tokyo does find the opportunity to get very close to setting them up to being able to nearly kill Watson.
Kiyotaka got zoned though, right? I think if the AA blast hit initially, Kiyotaka's dead at the start of everything here. Watson able to survive.
Could anyone else have done a bit more damage to help bring the TB down here?
Honestly, my screen completely lagged because of the Wukong, so maybe something, because everyone just looked to panic immediately. I think he got glimmered though, and they lost their gem, so they didn't have the catch for him.
Yeah, Watson lives.
And that's double RP expended. They do have one more Doom. But Gaming getting some time to be able to respawn, getting time to get these cooldowns on those buybacks.
Get the
to come back
buybacks
up.
Yeah, still need about 3.5 to 4 minutes to be clear of those times.
Hey, Kiyotaka, he is, very risky player, as I said. He went for the focus fire advances this game, and he actually almost dies because of it. If his win run got purged up top, he would have actually died there, but the Lincolns did block it. I'd love to see it, though. He's such a risky player. Buys a full Hex now, too, so he does have the control to potentially solo kill anybody. A Shackle plus a Hex is probably enough with that focus fire damage now. 3 minutes till those buys. Everybody else has theirs at the ready. Now Watson is going to go for the Lincolns next.
He's running out of slots, though. He is. I mean, what do you sort of switch in and out when you have a Lincolns?
When something's on cooldown, you just swap, right?
Yep.
BKB is on cooldown, maybe just go for the swap plays. See if he does go down that route. Tofu hasn't shown which build he's going for yet. As I was saying, I do think there's merit for him getting something like a Wind Waker to get that extra save, or he just gets another Lincolns and they throw it out to the target to prevent the Dooms. We'll have to see what he wants to go for.
I mean, for these Terriblaze as well, is the Ags really that bad?
I usually want them to get it, but they don't like to buy it. So.
It seems still kind of nice, right? You got a decent
bit of
fear,
a fear.
especially when you got the blink in the build. But yeah, indeed, a lot of these Terrorblade players not, even at this stage of the game, they don't tend to try and buy the blessing.
I mean, you talk about the Ags. Nightfall also, right? We're seeing Lincoln's Lotus is coming up. These Dooms just don't buy it either.
They don't buy the Ags either. They don't like theirs either.
Yeah, it's definitely some interesting stuff that we do see coming around. Sure, this one is not the most useful, but when you are seeing this many Lincolns and Lotuses, there's definitely merits to it.
Yeah, some sort of RP into an AoE Doom follow could be pretty nasty, especially when you have spells like the Tusk Shards and the Wheel of Wonder to keep heroes close together.
They like to play for their own, bigger items, right? So eventually,
we might see it get there eventually.
We probably will see it.
It gets to the point where even if you don't like the Ag's Blessing on a hero, when you got like 20k gold in the bank, you kind of just buy it.
And this game, it could absolutely get to one of the later stages. Yeah, we've seen what I think we had a 70. How long was the longest game here? Was it 78, 80,
something like that?
Can't remember
something
exactly.
Like that. We did have a long one the other day. I mean, I think it's down to this sort of format as well, right? Which is the great thing about it. Because these are all elimination series, you get to the point where you're on the verge of getting knocked out. Both teams are playing the safest and the best as possible to stay in the competition.
Oh, and this is a big one.
What do we got?
25 on Ringmaster. You don't see it happen very often. But yeah, the flying strong dispel. Yeah. It's pretty funny looking.
I don't think I've even ever seen
Have
that.
you actually not? It looks hilarious, but...
Do you get like a cool animation?
You're just
It's just a
flying.
floating box.
You're just floating.
Does it have wings? Like, does
I
it
actually
change
don't remember.
the
I
animation?
think it
It's just
might. I think it might. I can't remember, though. He's going to have Ags also,
That's
so
high.
he's gonna have the double as well, too. So he's going to have the 2 different saves if he wants to go for it. Spirit versus parry was, yeah, pretty much exactly 78. All right, tier 5's Owen.
Any
60
crazy
minutes.
ones? What do I mean, what, Quinn? They got him!
See you later. Nightfall, able to find the pick off. Look at that money.
I mean, can they try and force out the buyback? Because his buyback's back up in 10 seconds.
He is
Dead for
400
2 minutes.
short of it.
Tofu's also been caught. Oh, that is true. Is he out of the gold?
He is 400 short of it. Ooh. They need bounty runes.
Well, this could be something for
There
Aurora.
is there is actually, I think, one of them up, but that's not enough.
I mean, they're not getting 450 gold from the map. That's for sure. Unless they do a Tormentor.
Yeah, I guess, but they're not going to go for that, I don't think. But let's see if Aurora even wants to go for the push, or if they want to be able to claim these neutrals. Let's see who gets what. And Nightfall, getting close to level 30, so soon gonna have Doom applies break plus mute, plus then guaranteed level pain works on absolutely everybody. When you're max level, it's just it's always 25 bonus damage.
Wass's gonna have a lot of buttons to press with this block of
He
cheese
is
as well.
gonna have
He's
a
got
lot.
like, what, 9? He's 9 slotted.
He is 9 slotted now. Catch.
Oh.
Toronto.
They're gonna get the catch on
Tofu.
Tofu.
He spent his gold. He
No, he
bought
didn't.
Octarine right before the fight.
Oh, they would have seen that as well. They might suspect that he doesn't have the money for a buyback on top of that.
All right, that's a big catch.
It's close to a minute where they're going to be down 2 heroes. Let's see what Aurora can do with this.
Do they want to just run in with Kiyotaka? Looks like it is the case. Toronto, Tokyo on the sidelines, waiting for catches.
I mean, what, they're 3 versus 5? What do you do? Do you just have to let this go down?
Probably give up the racks. 13,000 gold on the Doom. Yeah, they've got to sack it. They do use the glyph.
I mean, they're going to realize soon, Aurora, they're like, well, these guys don't have buyback.
20 seconds. I mean, they don't want to buy back at 20 seconds remaining anyway.
For sure, but still.
Still, yeah, getting likely 2 sets here.
No, Aurora's not going anywhere. Fortification comes out again.
Toronto, Tokyo, he's got that ninja gear. He's still waiting in the wings.
Don't want to make a play game in whilst they don't have the full lineup.
Here comes the blast. Again, looks like off
Ace
the
is
mark.
going to try. Hex will come out, Aurora. They'll just make sure they got the space to clean up the racks. Back off. They'll be happy with that one. 2 sets of racks here.
Huge moves. I mean, Toronto, as we said, is Magnus. Getting these little catches, they're huge. Gaming, gonna be respawning Roche. How long's that timer? Pretty quick, 30 seconds or so, right?
It's going to be soon. It's going to be soon.
And amp damage, Kiyotaka does have the bottle. It's still ready.
Well, what does Nightfall buy?
It's like, he better consume an agonist.
Treat your mates to a moonshot or something, you know? They got 15,000 gold.
Not even the shard bot. That's just rude.
I mean, come
It's a
on.
pretty bad
He's
shard,
got
but whatever.
He's got 50,000 gold.
Get
I
some.
don't care how bad it is. I don't care if it costs 2 times the amount it did.
I mean, they're the 7.
Buy it.
The jump.
Oh, BKB.
Who'd he catch?
It's a big one.
Watson.
Gets caught. If he only get the BKB off, they put the RP. Do they have enough damage to bring him down? They do. He's going to be gone.
They lose Tokyo, though. Nightfall.
Gaming Gladiators, they need to try and force for more here.
He just gets sundered inside of the ghost form and just dies? Wait, what?
All right, let's see what else they can get here.
I've never
buybacks
seen
are
that
coming out here for
interaction.
Nightfall and Kiyotaka. Ace pushes forward. Kiyotaka, he's in on the backlines. He's looking towards Quinn. Quinn jumps in with a boundless strike. Kiyotaka puts the BKB. Rim runs out of this.
Can he get out?
He's going to try and turn over towards Malady here with the focus fire. Nightfall's in. That's going to be Malady going down at the end of this one. Ace tries to step up here. Glimmered up, closing the gap on a Kiyotaka with the power shot. Finishes him off. Round 2 coming in, but the Hex comes in straight away.
Buybacks.
Into the Shackle and the Doom. They look to fully focus down Ace. Try and kill him off, but the Wukong's command is out. Aurora have to step out of the ring. They turn with the power shot. That will be Ace to fall. Mirror.
Kiyotaka gets hit by the blast.
He gets the blink off. Escape axe is there as well. That's going to be Ace out.
Kiyotaka should be okay there.
He's
He
back
did
to
get hit by
base.
the blast at the end
My
of it, but he's
goodness,
all right.
we're going to have to check a replay out on that one. That was a crazy one.
Did you see the Sunder play? I think the Ice Blast passed over him, and Watson was still ghost form, but technically
Still
has
got
0
the Sunder
HP,
off.
and he Sunders, and just it kills Nightfall 100 to 0. That was actually kind of cool. I think the Ice Blast was over him, but either way, it did.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to do it, right? Yeah, especially with Condemned. He's,
Yeah.
as you say, it's literally a Sunder coming in from a target that has basically no HP.
Literally 0 HP. I need to
Yeah.
see it again, right? He did have the Ice Blast effect, but yeah, look at the damage. As soon as the BKB falls out,
Bam! Oh, no, not
Here
yet.
we go.
There it is.
That was cool. I've never seen a Sunder play during an Ags Wraith.
Marsh, you're dead.
Because it doesn't save you, obviously, but it is hilarious.
Just
the effect.
offensively, it destroys.
That was cool. Kiyotaka looking for solo plays.
Oh, and he might just get it.
Quinn, it's got BKB.
He's going to want to chase this Kiyotaka.
Ogre Steel Totem.
Quinn has got any way out of this. Kiyotaka's just going to be able to stay on top of him. Quinn, he's gone.
Kiyotaka going for the solo play. This time
Right, they're going to push it. They do want the buybacks on the two of them. Ace is going to be back in 25, but Quinn's dead for 90. Tier 2 towers still there on the top, though. Aurora, they've got to get someone pushing that top lane round if they want to look for the mega creeps.
Looks like they can't go for it. Nightfall doesn't have his refresher up, doesn't have a Doom ready. They're just going to back up. Roche is primed for the taking.
Oh, there it is.
There's the Ags.
We've got an Ags pickup, at least here for Watson.
Watson is not getting to do anything in these fights, though, Owen. He's 1, 5, and 7. Every fight, he just gets it literally deleted right at the start of everything here.
Very nice to see that Nightfall did spend some of his money. He treated himself to a Moonshard, and he is now queuing up the Axe Blessing for himself after.
I mean, I would hope so when he had, what, 20,000 gold or whatever it was.
I say, I think it's better than, some of these Dooms rated. As you said, we just don't see it picked up. It's going to be there eventually here for Nightfall. Yeah. He's like, all right, well, I guess at this point, 65 minutes in with this much money, I probably should buy it.
Okay, now we get a moment as well, too.
Well, we get the items.
We can look at the neutrals. Yeah. What did everybody get?
Got to get those Book of the Deads.
Stygian Deso, we saw from Kiyotaka do crazy work. I don't think Toronto Tokyo would ever give up Ninja Gear when you're playing Magnus, so he's keeping that one. And then we do see these enchantments. Pretty good ones. Timeless on the Magnus as well.
And this Magic Lamp is going to be very important. Oh! Kiyotaka's fine. We have BKB. But this Magic Lamp for Nightfall, right, it's going to save him from those getting sundered by a 1 HP hero plays, right?
Well, unless he's A blasted. But yeah.
That's true, actually. The Air Blast is going to stop that heal from popping off. So it does have to still be a little careful. But if there's not an Ice Blast, he won't die to these Thunder plays.
He does just have to be careful because he doesn't have the buyback. Even though he has an Aegis, we can absolutely see heroes die super fast. Level 30 has actually been hit first. I thought Nightfall was going to be the first one to get it. Kiyotaka's actually the one to get it. And now he does get that one.
They're going to jump him! Straight in on a Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka's dead.
Okay, he's dead. He hit level 30 and died instantly.
Okay.
It happens.
Yep, it does have the buyback. It's 99 seconds. We haven't really seen Aurora be able to force out any buybacks. At least, on the defense. Gaming Gladiators, of course, have used their buybacks, but normally in situations where they wanted to try and keep the fight going. Now, we'll see if Gaming Gladiators, are they going to be able to force out this buyback from Aurora?
Do they want to go that far near the base either versus Magnus and Tusk? That's the problem, too.
Yeah, but there's always going to be a Magnus and Tusk. What's the alternative? What do you wait for?
Finn, get the tier 5s and farm.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the case for Gaimin.
It doesn't win you the game, though.
It's a hard
farm,
one.
It's 67 minutes.
They do have, Audacious Magic Lamp. That's actually big for Quinn because he's also just been getting continuously RP'd over and over again. I don't believe Watson got the Magic Lamp. He got an Audacious Stygian. His damage is high if he can actually attack, but hasn't been able to. This game, truly delivering.
Yeah, it's getting crazy. Aurora holding on. They lose this game. They're going home.
Gaimin's looking for the play here.
29 seconds still until Kiyotaka's back in action.
Boundless comes in. Book of the Dead versus Book of the Dead. Double dead shots.
Some good damage onto the tower. Are they going to be able to hold off and make sure that they don't have to expend this buyback on Kiyotaka?
Okay, let's see what Tofu buys this next one. I swear, I swear I thought he was going to buy this Wind Waker. It feels like they need one of these extra saves for their cores because they just keep getting RP'd and insta-killed.
Dude, Wind Waker would be kind of big.
They don't have a way to dispel it. That's what I've kind of been waiting for him to do. But
no nullifiers.
He did go greedy. He did go for the Octarine. It always feels good to have the Octarine with the Axe, don't get me wrong.
And the
Kiyotaka.
Pretty much as soon as he's back alive, he's dead again.
He literally died instantly, pretty much.
Ooh.
And Aurora.
Maybe it's a bait play. He died, but now Aurora can catch them by surprise.
They did place a ward down. They should check the timer. They know that it's going to be a fresh one. So Gaimin, position carefully.
Okay.
2 minutes till buybacks do come back up.
They're definitely going to want to do something now here. Gaimin.
Okay, Panto also has 10,000 gold again. What's he want to get? He's got Refresher queued up.
Okay.
going for the big plays.
Toronto Tokyo. I mean, if he sees someone, he will go for it.
He does. If he goes refresher, he's gonna have 4.
He's gonna go. He tries to go sort of blind there. Sees if he catches someone, but doesn't quite. It's worth the shot.
Tower's getting pushed. The Book of the Dead plus the illusions are actually doing a fair bit of work here. Nightfall.
I mean, for Gaimin, is it
the
really?
Ice Blast.
It's going to be decent setup, but nobody really wants to jump this. Even with the Wind Ranger dead, you know, Gaimin are being very careful.
Scared of those tier 4 kicks, those tier 4 skewers, or fountain skewers at this point, really. All right, Panto, full refresher.
Okay.
This the most farm
the
remaster
RPs,
I've
the wheel
ever
of
seen.
wonders, the everything. What have we got? Games with 50k net worth.
Oh my God.
So what do we got? Yeah, Toro, he does it the most. 13 games that he's been able to close with this amount. Nightfall, he's up there third. We're seeing another one being added to the list here with this at the moment. 52k net worth on his Doom.
Oh, and the buildings are getting whittled down. The
They
Book of
are.
the Dead
They're
plus
making
these
slow
illusions.
progress.
They are. Okay, so he has 4 escape acts, right, with the refresher too.
Yeah.
And they're 4 dispels,
Flying.
strong dispels, and they fly
He
as
could make
well.
his whole team fly.
This is gonna be insane to keep track of. Toronto Tokyo continuing to just play in the ninja gear, looking for the plays. I mean, Kiyotaka, okay, he's respawned. Is he gonna get gone on immediately again?
No.
Panto's gonna
Not
play near
again.
him. Okay, full smoke up. Aegis reclaimed. 15,000 gold on the Doom.
Will he buy an Axe?
Will he
or
buy
is
an
it just that
shard?
bad?
An Axe or a shard?
You know what I mean? Is it just that bad?
I
He's
mean,
like,
they're
I do
pretty-
not want this item. I'm going to queue it up to keep the casters happy, but I'm not going to buy it.
At this
I
point,
don't want it.
They're more focused on all these little things, right? The more little plays.
Oh, look at the Axe! Jump in as well. What's going to try and help out? Pushes them back momentarily with the Terror Wave. Toronto Tokyo's in with the BKB. Gets the RP locked down. They have the Wheel of Wonder to follow up. The second RP's down towards the two of them. Skewers back Ace. Quinn is able to get the Wukong's command down. That's going to be Watson dead. Watson out for 2
Nightfall.
minutes. And now Nightfall in return will fall. Actually, the damage of Malady helps finish him off. They get the control onto Ace. Ace will tick down the ones. That's the reincarnation god. So overall, it's the carry for the carry. Both out for 2 minutes. We'll see which team can fare better without their main man.
Nightfall has the buyback. So does Watson now. The buildings, they're dropping to these books. That's a ranged Rax. Tofu using the buybacks, these dead shots doing work. And he did buy Wind Waker now, by the way, so he does have that save that can come in from that Muerta.
We've got the Arcane Blink on Toronto Tokyo. You got the Abyssal Blade coming out, I believe, for Quinn.
Okay.
He's going to have to shift around his... Okay, he's still got the treads, actually, so he can get rid of the treads.
Now he's got actually a way to break that Lincoln's in particular to go for the dispels, but yeah, there's the Wind Run.
Oh, it's quite a bit of damage.
These shots from a distance.
Yeah, the escape pack doesn't actually fly, though.
Wasn't he frozen?
No. It still looks like it's on the ground, but I guess obviously you've got the free pathing, basically.
I thought I put them in the air. I swore I used to... whatever. Tofu, the only one without buyback now at this point. 50 seconds.
They're stepping out of the
Carries.
base.
They're in.
They look to get the jump on the Malady. He's up with the Yules. Quinn turns to the
Kiyotaka.
balance to get the jump on the Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka's in trouble. He's going down for sure.
Chain stunned.
See if they can get Mirror as well.
Mirror?
Fire out onto him. He's going to be able to snowball actually over to the Book of the Dead. The enemy Book of the Dead actually helping him.
Did you look at that?
Gave him a target to snowball over to. The Ice Blast is coming in.
It's Panto.
He's going to connect onto Panto. Quinn stepping up. Escape pack's there. Quinn's going to pop the BKB. Toronto Tokyo as well with the BKB. Tries for the skewer back. Won't be able to grab Quinn.
That's a buyback from Kiyotaka.
Oh, that is indeed one of the big ones.
Mira. Looking for a catch. Can't quite go for it.
Really wanted to try and set something up to allow that buyback from Kiyotaka to get a kill, but it's not going to be the case. Gaming Gladiators back off.
I swear Watson is literally not getting to attack at all this game. I don't think he's been able to really hit many heroes. He's just getting full focused every time.
Oh, and he's bought it.
Did he buy
the
it?
Aghanim's on the Doom.
Okay, there we
You
go.
don't get to see that a lot nowadays. It's a rarity. They don't like it, but he's had to do it. Well, feels he's had to do it. He's like, I've got so much money, I guess I've got to buy it.
The Book of the Dead's.
The Shard, you may never see that one.
No. At this point, who cares about that stupid shard anyway?
And a little bit of a heal. I mean, is it really that little bit of a heal?
It is really little. New choices. Anybody take a new neutral? I mean, triple Book of the Dead on the side of Gaimin. You can tell what they're trying to do. They can absolutely take a fight and maybe even just take the buildings just with those Book of the Deads. Ace.
Ooh, nearly catching Panto there. Neon Disc flying out here. Tofu.
I mean, everyone's just so rich. It's insane. What's the cooldown actually on this dead shot? Also 6 seconds with the Octarine plus the Feverish. Gross.
Is everyone 25?
Everybody's been 25, I think, right?
Okay, yeah.
I think
The last
Malady
one did
was
it
the last
Malady,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, we did see it in that last fight. The Ice Blast kill threshold almost coming into play, actually. Toronto continuing to try to look for these catches. He's scouted. It's a hard game now at this point for him to get these RPs.
There's so many Book of the Deads everywhere.
Yeah, there's Book of the Deads, there's dead shots, there's Ice Vortex on the floor. Definitely could see him RP the floor potentially because of all this.
Oh, Quinn.
Quinn,
He's gonna get the jump on Mirror, and with Ibis play, but the escape pack comes into play. Ice Blast will connect. Ace jumps forward with a Ray 5 Blast, but a secondary escape pack is there. Keeps Mirror safe. They're focusing down Ace. Toronto goes in with the RP, controls Quinn for now. Watson steps towards his next target. The buyback comes in from Nightfall. Watson jumps forward aggressively, pushing them back with the Terror Wave, puts the BKB as he continues to chase the Magnus out of the fight.
Watson finally getting to attack, and you can see his damage come in on top of that Doom.
He's trying to finish off key attack of the refreshers there. Second BKB and Boomerang keeps him safe. There's the buyback. They get the skewer back onto Ace, but the BKBs at the ready. They try and jump in for the punch shot, but Mirror gets clipped by the silence. The Wukong's command laid down.
There's no creeps. They actually can't kill the buildings here because they actually have no wave here yet. Even though these Book of the Deads are hitting it, it's regenning.
And they got the 2 buybacks up. Nightfall and Mirror having to use the buybacks. So Gaming Gladiators finding a bit of progress there.
And they used what? An RP was used, a refresher used, so they only have 1 RP for the next fight. Toronto's having difficulty getting into these fights. Even with Ninja Gear, he can't find angles to get these RPs now because of these Book of the Dead surrounding, or they're getting jumped first every time. Gaming is actually getting the continuous jumps onto these backline heroes. Roche, it's back up.
Yeah, they'll settle for that.
Yep, looks like they are in position.
Might as well take it.
And it's for Aurora, a very difficult call to make to come outside here when you do have these 3 heroes with buyback on cooldown now. Gaming is ready for it anyway, looking at their posture. Do they have another smoke? They do on the side of Gaimin. Do they have one on the side of Aurora? Don't believe they did. These smokes at this late point of the game are all important. We're about to hit the 77-minute mark. We're soon to surpass that Spirit game. Did they just get a smoke up? It looks like they did. Yeah. He's got it. So smoke on smoke. They have a ward here, but it's immediately killed because there's a billion Book of the Deads. And this Roche dies too fast for them to get to.
Yeah, look at the age. Well, the age is on Quinn. Who
This
even
time they
needs
give it
the
a
refresher?
Watson.
I guess, yeah, Wraith King could still have the refresher shard.
This time they give the ages to Watson. I think he's starting to recognize, he's like, I can actually do a fair bit. If I live, I do a lot of damage.
All right, yeah, Quinn. I should be the one to take the refresher shard to just rely on the double BKB.
Double BKB, double Wukongs. They completed themselves another Scrumptious. So how many do they have, actually? This might be the most I've seen.
And they'll pop that block of cheese on to Quinn for now.
Is it 2 or 3 that they have? Doesn't show it here, but they have 2 that I see. Or just the 1. Am I blind?
I think they had one earlier, but Quinn's just popped one himself now. There's the Divine Rapier for Knight.
Doom with a Rapier, something you don't see every day either. All right, let's see.
He's going to hit so hard. If he gets in,
as long as he can hit the targets,
he will kill him.
That's the important thing, though. As long as he can hit them, it still is complicated for them to hit the targets again now. Because Toronto, he hasn't been able to find the angles of these RPs in these last.
Yeah, I mean,
those are the last 10 minutes.
Well, because in these fights, Gaming Gladiators has been split up pretty good, right? And they're not given the opportunity for Toronto Tokyo to easily find multiple heroes.
No, I mean,
very difficult.
Quinn is getting this boundless strike, and then he's BKBing immediately, so it's forcing this weird reaction from Toronto to not be able to get that initiation target. The Book of the Deads, they almost finish off the melee racks.
Step by step.
The building's falling.
Are they going to get it?
3 Book of the Deads. 3 sets of Book of the Deads. Just are too much.
Still got that Rex hanging in the mid lane.
Quinn.
Wait, he's got a BKB! And Toronto Tokyo will BKB in return, coming with the RP. Ice Blast is going to be flying over to the second RP there as well. They drop the Doom down as well. On to Quinn. Watson jumps forward. Skewer backs down on to Quinn. That's Quinn dead. He's gone, but they do at least get the space to get the Rex. I guess that was the plan. They were like, somebody's got to go in and die. Just go in and die so we can get the Mega Creeps.
Having to use both RPs to bring him down. If he doesn't throw the second RP, Quinn just refreshers and BKBs himself and then ends up just surviving. So I can see why he has to do that, but that gives Watson freedom in the fights. You have to pick and choose your targets, and it's difficult for them to choose. You know, half the fights has been Watson, the other half has been on this Monkey King, and we're seeing it Gaimin now be able to take advantage of that. A full refresher now for Watson too.
Yep.
And they've got these megas now, so they've got the continuous push coming in.
Now we'll see if Watson gets himself an option to maybe switch up the Stygian if he does have like one of those defensive items available. If he prefers it.
He has Unrelenting, Minotaur, Fallen Sky, and Stygian, so he did not get the lamp.
So he's probably going to stick with the Stygian again.
I think he probably
Does he want to change up the enchantment?
Audacious
is
the best one.
Yeah.
In terms of damage.
Okay.
So I think he's going to hang on to that one, but we'll see. Full refresher for him. Now he is... I mean, he still actually can buy a Moonshot. He's not fully slotted yet, but almost there.
He's not going to have buyback, though, then.
Sure, I mean, not yet.
Right.
Yeah, he'll probably wait for it.
Who else has still got a Moonshard potential? Ace could still buy himself one eventually.
Sure.
Quinn could as well, actually, yeah. Quinn. So the three of them.
Yep.
Whilst on the side of Aurora, obviously, Nightfall already has his.
And we've hit 80 minutes.
Yep.
Shield Rune. These runes are important. Shield Rune in particular, a big one when you're playing versus the Doom. Sure, it removes it, but if he's able to get positioning anyway, it still is strong. Blocks it with the Lincolns, and then he's got that extra health. Ace. The Skeletons, the Book of the Deads. They're coming in.
But why did that just pop up?
Which one?
Tofu's level 25 talent. Had he only just skilled it?
Maybe he did.
I guess he did, but yeah.
I wasn't keeping track of it. It's not the biggest one
Sure,
by any means.
yeah.
This one's pretty weak, especially when you go for this build, because the Gunslinger one doesn't really do much of anything.
Yeah, I guess.
Gaimin. Kiyotaka's buyback 15 seconds. Nightfall does not have his at the ready. Gaimin looking to close this one out.
Are they ready for this Aurora?
Aurora.
They get their jump forward for Kiyotaka, but Kiyotaka's going to get the Abyssal Day. They get the RP off onto the three of them. Trying to Tokyo, get the skewer back on two. They'll focus Ace first. Quinn, though, is able to stand his ground, get the Wukong's command off. Kiyotaka comes in with the buyback. They're looking to just end the game. Gaimin looking to close it up. The fortification will come out. Can Aurora push them off the Ancient? Kiyotaka gets the angle with the shackle shot onto Watson. Skewer forward on towards Ace, but the Ancient's falling. Gaimin, they'll close it up and get the victory here, taking the series 2-0.
Holy shit, what a game. Aurora landing some nice RPs in the earlier mid-game, but toward the later stages of it, they couldn't get these angles. Gaming playing their hearts out, getting the catches, starting the fights time and time again. That was a beautiful game.
Yeah, Aurora, they tried their best to hold on, but each of those little pushes from Gaimin just getting them closer and closer to victory. The Book of the Dead's coming in, helping them taking these barracks one by one, getting the mega creeps. It was always going to be inevitable that ultimate push was going to come into play where Gaimin just go for it, the tier 4s, the Ancient with the amount of damage they had, and it was just going to take some sort of crazy play from Aurora to be able to stop those heroes just hitting the Ancient and ending the game, folks.
Yeah, what a game. It truly, very difficult. You could see Aurora trying to find these angles, but yeah, Gaimin keeping their composure, even though there was a bit of a slip back and forth in this one. They end up claiming that one. And with a very aggressive play, too. Playing into the Tusk, playing into the Magnus, and being able to go for those aggressive plays says a lot. Cool game.
Yeah, absolutely. A great series from Gaimin and Aurora. Whilst they did struggle massively in Game 1, they showed us the Aurora that's allowed them to get this far right in Game 2. Coming in with the plays themselves, and at the end of it all, it just all built up to be a bit too much for them to be able to turn around. Unfortunately,
game, though.
yeah, for Aurora.
Close.
They're the end of the road here for them at Blast Down 3, but Gaimin, well, this 2-0, they're going to be moving on, and these sort of clutch moments where they close up these 80 minutes or such games, yeah, the game's only going to get crazier here, folks.
They sure are.
We're getting some crazy long ones. It's only going to continue here at Blast Slam 3. Gaming Gladiators, they take this one 2-0 to move on.
Tofu's already talking to me about the game, man. You gotta save all the good stuff for the interview, but I got Tofu here after winning that series. Look, at first I thought this was gonna be a nice, easy 2-0 for you guys, but game number 2, that was not easy at all.
Nah, it wasn't really how we've expected it. Like, I think the lane, especially on top lane, didn't go too well. We could still snowball a little bit, but they also had really good moments, and then especially when they got blinks and the Shadowblade Doom around the map, it got really scary to play. So I don't know, we tried to play it safe, which didn't really work out. They got some other openings, and then it's like back and forth, and I don't know, high ground for either side was just really hard, and then it became this super long mess, but eventually, I don't know, we just kept shredding into their base non-stop. I don't know, it was a spicy game. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, it was definitely fun to watch. I feel like maybe not so much to play. Do you think Book of the Dead maybe needs a change? Maybe only one person per team is allowed to pick it up?
I mean, I think usually it was always one of the worst neutral items. Like, it's okay. It's like mediocre, not really OP. But I don't know. Somehow when we went for our option, I don't know.
It was the best.
I mean, it was kind of the best that I had with the second one, and then someone else was choosing it. It's like, no, we go full red.
You're just gonna go full rat sometimes. And of course, you guys had a really good, that bristleback going to position 5 in game number 1. Is that something that you guys have been working on the last 2 days? Because you've had that spare time.
Not really. We have tried it once before because Melody likes it, but like we didn't aim for it. We just picked Bristle because we like it, and it's kind of offlane. But they banned Ursa. It was kind of in the moment decision that we thought they were going to go tight, and we just take it because they're PA already, and it's like a good matchup. So we kind of just winged it.
Well, look, it worked out for you guys at Tour. Congratulations, Toph. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Interesting last opinion. What do you say? Like explanation there about the first game draft. I think at least because I caught myself overanalyzing that draft a little bit, where they just kind of winged it.
Or maybe they did actually do all this prep, and they just wanted to say they wing it, so that when they go to the next round, they can do it again.
Yeah, gigantic brain on Tofu right now.
Massive brain.
Yeah.
But no, in this game, in this series, sorry, the fact that we have this epically long game is like the 3rd time in history that a team has 3 Book of the Deads on the same team. There's only been one other game where the team has 4 Book of the Deads. Like the fact that they get that many Book of the Deads, and in this specific game, it's kind of critical that they get this. Like the dewarding, the map play, being able to scout everything out. It was like when you get to the 60 minute, you get to the tier 5s, it's just a rare occurrence. We don't get many. I think we had like 1 in Blast Slam 1, we had 1 in Blast Slam 2. Now we're on, I think, our 3rd hour-long game. So yeah, gaming, what a game from both teams.
It was good.
No, I'm just saying it really did change a lot because at some point it looked like Aurora had a lot in their arsenal to fight into Gaimin, and Gaimin was struggling a little bit. But when you have all of these Book of the Deads pushing you from every single direction, you don't have the ability to make the plays on the map that you want to, or move out the same way that you would if this item didn't exist.
So the key for Aurora to win this game was the Magnus, right? But when there's constantly Book of the Dead hitting your Rexes, scouting all the wards, it's almost impossible for Toronto Tokyo to find that RP. There's also BKBs on pretty much every hero. There's refreshers. I don't know, it became so hard to play Magnus. And yeah, I mean, you saw it yourselves. It was so chaotic.
But if we rewind to 40, 50 minutes, like even Toronto Tokyo, like there's some moments where he doesn't hit an RP. There's moments where he gets the Ags reveal when he doesn't get the Quinn skewer in the river. And then you think about Kiyotaka. He has all these items. He's got Refresher and Hex and Ags, and he's dying 3-4 times in a row. Classic Kiyotaka by himself trying to go for a kill. He dies, and then this game just had everything. If you're at home right now, like it's in line maybe with like the Spirit game. Like it's in contention, depending on how you want to look at it. Like that's how good these games are.
Yeah, it's always been like such a fantastic show, and we talk about how late game Dota, and we're talking like late game Dota, the plus 60 minutes is always a different beast. It's something that you can only ever know how to play when you do eventually get there, and it's also very rare that we get to hear from our players on their thoughts about the late game.
Okay, so in ultra late game, the atmosphere gets really, really tense. Especially if you are a less experienced team. I think our team is actually pretty good at late game, but you can feel like there's a lot of mistakes. Like we were chain feeding a lot. And people do like very impulsive, like weird plays. Yeah, it's very intense. But overall, I think with our experience right now, like we kind of play well in the sense that we don't like overreach or anything. Like we keep like resetting. It's very important late game that you reset all the time. Like you get 1 kill and it's very easy to get like very like hype. It's like 1 kill, like go, we end fucking now. It's like, but if you do that, you're gonna throw it all away. Like you get 1 kill at a time, you reset all the time, and like BKBs are very important, refreshers, like it's very technical to play late game, to be honest.
Yeah, when you're an outside perspective, you think it's just chaos. You're not really sure what to expect. Anything could happen. And then it's really technical. You have to be extremely patient. And that's exactly how Gaimin played it. It would be 1 kill or 1 Rax. You back off, you reset, but you don't really go too far. You're still there just in case Aurora gets a little too comfortable with the space.
Yeah, it's like the cooldowns of BKB, the refreshers, the buyback cooldowns just become so critical in late game, right? And I feel like what Ace is talking about here is pretty much why they won this game, it feels like, where making it hard for this Magnus to hit the RPs, right? It's kind of what, I mean, of course, we talked about Kiyotaka, also, of course, made some questionable decisions, right? But yeah, I feel like the way they are playing the team fights to the end, their Gaming Gladiators, it speaks to what Ace was talking about here.
Yeah, for sure. And what you mentioned about Kiyotaka, like he had a couple of deaths that were in really critical moments, and he had a bunch of really incredible plays that game where he did some really cool things, but the moments in which he was picked off in the late game and then Gaimin were able to take Aegis for themselves or buy back and like fight for Roche and take it, like these moments are the moments that you can't mess up in late game Dota, because before that, it was actually quite hard for Gaimin to take fights. They were playing into like double RPs, double Dooms, they were playing into Aghanims kick by Tusk, and they couldn't really bring their Terrorblade into the game. Like the entire game, their TB had so much net worth, but every time he would even show for a split second, he was getting double RP'd or skewered back or doomed, and because of that, they were like, struggling for a little while, but off of a few really good pickoffs where you like keep your formation, you find Kiyotaka once or twice, it really changed the game.
Once Watson was able to play it as well, you know, they're stopping all of these Dooms, they're stopping all of the RPs, and it's that Terrorblade just kind of got to stand there and just dish out damage to you.
Yeah, he did a little bit. Again, like Effie mentioned, it was just Aurora hated Watson simply. They wanted him to be the reason why Gaming lost. They just put everything on him. But then, if you just survive long enough, if you have a Wraith King with an Aghanims and you hit one Sunder to put a Doom to 1 HP with Ice Blast and you disappear, they're again the small moments that allow you to win the game. I don't know. It's just a long game. Like there's so many things to talk about, but
I did like the Sunder when you're in ghost form from the Wraith King.
Yeah.
That was really good. I actually hadn't seen that. Admittedly, I haven't really seen a TB Wraith King on the same team before, let alone getting to see that interaction. That was good.
That was really funny. I also enjoyed when Nightfall blinked in and like doomed TB, then it was Lotus Orb and he doomed himself, and instantly the second he respawns, he buys an Aghanim Scepter. He's like, that's not happening again.
Yeah.
But then at that point,
and he had 15,000 gold as well, so he could have bought the Ags time ago, but he was just refusing to buy the Ags, maybe out of a statement or something. I don't know.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it is going to be the last time that we do talk about Aurora, though, because looking at our bracket, they are now eliminated. That is the unfortunate reality of a gauntlet run. We've had this amazing display of Dota and of tenacity from Spirit there. They're able to knock out 3 teams so far. The longest run any team has been able to do in the gauntlet format that is Blast Slam. However, Aurora, 3 runs for themselves. That was it. And we will be seeing Gaming Gladiators moving on up against Tundra tomorrow. That is going to be our second series. But to start off our day, it's Falcons up against Spirit.
both of these games look incredibly good, but Falcons versus Spirit, I mean, Falcons in the group stage looked like they were in top form again. They look pretty scary. They've been chilling this entire time. Spirit have leveled up through the process of this gauntlet. Like, this may be the closest series we've seen yet, and we've seen a lot of close ones.
I'll be honest, I forgot they were in the tournament.
That is the thing, they went 3 days off. It was like, oh,
I'm not even gonna try and lie to you guys. There's been so much like epic Dota, long Dota, and it's like, wait, what? Falcons are here, Tundra are here? Like, no offense, I just don't care. This Dota so far has been so good, but I'm hoping for their sake that they have been, keeping up the intensity of their practice, making sure that they realize like how good these teams are getting. This is not like a Blast Slam 1 or 2 where the teams earlier in the gauntlet are kind of stumbling their way through. They're actually improving this time around. So I'm hoping like our #1 seed teams are, are ready, because these teams, they are very ready.
I was gonna say you have to be, especially Falcons going up against Spirit, the run that they've been able to do. And we also have something that is enjoyable for you guys at home is our play of the day. Every day we get you to go over to Blast.tv and vote on what really stood out for you and turn it into a beautiful little short form video.
Kill Roshan fast enough. It's very fast. I think the Roshan roars, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Instant Manta. They need to do this as quick as possible before Collapse gets here. He's smoked up. He's about to get into the pin.
I'm in the spirit.
And Laurel's right in the middle. We got tagged by damage. Johnson used to go. He gets inside, and they stabbed away the Aegis. Satanic, he's in trouble now. Hurricane Pike out of the pit. They deal with Monkey King. Monkey King getting run down. That's going to be the Aegis. Meanwhile, Satanic, they got to bodyguard Satanic. They got to get him out of this fight. Tukalis, he gets caught, run down by Yatoro, who hit by the Ice Blast, has to get up to the high ground. Ogre Seal Totem, force down. Satanic teleports right up. Yatoro has to stand his ground and keep the event this fight. A dieback on both carries. No one. A dieback on him as well. The mid is gone. Team Spirit, they have the advantage. That's going to be 3 dead, 4 dead. Yatoro gives up his life to take down his nemesis. He says, sit down, young man. You're not #1. You're just another one.
Spirit, they had the play of the day yesterday. Will they have it again from today? Do you think, Misery? Do you think their series was good enough?
My play of the day is Kiyotaka, 4-star, behind the creep and shackling the AA.
Oh yeah, from the
game.
tree to the...
Yeah, I thought that was he also got a triple tipped, I think. And then 2 minutes later, he runs and feeds alone somewhere. But that play was that's you don't see individual plays made that often in Dota anymore because people are so good and it's rare that the game allows it. But that was impressive. That was good stuff. Yeah.
That was really fun for sure. But I also would love to see like an SFM of the race form Terrorblade sundering the Doom.
Yeah, it's like if I'm going down, you're going down with me.
I would love to see that.
I mean, as much as I would like it to be from the Gaming series, but if you were to go for Spirit, you have like a Ravage, you have Fiend's Grip, a Dead Shot from Wurter, a Slam from a Shake. Like the amount of team fight they had, putting that all into one SFM would be pretty cool.
The Bane, a Bane SFM could actually be really cool.
Ooh, yeah, especially because we never really get to see that here. So that one would be good too, a bit of a rarity there. But look, there's a plethora of plays you guys could choose from, so make sure you head on over to Blast TV. And luckily for you, the Dota isn't over for this tournament. It is for today, though, so make sure you guys tune in 4 p.m. That's our first series for tomorrow. See you then.